Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Prof. Yoxon, Head of Operations of the International Otter Survival Fund. I've been working on otters since 1988. I got my first otter in 1988, and the International Otter Survival Fund was set up in 1993. And we've been fortunate to fund otter projects on all 13 species of otter around the world. There are 13 species of otter that occur in every continent except Australia, New Zealand, and Antarctica. This is the conservation status, and you can see all species are declining except North American river otter. I'll talk about that more, but I don't think this data is accurate, because North America is the only country that legally traps otters of a fur. They used to kill 50,000 a year. It's now down to about 20,000. And even the European Union that won't import 10,000 furs a year. But as human beings, we should hold our head in shame. As human beings, we should hold our head in shame. As otters at the top of the food chain, they live on land and the sea, and they are an ambassador to a healthy environment. So if otters are declining, our environment is drastically declining. I'd now like to show you a short video on the plight of otters. I'd now like to look at African otters. In Africa, they have the Eurasian otter, the African clawless otter, the Congo clawless otter, and the spotted-necked otter. In Asia, we have the smooth-coated otter, the sea otter, which is one of the biggest otters in the world, probably in weight, weighing about 45 kilograms. In Asia, you have the Eurasian otter, the hairy-nosed otter, and the Asian shore-clawed otter. In North America, North American river otter and the sea otter. These are the Latin American otters. The southern river otter, the marine otter or the sea cat. The marine otter is one of the smallest by weight in the world, weighing about 5 kilograms, lives off the Chilean coast on small islands. The giant otter, that's the biggest, probably about slightly smaller than me, and they eat a caiman, so they're incredibly aggressive. And the neotropical otter, also known as the long-tailed otter, obviously it has a long tail, which helps it in swimming. In Europe, we're quite poor. We only have one species, which is the Eurasian otter. Okay, let's have a look at these otters in detail. The smooth-coated otter occurs in most of India as far as Indonesia and Borneo. Asian shore-clawed otter, the southern tip of India, central part of Asia as far as Borneo, and also into Indonesia. And the hairy-nosed otter, this is interesting because I was at an otter conference in the Czech Republic in 1998, and all the Asian otter experts told me that the hairy-nosed otter was extinct. Obviously, a lot older otter experts now. And we managed to get some funding, and we funded some work by Padma and Kanchaska of the Wildlife Research Division, and she found evidence of otters in Thailand and Cambodia. We also funded some work in Vietnam, and we found populations of the hairy-nosed otter in Vietnam, and since then they've been found in Indonesia and Malaysia. As the sea otter occurs on the Aleutian Island, it's the biggest otter, as I said before, weighing about 45 kilograms. Also occurs on the Californian coast and as far as coastlines in Russia. This is the North American river otter. They say it's in a stable condition, but we've been arguing for 17 years now. If you're harvesting animal species, you have to know the population before you harvest. You have to know the harvest. And I have no idea, as we all know working on otters, it's so difficult to work out otter populations. And all they give me is the coloured bits of paper saying that there's otters here and there. So they haven't a clue what population they have before they harvest. So America is the only country that legally harvests, and they tell people in countries in Africa and Asia, you shouldn't be doing this. But in countries in Asia, it's so important. I met a guy who had fish ponds in Vietnam, and he caught a hairy-nosed otter, and he said the price of the pelt will give him the same amount of money that he makes in a year from all the fish ponds, and that money feeds his wife and children. This is the neotropical otter. It occurs in South America and also that little place that joins North America. And the giant otter was a Guyana, so Brazil. We were lucky. Our last workshop was in November 2019, and we managed to see populations of giants also, but nothing like we saw the smooth-coated otter on Sunday. This is the sea cat or the marine otter. It's incredibly rare. Lives off the coast of Chile. There's also reports it was introduced into the Falklands for hunting in the early 1900s, but there's been no evidence that it's the spotted-necked otter, again, near threatened, the central part of Africa. And the Congo clawless otter, that Congo Basin area. And the African clawless otter, that's the area. It's near threatened. In Africa, they use otters a lot for bushmeat. Apparently it's quite nice to eat. I don't really. And the Eurasian otter, which has a massive range, but we know nothing about populations in China or Russia. The Eurasian otter is actually declining in Asia. We did some work in Bangladesh, and I don't think it's been spotted in Bangladesh since the mid-80s, 1980s. So what makes these species so special? Well, they are, of course, fantastic animals. They have wonderful fur. Because an otter is a semi-aquatic animal, it's compromised. A whale and a seal have a thick blubber layer, but an otter, if it had that, it couldn't run along the land. So it doesn't have a blubber layer. It has about 1 millimeter. Unless it's pregnant, it'll have about 3. So it relies on its thermal insulation by the fur. So it has an inner fur, a downy fur, and the Eurasian otter has 50,000 hairs per square centimeter. And over that, it has a waterproof layer. So it's this trapped air that keeps it warm. And trapped air is a far better insulator than blubber. The sea otter that spends nearly all its time in the sea has 100,000 hairs per square centimeter. They are intelligent. This is the Congo clawless otter in Africa. We've actually seen Asian short-clawed otters in zoos undo the bolts, the little nuts and bolts of the cages, and actually get out. They will never fail to surprise us. This is a Eurasian otter up a tree. We find with the otters, we keep them climb 2 meters. So that's why we have to put overhangs and off to the roof and hands. But one of the most important things is they are an ambassador, obviously, to a clean and healthy environment. They are at the top of the food chain, as I said before. And if you have otters, you have a great environment for so many species, including our own. So let's remind ourselves of the problems that are facing otters. Loss of habitat is a big cause of the decline. Conflicts with people, dying in fishing traps, or deliberately being trapped. Pollution. The Eurasian otter declined 95% in Western Europe in the 1950s and 1960s. And this was mostly due to a group of chemicals called organochlorines, dieldrin and eldrin, that were used in sheep dips, the coating of seeds, and incredibly toxic and stay in the environment for a long time. And they caused population to plummet. They were mostly made by Esso, that's now Exxon. and we banned them in 1980, but they kept exporting them to African and Asian countries until about 1990s. There's also a problem with PCBs, polychlorinated benthols. If you get increased, another ban that they've used insulators in the electric industry and paints, but you have an increase in PCBs, a decrease in vitamin A, and you need vitamin A to fight off illness. And there's a whole new group of chemicals we have with forensic chemists called PCDs that are the flame retardants in car seats, even in your house, and they have this certain effect. The litter is a problem. They've now found microplastics in the spraying spotters. Hunting, whether illegal, as in America, or illegal, it's a big cause of the otter decline. And trade, there's a big problem in Japan, where they have cafes where people can actually pet otters. When we had a workshop in Indonesia, people in Jakarta were killing the mother Asian otter and then taking the cubs. In Jakarta alone, every Sunday, there's about 700 otters walking on leads in the parks. But probably the biggest problem facing otters is lack of people working on them through field work and education. So do we really want the distribution maps of Asia looking like this? Thank you for listening, and if anybody has a question or two, I'll try and answer.
I just want to make one quick comment. Video 4 shows available in various languages. We'll send you the captions. We'll give you the video. Yeah.
Also, just I have a question. Of all the 13 species of otters in the world, which one is declining the most?
Which is causing the otters to decline?
No, which species of otters?
It's it's the marine otter and the giant otter. Yeah, probably the marine otter of the Chilean coast, because they used to be along the whole of the Chilean coast, but now there's little populations on the islands. But they live in the marine environment, and the thing that otters that live in the marine environment, their pelts get coated in salt water, so they have to wash it off. So you never get otters living in the marine environment unless you get a supply of fresh water close by.
Thank you, Dr. Yoxon, for this talk. Let's proceed with the status of otters in Asia by Prof. Padma Silva, presented by Yoxon from International Otter Survival Fund, IOSF. Ismail.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As I was introduced, my name is Ben Yoxon, and I am the Education Officer of the International Otter Survival Fund. I'll be presenting the presentation on behalf of Professor Padma de Silva, who is the Asian Coordinator for the International Otter Survival Fund. Throughout the presentation, I'll give an introduction following on from Paul's speech on the Asian otters, the 5 species of otter we have here in Asia. We'll be looking at some of the threats they're facing, and then we'll be looking at some things that are being done across the continent to give a kind of idea of what's being achieved and what we can achieve moving forward. So what is the importance of otter conservation across Asia and across the world? First of all, otters are a top predator in Asian wetland ecosystems. We're reading one of the pieces of literature that was found in the welcome packs that we were kindly given, and it said that if lions are king of the jungle, otters are king of the wetland ecosystem, which I think is a perfect way and a perfect representation to show why it's so important to emphasize the conservation of otters across the world and across Asia, and really emphasize why it is so important to keep them. If we can conserve otters, then we can conserve wetland ecosystems, which helps many different species that we'll see throughout the week, and conserve the wetland ecosystem for ourselves as well. They're also an indicator species to a clean and healthy environment, as they are both aquatic and terrestrial and live in both habitats. Their presence, again, indicates a healthy environment, which is great for ourselves. They're often also forgotten in conservation efforts for bigger and more famous fauna around the continent. Obviously, the need to conserve tigers, elephants, rhinos, leopards is very important, but this importance should also be given to otters as well. So by joining us today and by working on otter conservation and raising awareness of otter conservation, we can start to change that and put otters on the map when it comes to worldwide and Asian conservation. And finally, just put that there. Can you just pull the yeah, that's it. So otters are home to 5. Asia is home to 5 different species of otter, as was brought up to our attention. Firstly, and is the only marine species of otter found across the continent, is the sea otter. The sea otter is one of the largest otters in the world. It can grow up to 45 kilograms in weight, and also has the thickest fur of any animal in the natural kingdom. It became nearly extinct in the early 20th century due to high hunting, particularly in North America. But since then, populations have rebounded, and although nowhere near what they were, they are improving slowly, hopefully. Although the sea otter is probably more famous across North America, particularly in America itself and Canada, there are populations on the eastern coast, Pacific coast of China, and very small populations of the north coast of Japan as well. The smooth-coated otter, which is one that we will hopefully see and can be seen within the park itself, is listed as vulnerable and lives across the region you can see in the map. There are populations across Southeast Asia and South Asia, and there's also a small population here in the map on the Iraq-Iran border in the marshes of the area. This is a subspecies called Maxwell's otter, and is named after a famous otter researcher called Gavin Maxwell, and is totally isolated to that small area shown on the map. The Indonesian otter is the only otter that we share coming from Scotland with you here in Southeast Asia or in Malaysia. It has the largest range of any otter around the world, ranging as far west as Scotland, the UK, and Western Europe, to as far east as Eastern Russia, South Korea, and this area. So it has a massive range and can live in a variety of habitats, from the cold, saltwater coastlines of Scotland, to the warm, temperate climates of here, to the arid deserts of North America. They are also being seen around the foothills of the Himalayas at over 4,000 meters in altitude. The Asian short-clawed otter is the smallest otter to be found anywhere across the world. As the name suggests, the claws of the Asian short-clawed are quite small, and they use almost finger-like paws to find their food and to hunt for their prey, and can use them to kind of hold things and have a higher dexterity within that. The final species, and one of probably the most rare species found anywhere in the world, is the hairy-nosed otter. As Dr. Paul alluded to earlier, they were thought to be extinct in 1998, but small populations were found in southern Thailand, and since then populations have been found in small areas across Southeast Asia. This species is only found in Southeast Asia and is found in no other region. Although populations have since been found across the area, it is really important to keep working and keep finding more information. It's important not to get complacent, particularly when a species such as hairy-nosed otter is this endangered. So what are the needs of the otter? For an otter to survive within an ecosystem, they need four main things. They need healthy wetland habitats that are clean, relatively undisturbed, and high in biodiversity. They need vegetation to help reduce disturbance, provide adequate halting areas, grooming sites, and to provide protection during breeding. As mentioned, they're at the top of the food chain, and therefore they need an abundance of prey. If you have a healthy and thriving otter population within your area, then you have a healthy and thriving prey species below that, and likely prey species below that. So the appearance of an otter population within the area shows that it's high biodiversity too. And finally, they need protection, whether this be from habitat loss, illegal trade, persecution, or poaching. Across the world and Asia, otters face a number of threats to their long-term survival. Deforestation and loss of habitat, something I'm sure, as we are all conservationists and working on animals, whether it be otters or different animals, is something that we have become well aware of, the loss of habitat and deforestation. Reduced vegetation, as I mentioned, means otters have reduced halting sites for breeding and resting. It means the reduction of water quality and also the reduction of riverbank stability. And this can also have an adverse effect on other species, whether this be prey species that otters eat or prey on, or whether this be other species as top predators. The lack of biodiversity or an upset in the ecosystem will have major impacts on the otter's long-term survival. As you can see from this map, this shows land uses in South and Southeast Asia over a roughly 150-year period. The top map shows, just to give an indication, the dark green indicates forest, the light green indicates grassland, the pink indicates agriculture, and the blue is any other use. So as you can see, in 1860, about 160 years ago, much of Southeast Asia was based on forests. As we move to 2013, although there are still a large abundance of forests, a lot of that has been lost to agriculture and cropland, and therefore this is a loss of habitat for otters and other species. Wetland degradation, as we know, otters are wetland species, and therefore if you lose the reduce wetland health, then you'll reduce the otter populations. Whether this be things like pollution that can obviously affect the prey species or affect the otters themselves, or whether this be things like hydroelectrics that can lead to habitat fragmentation, which may not have an issue on otters themselves, but could also affect fish spawning grounds or fish movements. As you can see from this very complex diagram, there are many different things that all lead to habitat degradation. This could be human factors, climate change, environmental factors, natural disasters, economic factors. There are many, many different things, and it really shows how difficult it is to work on wetland conservation and therefore on otter conservation. Another thing, as we mentioned, otters are at the top of the food chain, and a depletion of prey can have and will have drastic effects on their survival. The depletion of prey can come from a variety of different things, whether it be pollution, as mentioned earlier, or whether it be overfishing or poor fishing techniques such as electric fishing or dynamite fishing, or it could be something that is maybe not so significantly related to fish, such as sand mining, which can remove traditional fish spawning grounds and therefore reduces the chance for fish to continue to grow and continue to thrive, and therefore having major impacts on otter populations. And another aspect is the illegal trade, something that I'm sure many of us are all aware of, and something that Dr. Paul also brought up. Otters are hunted for three main reasons: traditional medicines, furs, and pets. Furs, as Grace also mentioned, in this seizure in Tibet, there were 778 furs found. The picture shows two individuals standing among all the otter furs, so it really emphasizes how bad and how big the seizure was. And as mentioned, it is believed that for every one tiger skin found, 10 otter skins are found within the illegal trade. And then there is the growing concern of pet otters. Social media, otter cafes in certain countries, and other similar factors are driving the trade. People are finding cute otters on social media or in otter cafes, and therefore thinking, oh, these animals would make the perfect pet. Young otters, as we know from our rehab centre, are particularly difficult to look after, and should the young baby otter not survive, they will simply find another one. Mothers that are very protective, as any mother is, of their young, are killed, unfortunately, trying to protect them. This graph shows how seizures have changed over the years. In 1980, the orangey colour represent dead captures, so therefore we allude that this would be skins seized during trade, and the blue bars indicate live captures. So as you can see, from 1980 to 2015, over a 25-year period, the emphasis in the trade, although furs are still a massive issue, there is more emphasis on the pet trade as well, and therefore otters going into cruel and barbaric conditions. So after looking over the threats, we're going to have a little look over four main regions of Asia and what is being done in these particular areas. We start in the Middle East and Central Asia. The red indicates areas where otters are not found natively, and the green indicates areas where they are. So the Arabic Peninsula has no wild species of otter. In the other area, there are two species of otter, the Eurasian otter and the smooth-coated or Maxwell's otter. This, as I mentioned earlier, is a subspecies and is only found in the Iraq-Iran border. The subspecies with the smooth-coated otter itself found in other areas. Just in that area. The Eurasian otter can be found across the rest of the region in Central and Middle East. So what is going on in this area? IOSF Middle East Coordinator Omar Al-Sheikli is regularly monitoring the Maxwell's otter in Iraq, and similar projects are also being done across the border in Iran. The species is found in the marshes that crosses the Iraq-Iran border, so there's a lot of work being done there. In Lebanon, there is monitoring work on the Eurasian otter, and in Uzbekistan and Central Asia, IOSF trained a number of conservationists to survey the Eurasian otters in a particular area. The area they were chosen to survey actually found no otters, but the experience and knowledge they were given, they have taken to other areas, and thankfully footprints and other signs have been found of the Eurasian otter. In South Asia, they are home to three species of otter: the Eurasian otter, the smooth-coated otter, and the Asian short-clawed otter. Research is being done across all of these nations into all three species, and community education, particularly in India and Nepal, which has an emphasis on reducing conflict and growing empowerment for the communities, is being completed. They are protected across all 6 nations within the region, and we have team otter clubs, which I will talk about later on in the day, in Nepal and Bangladesh. In Eastern Asia, we have 4 different species: the Eurasian otter, the smooth-coated otter, the Asian short-clawed otter, and on the Pacific coast we have the sea otter. The threats in these areas is due to high population and high industrial activity, leading to more pollution and loss of habitat. And also things like hydroelectric dams can lead to habitat fragmentation. In Japan, the Eurasian otter was officially declared extinct in 2012, sorry. And in 2017, one individual was found in the Tsushima prefecture. It is believed that that individual possibly came over from Korea, the Korean peninsula, as no further evidence was found in that area. And sea otters in small populations are found in the north of the archipelago. We have had a workshop in China and help us in seminars in Japan, South Korea and Taiwan, the latter of which we helped establish a rescue centre in Taiwan in the Kinmen region. The illegal trade, much of the illegal trade, both for furs and for pets, is destined for this region, particularly Japan and China. The final region, and a region that we will all know well, is the Southeast Asian region, where we have 4 different species, and the only area in which we have the hairy-nosed otter, which we have talked about. Otters are found across all of the region in every country, apart from Timor-Leste, which is the small red nation there. In places such as Philippines, which is fully highlighted, and Indonesia, they aren't found in all the country islands, sorry, but they are found within there. The hairy-nosed otter, we mentioned quite a few times already, but it's really important to keep emphasising, is a very rare and endangered species that was believed to be extinct in 1988, but has since been found across much of the region. Research has been conducted across much of the area, and workshops have been held in Laos and Cambodia and now Malaysia. Rescue centres have been set up with a special focus on rescuing pet otters and reducing trade, and this is something that we are more concerned about growingly. The illegal trade, much of the pet otters that head out of the country or stay within the area come from countries in Southeast Asia, with a particular emphasis on Asian short-clawed otters, but also with all 4 species, sorry. Throughout the last year, we have worked with rescue centres across the region who have cared for and rehabilitated all 4 species of otter. So although there is an emphasis perhaps on the Asian short-clawed and smooth-coated otters, all 4 species are being prosecuted from this. So what is the needs of otter conservation in Asia? Field training, so things such as this, attending and spreading our knowledge to our colleagues and to our individuals that we share work with. Teaching the correct otter techniques, community outreach and other similar factors. This then leads on to more research and more data, which can also help us understand populations, threats, and distribution across the region. We can also gain a lot of data by interacting with local communities, as they have a lot of data that we can use. Education and outreach, something that is really important for otters moving forward, and any species. It is important to empower local communities and local children to be part of the change, and therefore help in the long term. If we just work ourselves on otter conservation, this is great, but it's important the local communities are part of this too. And more emphasis to reduce trade and increase policing on this. So people are prosecuted if they take part in this illegal trade, and hopefully to deter people from wanting pet otters in the first place. And networking. We are all here from different countries and different areas, so it's important that we all work together and share our information. So moving forward, we want to empower children and communities, increase research, reduce trade, increase community engagement, and share our knowledge with everyone. A final word from Padma herself is, let's join hands to work to conserve otters in Asia. Thank you, and if you have any questions, I'll be happy to take them.
Hi there. A very good presentation. I'd like to know, considering there's 4 species in Asia or in
Southeast Asia, yeah.
So the different species have different preference for certain habitats, or do they can be found in the same locality. So you would see them for all four species in that same place, or no? They're very
it's possible that they can cross over. They obviously have different needs in different prey species. But for example, in Kuala Selangor, there's 2 species. In other sort of parks, we can find more than 2 species within that, so they can cross over. Yeah.
And what about in terms of the distribution from an elevation point of view? Is it more lowland, or it would be found then
The Eurasian is found in Tibet.
4,120.
Yeah.
So.
Not sure about
Yeah, mostly lowland. Thank you.
Your show,
Yeah. Yeah.
is quite I'm just wondering if any of these response from that that's I'm not sure
Yeah, we do actually. The last sighting of bushwhack tribes, you can see posted here. It was actually spotted in 2006. Okay, that's the last sighting of bushwhack tribe in Malaysia. We had 2 individuals, if I'm not mistaken, is in Bandung Valley. Yeah, but after that, there's no sightings of Eurasian otter in Malaysia. And in particularly in Indonesia, Malaysia, there was a roadkill record in 1990s. It's from the study, and also 1990s in Langkawi Island.
Yeah, and to answer your question in regards to the other countries, yeah, the distribution map does show most of Southeast Asia, but finding Eurasian otters in the countries has been reduced significantly. The last species Eurasian otter we found in Indonesia was I think it was 2020. There was a rescued pet otter, which was the Eurasian otter on Sumatra. So that's the last one we've heard of.
Pulling up the distribution map that we have
Okay.
And what else we get other species?
Okay.
Some years like it has some sort of influence, others showing more shaded.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Good answer.
distribution map basically area is largely based on people, although you can probably have samples of carbon around as well. So distribution maps are always out of date because us putting the data in, hopefully there's more data coming in to wrong. And so we just have to basically take a snapshot at that time and then hope someone will say, well, actually, now I'm there. The more data you get, the better you get. Almost like any other people.
There is a question from the group. So, do we consider Malaysian otter as extinct in Malaysia?
Like we maybe consider them extinct in Malaysia, if not.
Okay, so to answer the questions, actually, some of you might not know that in Malaysia we have 3 wildlife law, and then in Peninsular Malaysia we have 1 red list for the Peninsular Malaysia of mammals. They have taken out Eurasian otters, so I guess Pelita might take it as an extinct in Peninsular Malaysia, but for in Sabah, in Sabah and Sarawak, they actually still retain Eurasian otter in that law. Because as we know, the very last, I think, Eurasian otter, the latest one is still in Sabah. But of course, there's no research, no survey has been done to see whether the Eurasian otter is still present in the area.
Thank you, Ben, for his talk. Next, we'd like to proceed for the otter status in the region of Malaysia, Thailand, Myanmar, and Indonesia. I would like to invite Prof. Dr. Ahmad Ismail, President of Malaysia Nature Society and Chair of Malaysia Otter Network. Second speaker, Worata Klinsawat from Conservation Ecology Program, School of Bioresources and Technology, King Mongkut University of Technology, Thonburi. Prof. Dr. So from Myanmar Environmental Innovation Foundation, MEIF. And finally, Reza Lubis, Indonesia Otter Specialist. Please welcome.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good morning again. Can you hear me? Because it's not very clear at the back. Sonny, can you hear? You hear, but you're not clear. Is it clear? All right. Okay. Thank you. Well, I've got too busy with my daily work. So many complain about the nature. As a president of Malaysian Nature Society, sometimes thanks to the members of the society for giving me the opportunity, because we are the oldest, the biggest society, nature-based society in Malaysia. So any problem, people complain to me either from the government department or the public. And some very aggressive, some it's okay, nice. So if aggressive, I have to return aggressive also, so that they bounce back quickly. And then yesterday, I just realized that Wu asked me to present, he's supposed to present the status of otters in Malaysia, but because he's doing it, the observation, right? And we have MON, Malaysian Otter Network, so that we can get information from them. But at the moment now, we are still new, right? Still new. So I think, okay, I will present it to give another scope that I'm involved in now. And then to bring together national or international to fulfill my dream, right? Right, okay. Now, otter in Malaysia, all right. I don't want to discuss about this because many knows those who involved, and it's a lot in the internet. Right? But how many? 13 species, right? 13 species in the world. So 4 in Malaysia is very active. And then, but I only see 2 species. Right? I never seen the hairy nose and the other one. And I worked before on small claw otter. Right? That's why I put this paper. This is something for me. Review of Otter, Malaysia and Singapore. Because Burhanuddin, late Burhanuddin, formerly was my student. So he stopped a master's program under my supervision. Some of the samples still in my office. I hope there is a clear date still there. Maybe someone can analyze it later. Because at that time, we are monitoring all through penelitian activities. Because during that time, penelitian have more time, almost 2 weeks outdoor inventory. So we go to sites and then observe, like Pola, for example, when we put spot, we observe animals. And then not just otter, all animals, including otters. Then when we go back to the office, we will put it together and then they know the list of the animal. But now, I believe their activities become slower. So that's why MNS needs support, because MNS have maybe 500 schools with us, right? Nature schools. I always say, if one school have 1,000 students, right? I have 500 schools, plus mother and father, or maybe grandmother, right? I got more than 1.5 million supporters if they really work, right? That's why we invite KPA school teachers here to attend this meeting. Some I heard they cannot come, but they can follow through internet, and they might call, if they listen to me now, they might call the headmasters to look, to join them, right? Listen to this, because sometimes the headmasters, they don't care, they want to get a good result, but what result we don't know. Right? We must think beyond. If I'm the university student, lecturer before, when the student comes first year, I think of the 5th year, what they're going to be after finish graduate. They must got a job. And if they got a good job meaning not good money. Good job is a power to implement my ideas. That is my philosophy, right? That's why I got many students in penelitian, and they bring my idea in. I'm very happy, even though I'm not happy in terms of result. I'm not very happy. I just communicated just now because the monkey disturbing my car. So what happened? Because this is a park. When this park is under different definition, not ordinary reserve forest, right? So how to manage park? I learned from Eastern Europe, we manage the park, we manage the forest, we manage the reserve forest. We don't let the forest just let it be like. So this is where from First World War, right? When they clear the forest because of the war, and then they replant it, so you see nice tree, and they manage it. Not just for the tree, but for the wildlife, including insect and mushroom. This is what I learned. So we need to manage our park. So, back to this, including the otter, we need to manage. So this paper is very, because I presented in the seminar at the University of Malaya a long time ago, almost the similar thing. And then later I found this paper come out in 1994. It was very good, at least some review, right? Then I found this. This is something that is sample, but we cannot stop here. We collect good sample from many places all over the country, right? On the over peninsula, and they analyze the contents, the species, what type of fish and so on. So all these things need to be continued, right? They can repeat, they can do it regular monitoring, but the problem is two. No one money. One money. Number two, people. We don't have, because not many people like to work outdoor, especially now during the AI, IoT, and so on. They are sitting. It's okay if we can get the information, we can do. But we don't. If we don't have information, we cannot move forward. Right. So okay, this is one of the example we can share. You can refer to that. Just type this habitat food resources otters on International Malaysia, you will get in the internet. Right? Very busy. So I last night 2 o'clock in the morning, I messaged Wu, said, okay, I'm preparing this site on this There are many more, but I cannot put it because we said only 10 minutes. Okay. So another thing, we have MON. This is way forward. We have MON, Malaysian Otter Network. So we try to bring people together as a team in whole Malaysia to do and monitor otter in Malaysia. So as I said, teachers very important. You see in Malaysia, Form 1, Form 2, Form 3, age of 12, 11, 13, 14, we already put in the curriculum on the biodiversity ecology. But how teachers translate this curriculum to the student, a big question mark. Right? Form 2 especially, they must learn this. They don't learn otter, but they know otter. Right? So this is the thing that we try to do it. And we have a number of teams now, the whole Malaysia, Sabah, including Sabah, Sarawak. Then we try to formulate these ideas because people in Malaysia like to follow what people are showing outside the country. For example, when Singapore are talking about otters in the city, Kuala Lumpur also want to do it. But before you do it, we need to do a lot of things. Basic biology and ecology, we must understand. Yesterday, a very heavy flood in Kuala Lumpur. And they called me this morning, I was driving, right? Giving opinion on the radio. I said, I cannot because I'm driving to Kuala Lumpur, I'm driving at the 140 kilometers per hour, so you cannot call me, right? They want to ask me, why the flood? I said, ask the engineer, ask the program, billion of program on river flood. They will answer. Right? I'm going to talk about otter in Kuala Lumpur after this. If you want later, I will give example. So they asked me to write for the media. There are some in the layman and so on. I asked them to rewrite that. And then just now the radio from Malaysian government channel also asked me about what I'm doing today. Right? Because they like to talk about environment, but they don't go far. So this MON will have. And the next one, we are proposing this precision biodiversity. How we want to manage cost precisely, how to manage ecosystem precisely, right? And we want to bring all right. We have to have the information on the systematic species. Right? In this case, it's otter. Where are they living? The behavior, right? Sometimes the researcher, the researcher, I'm close to this, because the researcher usually they generalize, but sometimes the animal is very focused in that particular habitat. We need to look at and how they are conflict with the human and so on. We want to use AI, artificial intelligence, in IoT. How my dream was how one press button, the minister can make a decision, right? You don't have to call for the expert, and then sometimes we have to transfer the officers because they are not functioning well, and then bring another officer. Another officer is still learning, so we are repeating. I just got another message just now. They said we can discuss. This word I learned from when I was a student time. When we complain as a young generation, wanted to see the future wildlife conservation, the sentence is only 3 words: we can discuss. If they are clever enough, they add another day, another 2 words, 1 day. We can discuss 1 day. Until now, we are talking about the same thing. So this is, I'm in the team. I'm the fellow of Academy Science Malaysia. I brought this team to the government, and we managed to get, I think, 7 to 9 million. I don't know who. Aslan will be in the team for Sarawak, right? But this year we're going to have a pilot project first. Right? But we need information. Without information, without the biology, behavior, the ecology, we cannot. AI, you have to fill up in the forms, right? You have to fill up in the system. What you want to fill? If no data, what species where, what are the behavior, what time they wake up, what kind of conflict they have, right? Okay, I have 2 more minutes. So Malaysia as a mega biodiversity, the world recognized, and now government bring the ecotourism in as a nature ecotourism. What's next? And otter, we know they have some behavior that can be very friendly to human being. I used to take care of otter when I was young, right? They lost from the mother, came to my house, and then I keep them, and then they become my friend, right? So then they go back to the wild. So this is something that we need to learn. So I hope through this workshop, we can share, and especially the teacher. I want to focus to the teachers, because teachers, biology teachers, for example, we have the curriculum, right? And then in the curriculum clearly said on the biodiversity, ecology, conservation, protection, right? But we can use otter as an example. Or we can use monkey, whatever. Right? So we can use an otter as an example. Otter, we know the behavior. We can use their species. And then I want to know how big is the area? How big is the area they need in their roaming area? In there are various places, depend on the place, locality, and so on, and maybe diet, how many fish they have. Right? And there is so many stories that they like to kill fish, right? And then it's wastage and so on. I don't know, but I need more data on that in what because the education is very important. Then we need to understand the genetic, right? Genetic. I mean, in that paper just now, Professor Monet, Badro have some work on genetic. So we need to see that also. The studies on biodiversity is not just listing the species, right? But go beyond. That's why we need more people involved. And then in terms of conservation and protection, we need educationists and education, education and public awareness is very important. Otherwise, you are talking alone. Many scientists are talking alone, right? Talking alone. They write the paper and then they change, the peers will read, but not translated to the public. That's why usually, if I mean many dominant professors in the world, they are trying to apply or their knowledge to the whole community, or some go to the advisor, to the minister, but not just at that position. You must express your idea. I can give more example. If I have a friend in England who advised the parliament, and then we got an issue in Malaysia. They contact me, and she came here, and I showed her, this is what you said, this is what the real thing, and then went back and tell them, no, what you are saying is a propaganda. This is scientists talking. They listen or not, they do it or not is another issue. But we scientists telling them the truth. I've been there, I visit there, I do the experiment, I observe together with the local scientists, and this is the result. And we're going to publish soon for the peers to read through. Right. So this is the thing that look way forward that I can see, not just listing the author. Of course, we need to do that, otherwise we cannot fill up in the form, right? And then we have to have networking. People, train people. Who we will train more. We have done it for the first level. All the coordinator for Nature Club, the whole Malaysia. We do the first round, and then we need to focus it again and again so that they can do at their local. And then we can work with the, after we have so many citizen scientists, and we can work with the expert to work at the laboratory, right? To look at what are the technical things we can solve at the genetic level, like type of fish, sometimes we cannot identify, but we need the expert. And the expert sometimes must cross the border, not just the local, people can share knowledge, things can move quickly. So thank you very much for your attention. And then I'm very sorry because It's just long time I didn't go on the ground with the otter, right? But we have to push Wu and the team to work. But in general, I'm contributing to the National Biodiversity team, and then through academic science, I propose ideas, bring the seniors together, senior scientists, and of course we have a networking with international people, but mainly are academicians. We need from industry. So what I did, if the academic science go to more on scientists or professors, academicians, but through NGO, Malaysian Nature Society, we can go to other NGO in the regional level or international, so that we can share information and we can solve the international issue on biodiversity quickly. Because when we talk about climate change, because biodiversity is true, biodiversity is very important. Now they are just talking about carbon emission, about gas emission, greenhouse emission. What is it? Biodiversity can be a very sensitive indicator for the any environmental changes. We know that, but difficult to convince people because no good data. Among us, we understand. But to convince the people who pretend to know, because they want to explore the area, then it's very difficult. We need to educate on a lot of things and bring international attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof, for your talk. Now, I would like to invite Worata Klinsawat from Conservation Ecology Program, School of Bioresources and Technology, King Mongkut University of Technology, Thonburi. Please welcome.
Dr. Pai, can you on your cameras? You may be able to share your slide.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the technical difficulties. Can you all hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Thank you very much. Is this a full screen now?
Yes, it's a full screen now.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry, I have some internet instability over here at the field site. But first of all, thank you very much for inviting me, and I would like to represent our team Conservation Ecology Program, Mongkut University. And this is and this is part of the work from our small carnivore groups, and it's an ongoing work for us to monitor the distribution of 4 otter species in Thailand across the 18 forest complexes. And the work has been started since the year 2016, that we have set up the camera trap along the Gulf of Thailand. It's outside of the protected area, but it's among the first site we detect that otters can occupy aquaculture and semi-urbanized area near our campus on the suburb of Bangkok. So we started over there and using the camera trap technique that detect lutrogale, smooth-coated otters can occupy, sorry, let me go back, both natural area and the aquaculture area. And since then, it's been 6 or 7 years in the program that once genetics has been incorporated. When I joined the team, very fortunate to be part of this team. So we start to implement fecal DNA monitoring to first detect otters, to confirm the presence of 4 otter species, particularly the lutrogale, the smooth-coated otter that seems to be widely distributed along the western, eastern, and southern Thailand. And Aeonics, small claw otters can also coexist in the same area, but potentially have some differences in the temporal appearance. So they appear to be able to use the same water course, but then the times not quite overlap. Or small claws seems to have a lower hierarchy, so they try to avoid the activities when the smooth-coated seems to have a higher activities during the day. And for lutra, the Eurasian otters, we found that is distributed widely in the north and western Thailand. We haven't detected lutra yet in the eastern complexes or southern complexes. The complex number 11 that you've seen on the map, light brown color, is the area where we detect the southernmost distribution now for lutra. But again, this is the starting of the fecal DNA monitoring. So a lot of areas, especially those outside the protected one, are still limited in terms of the sampling. But yes, our southernmost distribution of lutra is still in the western forest complex. And for, yes, the very rare, highly endangered hairy-nosed otters, we detect near the forest complex number 16 and along the pit swamp number 17. So for now, we are increasing our survey efforts, especially along the forest complexes in number 17 to confirm the presence of hairy-nosed otters using a camera trap and fecal DNA detections. And this is part of the works of our graduate student to first use the camera trap to confirm the hairy-nosed otters, and then we code in a population monitoring might follow in a year or two from now. And similar to what other presenter have mentioned about otters threat, besides the habitat loss and pollution in Thailand, there's an increasing trend to have a companion animals to be otters. Part of this is because of the increasing demand for exotic pet, but yeah, otter is not exotic, but it seems to be popularized by the social media because of their cuteness, but eventually they end up in a very poor welfare area, very malnutrition, and oftentimes they were neglected and brought back into a basket and dumped them in front of the wildlife rescue centers. And now we have roughly 110 rescued otters at the captive breeding center of the DNP, our government agencies that take care of the protected area and also rehabilitations. And in terms of the release, we are not sure where to release them, because first we still lack information about the population size estimate, the genetic diversity at those wild site, and we still don't know which site are the area where population at risk of the decline and eventually local extinctions. So these otters end up in captivities for life. So more research has been done to first confirm where the wild otters are, which area they occupy, and which factors that influence those occupancies. And this area in the south that we start in the year 2018, we detect a lot of occupied area by smooth-coated otters, and rarer or more restricted area occupied by the small claw otters. And the papers by our team, Anusha Kamjing in 2016, we found that in the inner Gulf of Thailand, which is a semi-urbanized areas, and by the aquacultures and human settlement, otter seems to be widely occupied, and the main factors influencing the occupancy is the proportion of natural habitat and the proportion of aquaculture. And how aquaculture play a role is that is the traditional form that serves as a prey for otters. So the increasing conflict between aquacultures and otters seems to be increasing, but in the area where they coexist for a very long time, villagers seems to not to do the retaliatory killing for otters. But in other areas where the conflicts really intensify and they've lost tons of money because of the fish raiding, then yes, unfortunately, the killings seems to be the only choice, because there's not yet any set up program to compensate or have a long-term management plan to minimize such conflict. Some offer the ecotourism for otters, and that's seems to work in the southern area where you can see there's a large patch of mangrove areas, and otters seems to be active during the day. But in central Thailand, where there seems to be a very high conflict, otters instead switch their activities to the nighttime. So any form of ecotourism or activities for wildlife watching seems to be limited at the present time. So our groups are still working on the questionnaire surveys and try to probe the attitude of the villagers and whether there could be any form of short-term compensation scheme to at first not to make the otters conservation, the attitude toward otters conservation seems to all be negative in the central Thailand, because this last population of otters in Bangkok may be the only stronghold in central Thailand. Otherwise, if they locally extinct, we will only have them in coastal and Western Thailand for the smooth-coated otters. And for our long-term goal from Conservation Ecology program is to first confirm the distribution across Thailand using the integrative camera trap plus fecal DNA barcoding technique. And then by camera trap, we can then analyze the factors that influence otter occupancy, both terrestrial and coastal habitat. And then from genetics, when we collect the fecal DNA, you can probe into their evolutionary histories and learn more about the historical factors that impact their branching or diversifications. And these are ongoing based on the mitochondrial genome data. And then we hope by the time we finalize the microsatellite panel to estimate the population size and monitor which factor that would affect the change for that size over time. And then the genetics profile of the wild and traded otters, it will help us infer the source or the geographic origin of these otters. So that's number 5. And lastly, we hope to integrate the ecological and genetic data to propose or design the land use zoning that promote otter survival and at the same time minimize the conflict and then balance with the socio-economic development of the communities. And sorry. Yes, I'm sorry, this is a very short wrap up. I will have more data in the session for the tracing the origin of otters. But if anyone have a question or would like to know more about our work, please feel free to contact me or our team. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pyone Klinsawat. Now I would like to invite Prof. Dr. Saw for your speech. Please welcome. Dr. Pai, can you unshare your screen?
So good morning, everybody. So can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm Pyone from Myanmar, and then I'm the chairman of the Myanmar Environmental Innovation Foundation, MEIF. So this is a collaborative works of our MEIF Foundation, and then Mr. Dr. Nobuhiro Onishi. He is a professor from the Tokyo Gakuen Applied Science University, Kyoto, Japan, and he is a biologist and he studies otters in Myanmar. And we collaborate with him to study about the distribution of otters in Myanmar. I am actually my specialization is geography, so I emphasize on the distribution pattern of the otters in Myanmar. But this one is only the preliminary study for the distribution of otters. So I would like to share my presentation. Can I?
Please share your screen.
Okay. So okay. Actually, in Myanmar, so we have a protection of wildlife and wild plants and conservation of natural areas law, which was established in 1994 in Myanmar. There, so the law mentioned.
Sorry, Prof. Please turn to the full screen, the slideshow.
Oh, yes, okay. Okay.
No.
Okay. But in Myanmar, there are very limited data and information and documented data and survey data also, and very limited information about otter because the study and research on the otters are very rare and very limited in the country. So we collected some information from previous studies and previous records. So before our study is going on. So according to some documents and survey data, so there are some distribution of otters in Myanmar. So here I mentioned some places I have I've got information from other departments and other scholars. So one region is the Bago region, and then so from there, so some otters are kept in the now in Yangon Zoological Garden. So it is a smooth-coated otter. And then in another area is in southern part of the Myanmar, which is a Thonburi region. So there are so many islands around the Thonburi region. So some otters occur in this area. And another region is in Erie Delta. So in the Erie Delta also, so we have some records and of the records in the Patay, so which is one area of the Erie. So another is the upper part of Myanmar, so which is the Sagaing region. So there recently we got information about otters distribution in some river areas. And then in Kachin state, so there is a big lake, inland water, a freshwater lake. So there are also evidence of the otters according to the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environmental Conservation. And then in Shan State, very recently, we also surveyed there, and then we asked some fishermen and hunters about the experience on the otters in their region. And another region is, as I mentioned, the Thonburi region. So we studied there for a few days, and then we collected some information about the otters distribution in this area. So this is some information. So where we surveyed in the inlet lake, but we cannot see the live otters in there, but we have some evidence of otter in one fisherman and hunters. So he showed some evidence of otter there. So, and then there's some fishermen said several years ago, so there are so many otters, so they could find, and then they hunted there. So we focus on our study on the Thonburi region. So the surrounding area of MEIF. So there, Mr. Dr. Onishi and groups studied about the behavior study of the otters there. So the study was conducted in the 2017, about 20 days, and then they found that otters occur on the streams and the bank of the mangrove area. So observed otters from the boat moving at the speed of 8 km/h with the use of the telephoto digital camera, and then recorded this otter. So the trap camera also used to observe their behavior. So this is the main study site of our joint study. So it's located in Thonburi in MEIF archipelago. So there, so smooth-coated otters occur in the mangrove area of both the mainland and the islands. So, we study low tide and then high tide times. So there are some photos of the otters there. So,
your slides.
yeah.
Unshare your screen, then share your screen. Your
Sure.
slides not moving.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, no. It's working now?
Not yet.
Not yet? Yeah, whatever.
It's okay, Prof. Unshare your screen. We will share our screen. Can you unshare your screen, Prof?
It's now okay, like this. It's okay?
Yeah.
Okay, like this. Okay, so I will move a slide like this. Okay, though this is our main study site. So in MEIF area, Thonburi region, and then we found some smooth-coated otters in the mangrove area. So this is some mangrove area, the low tide and high tide time. And then some otters photos there. And then this is the track of occurrence of smooth-coated otters when the marking behavior of the otters, and then the rolling on the ground, so something like this, the behavior. And then this is the one reason of the habitat loss is the shrimp farm construction. There in 2017, the shrimp farm was constructed after that. So there are some habitat loss for the otters. And it became difficult to find otter in this area. So we very rarely found otters in this area. So this is the study area of the otters. So in May, these otters are diurnal and active in the low tide period. They catch fishes and crustaceans. Usually they swim along the shoreline. Sometimes they land and running on the mangrove bank. And according to villagers, smooth-coated otter has nested in the hole of the large tree or in the gap of stones. At least smooth-coated otter require the feeding habitat and the nesting places. So another region, so recently we got information about otters is the Naing region, so where the wildlife sanctuary and the protected area. So we found some otters in Nam Pan Nga Chong. This is stream around there, so we found some otters. So actually this sanctuary is a very large sanctuary, and then located in the northern Myanmar. So it was established in 1974 in the Naing region. So now recently we have some information about the habitat of the otters. And then we have some photos, records of the otters there. So actually otters is still needed as a protected species of Myanmar. And otter species have already been protected, whereby hunting, killing, possession, selling, transport or transfer of wildlife and wildlife parts is prohibited along with commercial transactions. Some evidence of smooth-coated otter, which is one of the protected species of IUCN. So we need to conduct the field survey and observe the otters in MEIF archipelago of the Naing region and homeland area in Naing region. To give the environmental awareness and program to look at people, production and the conservation of otters. So I'm sorry for my weakness in technology and then some problems in presentation, but I would like to thanks to the organizers, because this is the first time for us and the MEIF and our group to join this kind of otters workshop. So I would like to thank to Malaysian Nature Society, Malaysia Otter Network, and International Otter Survival Fund for allowing me to present this kind of paper, and then Mr. Ben, so who encouraged me to present a paper, but we have only limited information and data on the otters, but we have to continue our study under the MEIF program, and then Mr. Onishi, so we will continue our study to other areas, and then we have to produce some geographical distribution of the otters in Myanmar. So thank you very much, and thank you for ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Prof. Dr. Said, for his speech. Before we proceed to a short break, I would like to invite Reza Lubis, Indonesia Otter Specialist. Please welcome.
Thank you for the time. Let me introduce myself. My name is Reza Lubis. I'm an otter specialist from Indonesia. Let me show you my presentation. Is it appearing on your screen? Can someone confirm?
No.
It's coming?
No.
No?
No.
Hold on. Cannot find a share screen button in my Zoom. Yes, how can I? Okay, I found the share screen button now. It's coming, yeah?
Not yet.
Not yet coming?
Not yet.
Connection problem. Participants can now see your application. Yes, it should be there, no?
Mr. Reza, can you
Yep.
make it full screen? Because we saw the presentation in PowerPoint.
Yes, it's full screen now in my screen.
But in our view, it is in PowerPoint. All right, okay.
Okay. I will talk briefly about my work. Actually, a small team that we have in Indonesia about works on specifically on Herinos otter, but some other otter species will be carried out here. My name is Reza Lubis. I'm an otter specialist working in Indonesia. I'm actually not, a full-time researcher for this kind of work, but otter has always been my hobby and enthusiast for more than 30 years. So in Indonesia, otter are protected legally. That we have 4 species, but at the moment only 3 otter species is protected by Indonesian law, which is the Lutra, Lutra sumatrana, and the Lutrogale perspicillata. While the Asian small-clawed otter, the Onyx cinerea, remains unprotected. We do have proposed to the Indonesian government to include the 4 species under the protection, but unfortunately, the Onyx cinerea remains unprotected. For the distribution of otters in Indonesia, I think we have to correct some of the presentation from IOSF, from Ben and Paul, because from as far as we know that otters in Indonesia only available in 3 big islands, which is the Sumatra, Java, and Borneo, which are Kalimantan. Yeah, so there is no records of otters on the eastern side of Indonesia. I think this is also relevant with the zoogeographical distribution of animals, because all these 3 islands belong to the Asian continent, while these are more into the Australian side archipelago. Yeah. So this is the line that are separating otter distribution, and surveys for a long time that are being people are known that Lutra and Lutra sumatrana also present in Java, but our works since the 90s up to the 2000s show that there are no records, even historical evidence and field surveys confirming that Lutra and Lutra sumatrana are present in Java. So they are much less confined in the Sumatra and Borneo, while Lutra Galeper Spicata and Onyxida are widely available on those 3 islands, Sumatra, Borneo, and Java. And the next following slide will show some of the evidence that about Lutra Sumatrana or Herinos otters that we found in the past 10 years, probably since 2013. So work starts in from the museum that we in the Bogor Zoological Society Museum, where there are some specimen of Herinos otters. But from that specimen, we see that the nose is not covered by hair, but maybe it's already, you know, because for a long time it's already been torn off. But we need what is it, DNA sampling or to confirm this is actually a Lutra sumatrana, not a Lutra lutra. So from that work, we try to make a, you know, like a distribution map. Again, this is not based on any systematic surveys like what our colleague in Thailand already showed before, but this is mostly based on available information that we are collected through the network of people, social media, and unluckily some are many from pet traders, because as I already mentioned also from previous presenters, in Indonesia as well, otter trading is quite rampant, but from that activities we could get more information about distribution of different species of otters all over Indonesia. So for example, this is showing some of the recent records of Herinos otters in these stars areas. So it's mostly located all are located in Sumatra and Kalimantan or Borneo. There are none of them in Java. Yeah? So this is confirmed our assumption before. And this is the first finding that we found, and it's published in the IUCN Otter Specialist Group Bulletin in 2005. I think this is the first finding of roadkills of Herinos otters in South Sumatra after 100 years of record, probably. And then in 2012, there is a pet kept animals. With the help from IOSF, we are able to confiscate the animal, and we try to bring it to Java, to Otter Center to be rehabilitated, because the otter seems unhealthy. But unluckily, when we are still waiting for the permission from the ministry, the otter, name is Bubu, died due to health issues. Yeah, our autopsy shows that there are lots of worms, yeah, in the intestines. So it might be related to the diet of the otter itself. And then there are some more pictures. This is also with the benefit of social media. I got a contact from a local birder that photographing Lutra sumatrana in South Kalimantan in September 2013. And also another one was found dead, probably shot in East Kalimantan. So it also helps create us the distribution map of these Herinos otters. And another one pop up in the trading online trading scheme. 2 cubs being traded, and they want to sold it, but after before we can get in touch with the owners, it was sold to the buyers. It's located in South Kalimantan, so it's the same location with the picture before. And then another one in 2013, it's also in Kaltim. This is also in Kalimantan, and we get in touch with the owner, and the owner said that they will like to put the otter in the rehabilitation center, but unfortunately the cub was died during transport. I think this is show how fragile this Lutra sumatrana, yeah, especially when they're cubs. I think that's what makes them very rare in the wild, yeah. And this need to be studied more, why they are different compared to other otter species. This is another one, 3 cubs confiscated. 2 did not survive. Yeah, after 3 dies, these 2 are died as well. It's very, very small. I think it's 2 or 3 weeks old. We get help from IOSF to get it, but yeah, again, we don't know how to keep this animal a long time. And then this is the last one that we found in 2018. This is still kept by the owners and seems thriving quite well now. But now I'm lost contact with the owners because I think they are afraid because now he realized that this is protected animals. Yeah. And last but not least, while we are still searching for hairy-nosed otter, there is an information about lutra. Yeah. This is in North Sumatra in 2013 and 2018. A cubs was over in the pet trading, and this is surprising because there is no information about lutra for almost also 100 years. So this is very relieving information, and I think we can say that maybe lutra has more rare than hairy-nosed otters. Hairy-nosed otters maybe it's not as rare as we think, just because we don't have so much work being done, not much surveys being done. So nobody can differentiate between different otters better. But lutra is definitely more difficult to find. This one we couldn't get it, but luckily in 2019 we can get hold of a quite almost an adult lutra in Medan in Sumatra. We managed to get this animal, confiscated it, and then put in a rehab center in Medan. But with the help from IOSF, also from Otter Japan Society, we can make an enclosure in one of the closest national park in northern Sumatra. We tried to find a place to release this animal since 2020 and 2021. Unfortunately, we cannot continue due to the COVID situation because we found some strains of otters in the region, but we couldn't confirm whether this animal belongs to lutra. So without the government did not allow us to release this animal unless we found a place where there is known species for this are available. But I think we have to work out how, if we found this kind of things that species, we can still have place for them to be released. Yeah. And then in 2019 up to 2020, we have a small project in Central Kalimantan, specifically to encourage students to do some research on otters. And one students are focusing on camera trappings and of hairy-nosed otters there in several locations in pit swamp in in Central Kalimantan. Yeah, so this is more towards how you attract young people on attract to otters, and a couple of students are joining this works for their bachelor thesis. Yeah, and yeah, luckily we found some hairy-nosed otters in those areas, and this is some of the pictures of these fascinating animals. And yeah, also like to show you some of the problems in Indonesia. The trade of otters is increasing. This is an old data from 2012. It's a little bit reduced in 2017 due to a lot of enforcement, but at the moment they are much clever how to avoid the authorities on this, and it's still growing. There are lots of otter lovers or community being made by public, but mostly for because they are like an exotic pet to increase the value of this otter in the market. So we need to work with this kind of community or groups to change their perception about otters. As you can see in this picture, before those people are taking otters even to the television, to public places, to the mall, department store, just to show that, you know, this is otter, quite funny and cute and things like that. But then we approach these people that, hey, if you love the otters, you don't have to show it to the public. You can bring them to the wild, you feed them better, you treat them like you're part of a family, and if ever you don't, then they should live in the wild, not with you. I think it starts to changing. It's gradual. It needs works. It needs approach. But yeah, it's work still in progress. Yeah. And we also create some materials for awareness for that, like this identification chart, species of otters, and which is species which are look similar to otters. Yeah. And then the important one is otter training and networking. I think that's the most crucial issues, and this is, I think, is being brought up many times in this workshop, that yeah, networking and have more people doing otter research is the key. And I think in 2013, like IOSF already support one workshop in Indonesia, almost 100 people participate. And then we continued with my colleague Adrian from West Sumatra, another otter specialist, to have a biology students and rangers. We go to different universities to have, you know, otter training and otter survey, you know, small survey with those. So that's the key of this presentation. So, and this may be a good message for IOSF to approach this British guy, Benedict Cumberbatch, to be your ambassador, probably because he looks like an otter. Yeah, that will be my presentation. Thank you. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Reza, for his speech. We will have a 15-minute quick break, and after that, we will continue with session 2. I'm expecting everyone to be come back around 10:45.
Kalau ada nama, kalau dia tak ada nama dia, nombor dia, nanti dia langsung nak siap bagi kita. Ini garu. Kalau ini garu. Ya. Ini garu ya. Oh,
Ini ramai.
Betul, nak masuk dia ni. Satu minit dia tinggal. Setengah minit dia ikut. Keluarga. Nanti bila kau present depan dua kepala ni. Dia mesti kepala kau akan mana satu yang nak.
Kita letak berat lah.
Mana satu? Yes. Kat depan.
Mana?
Keluarga, keluarga di satu. Di rumah jangan tak kuat. Kalau nanti dia tanya nanti yang mana main, lepas tu yang nombor 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. We will begin our second session shortly. For second session, it is Otter Biology and Ecology. I would like to invite Dr. Sivasothi to present Otter Biology and Ecology and Genetics Hybridization of Otters in Singapore. Please welcome.
Thank you very much for inviting me to come and share some information. So I'll be talking about otter biology and ecology, but I'm going to emphasize what we learned from smooth-coated otters in Singapore. Okay, so I just want to point out, if you want to share basic information about otters, the IUCN Red List pages have summaries which are quite concise, right? So, but you must go and click the habitat and ecology in detail to review the information, okay? And then for small-clawed otters, there's a nice review written by Hussein and others, which is online. So these are all free resources which you can share with others quite easily. Okay, so we have 4 species in Asia, right? And one of the things I have to mention to biology students is that we refer to the carnivores, the order Carnivora. Now we tend to use the word carnivoran, is to differentiate from carnivore, which is a dedicated meat eater, right? And the fact that otters and other carnivorans may have very well developed carnassials, that molar teeth. So, you know, with otters in Singapore, they think they're very cute and they approach wildlife, and we have to explain this to people. Okay, so there are 2 groups in the carnivoran families, the cat-like and dog-like, and otters are in the dog-like group. But the otter legs are severely shortened, and that's so that they are hydrodynamic, very effective hydrodynamically. So once I got a call from someone and they said the otters are ganging up on a dog. So I said, what's the dog doing in the waterway? They say, no, it's ganging up on the dog on a field, terrestrially. And then I said, don't worry, the dog legs are very long, so there's no way the otters can catch them. So in Singapore, we do have incidents of free roaming dogs in the outskirts, sometimes having conflict with otters. And if the otters stay in the water and the dogs stay in the land, they can't hurt each other, right? Okay, so can anyone guess which species these are? So let's ignore these 2. This one, which species is it? You can just write in the chat. Any guesses for this one? Which of the 4 species would this be? Reza made a reference to it. This is the rhinarium, and you can see it's completely covered in fur. So this was a really good looking hairy-nosed otter specimen. Now this one below with a very clear W, that's a Eurasian otter from the Klabit Plateau in Sarawak. Okay, so that was my first pop quiz lah. Next one. Okay, so we have 4 species, right? And what habitats would you associate with the 4 species? It's not so easy to define this, so I've highlighted some words in yellow. So you see number 1 in the habitat description, it includes the word highland, right? So the species which has been observed the most in highlands is the Eurasian otter, right? Okay, so never mind. I've listed hairy nose, small clawed, smooth, and Eurasian. So for hairy nose otter, which description would you use? And after Reza's presentation, you should know the moment it says peat swamp forest, that will be hairy nose otter. Okay, now small clawed otter, the smallest of our 4 species, right? They are known to be crab specialists, right? Not very big. So where the habitat describes pools, stagnant water, shallow stretches, right, with depths less than 1 meter, right, in mangrove or freshwater. That's the clue that it's a small clawed otter. They need these smaller habitats. Third one, smooth coated otter. Okay, so this will be large rivers and lake, right? So the smooth coated otter in Malaysia can distribute to offshore islands like Langkawi, Penang, Pangkor, no problem. Okay, it's a very strong swimmer. And then finally, if it indicates highland, then you know it's the Eurasian otter. So this is the approximate descriptors, right, that separate the 4 species. Okay, next. What about the diet? What differentiates them in diet, right? So these descriptions come from the IUCN Red List summaries, right? And which do you think is which species? Okay, so if you think of koala slangor, right? If you have gone to look for sprains, well, I hope you will eventually, then if you see a lot of crabs, mangrove crabs, right? And mangrove fish scales, then that will be your small clawed otter. Okay, the hairy nose otter has been reported eating water snakes. So far, only for hairy nose otter, right? If it says mainly fish, but also shrimp and crayfish, then you know is smooth coated otter, right? And finally, if it includes birds, Eurasian otter should be fingered. Okay, so hairy nose otter for the water snakes, small clawed otter for the mangrove crabs and mangrove fish, and these are small, right? They don't indicate, but these are the smaller animals, right? Compared to the smooth coated otter diet, and smooth coated otter primarily fish eater, but you will also take shrimp, especially in mangrove or ex-pond areas. And then any indication it's eating water birds, then that will be your lutra or Eurasian otter. Okay, so now let's look at family structure, right? If it's solitary, then it's the hairy nose otter or Eurasian otter. The only time you find them in a small group is when mom is raising pups, right? Otherwise, the other 2 species are social, right? But it's the smooth-coated otter that does coordinated group hunting. Because they are fish eaters, you see. So it makes sense for them to drive a school of fish into a shallow area and then they can feed. So social group hunting in a coordinated manner, likely to be smooth-coated otter. Small-clawed otter will look more for crabs or small fish, and the group hunting technique is not utilized for that. Okay, if I show you this picture, I mean, in real life, you're not going to see them next to each other, but very simply, smallest of all species will be the small-clawed otter. The largest is the smooth-coated in Asia, right? And then hairy-nosed otter has this white patch, right, on the throat. It's a varying concentration, but I've seen it even in the museum skins, right? And then interestingly, the Eurasian otter is in Asia. The Eurasian otter is about the size of or smaller than the hairy nose. So smooth-coated is really a large species. Okay, sorry. Yes. Now, let me go on to what smooth-coated otters taught us in Singapore. So just some preamble. I'll talk about this more on Thursday, but due to polluted rivers, a lot of reclamation, otters disappeared, right, from Singapore in the 70s, 80s. So the last record was in around 66, right? Then after everything was cleaned up, so independent Singapore began cleaning the rivers, and eventually the reclamation calmed down. Then otters from Malaysia swam over to Singapore through a few crossings, right? So this is a national border, but to the otters, it's just a river. So when things improved, they came back and stayed. And in the early years, right, we appealed for records by Singaporeans who were visiting nature reserves. So it's a subset, not really the public, but more a subset of naturalists, right? This is before iNaturalist became a tool which a lot of people use, right? So I just set up a Google form and I recruited records. And later on, when Facebook became popular, so around 2007, then we recruited records through Facebook as well. So we got our first pair that raised cubs. So when they raise pups, we know they are residential because the pups can't swim very far. So you see otter family pups, okay, must be, that's within their home range. Then later on in the islands in the northeast, and they started exploring. Here you can see they went to a reservoir, but they didn't stay there long. They don't like reservoirs. They spread along the coast and eventually came down south. And finally, by 2014, here, you see this is Marina Bay. A lot of fish, 2 rivers draining to it. So it's a hotly contested site, right? And they went inland to the heart of Singapore by 2015. Now, this is a city. So this is like otters turning up in Ipoh or Georgetown or KL, really city center. It's not the suburbs and it's not the hinterland. This is in city. And so it's highly urbanized. Initially, they are quite nervous, but then eventually a few groups turn out to be very bold. They just ignored human presence. So when I was looking at otters in Malaysia in the 90s, I would go at night, not use a torchlight. I was very secretive, right? In places like Penang, where there was a lot of human activity along the coast. Kuala Selangor, the otters were active in the day, right? Where it was more secluded at the time, right? So there's always this question, are otters diurnal or nocturnal? I thought largely nocturnal in areas where they are sharing with active human use, right? Except for secluded areas, protected areas, maybe they're active in the day. So, otters, like all mammals, can be nocturnal, that means active at night, diurnal, active in the day, crepuscular means active in dusk or dawn, or catamaral. Yeah, it's a word which means that they will be active either night or day. Doesn't make a difference to them, right? Now, for many species, several species that were present on this island that we have in the northeast of Singapore, is very close to Johor. My students did camera trapping work, and they realized, okay, common palm civets completely absent during the day, only at night. Likewise, for feral cats, right? But the dogs and the long-tail macaques, okay, they are most active in the day. And then wild pig and mouse deer, significant, at least quarter the time is in the day, but the rest of it nocturnal. So then, we ask ourselves, okay, for otters, what's the pattern, activity pattern? So in the early days, in the 2010s, they were quite strictly diurnal. So they come out for breakfast, they will hunt, whole family goes out, we'll follow them, and then they go back and sleep. So then we can take a late breakfast, say 10 o'clock, right? So they're active maybe 7 to 9:30-ish, right? Okay, then they come out in the afternoon. So there are 2 peaks of activity. So when students studied it, Max School, this was 2015, you can see there are mostly 2 peaks of activity, right? This is in 2 different locations. So 2 shifts, watching otters, quite relaxing, go out in the morning, and then you see by 10 o'clock, the activity will taper off, you can go for your brunch. But then later on, so this is, in the 2010s, then we notice some otter families are nocturnal. So then we realize these are the non-dominant families which are facing competition, and they are pushed to become active at night time, right? 2 reasons for it. Either they are avoiding the diurnal groups, or they have to travel very far to get food. So these are optimal sites. So just now you heard in Thailand, they talk about co-occurrence between smooth-coated otters and small-clawed otters. And the small-clawed otters are sort of subjugated, they are smaller, so they have to have temporal separation in the use of the site, even though the diet may not overlap so much, right? So that's happening between dominant and subdominant otter families, right? And in Europe, when I was doing my otter work, I had to rely a lot on the literature about lutra, right? And then to them it was, oh, okay, this is a nocturnal animal, right? But eventually we were getting reports that, hey, they're active during the day, right? In most secluded areas. And now increasingly there are reports. Because now there's little or relatively little poaching pressure, harassment. So then coexistence with humans is increasing, right? For small-clawed otters, they are the most common otter species in zoos. So the captive otter reports are very helpful, and mostly they see that the small-clawed otter is actually diurnal. So we realized, our observations on the field in different areas, the activity may vary due to ecological factors. Yeah, are there competitors present? Are there larger species present? Is there enough fish to support a family group? Then that can affect their activity pattern. Okay. Now, very interestingly, in one location, the pups were left alone and the parents didn't come back. So we thought, is this a case of abandoned pups? Then we guessed that for the parents to have sufficient fish, they have to travel very far due to the nature of the area. So indeed, later we tracked them. They were traveling quite a distance away, and we asked 2 photographers to stay back. And the photographers stayed back, and true enough, at night, the parents returned and they suckle the pups at night. So that means the hydration or feeding of the pup is now experiencing longer intervals. So groups which are in suboptimal conditions, they won't do so well, right? They will therefore have fewer progeny. Okay, how do they hunt and what do they eat? This is just for smooth-coated otters, right? So look at how they are swimming in formation, right? And they'll be vocalizing as well, right? So if you see this, it's likely smooth-coated otter rather than small claw. Now here you can see, this is a little pond. I was tracking them and then they ended up in this reservoir park. So this group is very bold. Is not fearful of humans at all. I'm just using a handphone and they're coming right up to me. I'm staying still, right? As I imagine you would, right? Experienced field workers all will freeze, but actually the otters don't care, right? So in the shallows, when they move as a group in a coordinated manner, they will push a school of fish, they will trap them. So here you can see the fish are jumping because the water now is very shallow and you can see the otters are grabbing the prey, right? So coordinated attack in smooth-coated otters, push a school of fish to the shallows and then they can pick at them. So this is seen quite frequently, right? Now, how do they eat the fish? Well, they go for the head first, right? So, for us, when we eat fish, we're not going to go for the head first, right? We'll go for the fleshy bits. But the otters must love the brain. Either that or they want to subdue a struggling fish. So a few crunches of the skull and the fish is no longer struggling. This is very important as the fish prey gets larger, right? Yeah. So now when they eat, and you can think of the fish bone, the carnassials are just slicing. So there's nothing left, There's no fish remains, right? Now, different for catfish. So you know how tough the head of a catfish is and how the barbs can get in your way. So with catfish, we notice they eat tail first. Yeah. Now, when otter is eating fish and others are hanging around and trying to get bits, those are subadults, right? So they are actually like begging for food, right? As they get older, they're not going to get a free meal anymore. Yeah. Until the adult is satiated. Okay, of course, we all know this. This was very important to us in the past before there were genetic tools like you see being employed in Thailand, right? So the sprains were quite useful, although I must say it's quite tough work, right? So I found a student who had the determination to try to figure out what they are feeding. Now on the left, 4 sides, the middle 2 are reservoirs. The one on the extreme left and extreme right have mangrove areas. So because of prawn ponds in the area, you have some proportion of fish in the diet. So Sungai Buloh is ex-prawn pond area, right? And a lot of prawn ponds still have not been reclaimed by mangrove because the wetland reserve keeps it as a pond area so that migratory birds can use it during the low tide, right? So it was habitat for prawns, and then we were getting 35% prawn in the diet. So this is smooth-coated otter, right? Now to the right, you can see that in comparing natural versus modified waterways. So the dark green is natural, and the natural sites are consuming a greater diversity of fish, right? Because in once an area is canalized, then it actually favors exotic fish, fewer species. Now, I was explaining to you that these otters are quite near. So I then asked the student, hey, instead of, actually the student wanted to die, she was in the lab looking through sprains. And I said, okay, let's try a different method. So she managed to observe otters holding fish and got good enough photos that she can identify the fish. So there are two families here, Bishan 16 at the time, which was dominant, right? This is 2019. So that Bishan group is very famous, very good parents. Their size is 16. Okay. Then this is a smaller group of 6. It's non-dominant. Okay, so you look at the fish diet, right? So a lot of cichlids, right? So the dominant family has the better spaces, and it's able to consume quite a large diversity of cichlids, but they're mostly exotic. Okay, then you see they are consuming 16 species of fish. This is a dominant family. Zoo, which has to stay out of Bishan's territory, right? They are only eating 4 species, right? And you can see they are relying on a lot of catfish, clarias, right? So what's happening is Bishan is dominating the big waterways, and Zouk has to go into the side canals at the time, right? And in the side canals, where the water gets very shallow, they are then feeding on catfish. Yeah, this just to give you an idea of the size of the fish in relation to the otter that they are feeding on, right? So we are able to see this, and we can estimate the size of the fish by measuring various features in the water or the size of the otter. So you can see the size of the fish they are eating, and this is smooth-coated otter. So they're eating bigger fish. This is a bigger otter, mainly fish diet. So they are perfectly happy in canals with a lot of large exotic fish. Not true for small cod. This size class is too big. So 20 cm, 15 to 20 cm. Yeah, not for the small cod otter, which is a smaller species, right? So waterways which are modified allow the smooth-coated otter to persist, but it's not going to help the small cod. So for small cod, the conservation risk is now higher. Okay, so when I first looked at otters, I would scout natural areas and look for high embankments, gaps amongst the roots, rocky areas which smooth-coated otters in particular like, where they can sprint prominently and then go and find a space amongst the trees, right? In modified environments, they were using the seawall. It's also prominent, stable, high position. They can advertise their presence. Okay, they took to it quite well. And these are in quite remote areas, right? More coastal. But it turned out, so we are doing all these detailed measurements to try to understand what kind of spaces otters we use. And then we could throw it out the window because if they want to dry themselves, they were just using any grassy area. So the condition of the bank was very important. So I'm actually standing there with a handphone and they are rubbing themselves dry, right? So a space to dry themselves is very important. If there isn't big grassy areas, they'll settle for, you see these sandy areas, sandy clayey areas which are dry underneath the bridge, and they love it, right? Another thing they love drying themselves on, so I'll just point out that these are critical. The otters are not waterproof, they are water resistant. So every now and then they got to get out of the water, rub themselves dry, maintain the fur. Then they can go back to moving through water, right? So this was actually a point made in the 70s or 80s to zoos that thought, oh, the otter is aquatic, so very little dry space, and they weren't doing well until advised by scientists to increase the proportion of dry land for them to come up and dry themselves regularly. Now, holes are areas that they preferably can squeeze into, because if you're in a hole and it's the end of a narrow space, if a competitor or predator approaches you, then you can defend that space. So we've seen subdominant groups or non-dominant groups threatened by a larger territorial group, and when they squeeze into a hole, they can't be touched. So the larger group will just circle, make a lot of noise, but they dare not go in, right? Because a squeeze space is very well defended. Yeah. Then at night, when the sun sets, the threatening group will leave. So they will only threaten up to sunset, then they go back to their hole, right? Because they're tired after swimming the whole day. They're like triathletes. So when they go back to their original hole, they'll be fast asleep. Then the group that was threatened, it will leave the hole and leave the area, right? So they are protected. So it's quite important to find resting spaces which they can squeeze into, then it's harder to be threatened, right? But what we've come to see, so this one for your amusement, they will sleep in the open. Okay, so they feel safe enough. In some areas, they sleep in the open. And these are not just semi-natural areas. See, these are parks, right? They're sleeping in the open. And then this is next to the river. So they are very confident. Certain groups, other groups still are very shy. They see you in the distance and they flee. But certain groups are habituated. And yeah, you see, these are people came to watch the otters, and then they came and sat down right next to their backs. This is an otter watcher. They can cover quite a lot of distances, right? Easy to hit 10,000 steps a day. So the photographer is resting and they are ignoring her. How much space? So, Prof Hussein, who's retired from Wildlife Institute of India, he did one of the earliest radio tracking projects, right? And the female with juveniles, right, they required like about 5.5 kilometers, right? Linear distance along the river. Of course, you realize it depends on the size of the group, the amount of the fish, right? These are all variables. So it can change. If the area is very rich, it might not need 5 kilometers. So we looked at it in the early days in 2 sites and find out, oh, it's about 6 km that they were using. So this was when the group was 5 in number, Bishan 5, right? And then in another site, so this is a reservoir, it was hard to compare linear, right? So we did a polygon of the distance. right? But also around 6 kilometers. Now, group size started increasing. So those were 5 and 6, right? So by 2008, the family groups will cite like more than 8. So you can see the numbers are increasing, right? Size of family groups. And then when we put it down on paper, Bishan, the one I keep talking about, right? You can see originally 2014, just a pair. And then the group size increases. So by 2017 is already Bishan 16. And actually now they are 26. So what is happening is the older progeny, right? So the first litter is not dispersing. Mostly they're staying with the parents. So there must be enough feeding grounds. Maybe it's hard to find alternate feeding grounds. Occasionally, 1 or 2 will go wandering on their own, right? It can be a male, it can be a female, but largely with every litter that's born, Bishan, which is dominant, they were not dispersing. So right now, Bishan 26, right? And of course, as the group sizes increase, right? So then the distances they require keep increasing, right? So if the home range increases, eventually only one family can occupy an area, right? But turned out, okay, I'm going to skip this because it's a bit confusing, but let's look at Tina's work. Okay, so this is central watershed of Singapore, and there are 2 major rivers. Now, the dominant group is occupying this space, right? So on the left are stations along the river, okay? So they are occupying 1 to 10. So they're occupying about 10 stations. But the moment they give birth to pups, look what happens to the range. It decreases. So the entire family stays with the pups, right? Until they emerge, right? And at that point, they can't swim, but the entire group stays. That means what's happening is as they go for foraging, the efficiency of feeding is decreasing, right? Because they're now stuck in a single area. They cannot move between foraging grounds. So they all stuck, right? So this is the reduced natal range. And they may be there for a month, right? Then they will move the pups. There's a first move and a second move. In the first move, the pups can't swim. So the family just relocates them nearby, not very far away, right? I think because the hole has been occupied too long, they may be vulnerable to predator attention. So they just make a simple shift, right? So to make this shift, the pups are carried because they can't swim. So about 4 weeks. A month later, when the pups can swim, then they recover the home range. Okay, so at this point, right, and this is about 2 months, they are occupying a very small area. The home range has reduced, but eventually they will expand and recover their home range. Okay, so what does it mean for competitors, right? So this is Bishan, originally occupying this area. This is expressed in kilometers. So they're traveling, right, 11, 12 kilometers a day. But the moment they have pups, reduced to less than 4, right? And then when they move the pups to the first hope after birth, home range very small, which means that this other group can occupy the spaces which Bishan is not using, right? But eventually they recover the territory, right? So Zook can use this space, but eventually when they recover territory, that's when you see conflict. Okay, I show you on the map. This Bishan, so this whole area is their home range as they grew larger, right? They dominated the whole area. But they stayed with the pups, the whole family. Even though the siblings don't participate in direct care, the family stays together. So then Zook, a different family, is able to raise pups in Singapore River, right? But ultimately, when they recover the home range, then there's a clash lah. And then the Zook has to leave the area, right? And this is what otters chasing off another family look like, right? So you can see there's coordinated swimming. The experienced groups keep a very tight formation, and they are chasing these two, which are the edge of another family, right? So now there was a series of battles, and eventually a pup dies, right? So this is the injuries that were marked on the body of the pup. So every time there's territorial battle, they fight. One pup dies, then that seems to be like, okay, that's determined that the non-dominant family gives up, and then they leave the area, right? So with all these territorial battles, increase in number, in Singapore, otters had a honeymoon about a decade, right? And then people begin to ask, are there too many, right? So I'll cover this on Thursday, how the attitude towards incredible species, right, that we all waited years to see, right, decades. In a city, there will begin to be problems. We've seen this in other areas as well, right? So it's different from the problems that were experienced in Malaysia. These were normally in more remote areas with fishermen maintaining cage fish or paddy fields when they have a sump pond. Now, those are problems that date back to the 80s, 90s, Perhilitan can tell you. But coming to a city, initially widespread support, and then some people begin to ask this question, hey, is there too many otters? I don't know why they ask this question, why they're afraid of too many of an animal, but it's a question they ask, and I'll tell you how that developed on Thursday. So I just want to say, it's great delight to share these stories. We slowly publish and make it available to wildlife researchers who have a much tougher job. As you've seen, Indonesia, Thailand, Myanmar, these are huge areas. So, and the otters are shy, not so easy to observe closely. So Singapore can act like a laboratory. So if you do visit us in Singapore, you let us know. I'll put you in contact with the otter watchers. Here you can see they're actually conducting outdoor classroom. The otters did turn up. So then all these groups are watching from a distance. All right. Thank you, everyone. If you have questions, please do ask. Yeah, sorry I couldn't join you at Kuala Selangor, which is a place I absolutely love. I visited it in the early 90s, but now it's exam time. So just one more week, I could have come.
Thank you very much for this very interesting talk. My name is Reza, and I do I'm interested in Sivasothi otter species, and I'd like to know whether or not you have any data on the whole range behavior of Sivasothi species. Is it the same kind of competition behavior, or a little bit more less peaceful and the small ones?
It sounds like an interesting question, but I couldn't hear it clearly. Could someone help?
Can come over?
Okay, let's try again. Can you hear me now?
Oh, much better, thanks.
Okay, fantastic. First of all, thank you very much for your super interesting talk. My name is Reza, and I do otter footprint analysis. And we're looking at sympatric otter species in that respect as well. So my question really is about sympatric otter species and whether or not you have any data on the home range behavior. Do you observe similar behaviors to the smooth-coated otters you just described? Or do they live more, let's say, peacefully together? Is there less competition behavior?
Okay, in Singapore, we don't have sympatric otters. So the small-clawed otters are quite critically endangered. They are in two of our northeastern islands facing Johor, and we rarely see them. We've put up camera traps and we're trying to monitor this. It seems like they are active at different times, but they're quite elusive and we haven't gotten good data. They appear once in like half a year and then they disappear. So they could be moving. It's a military island, which is a big one, where we recorded their presence. So they might be dampened by the presence of smooth-coated otters. Previously, when I was in different areas of Malaysia, there seemed to be some temporal partitioning by the small-clawed. They will stay out of the way of smooth-coated otters. Yeah, how exactly they're deciding to do that is a mystery to me. So I don't know whether smooth-coated otters would chase them like they do their own species and, eventually kill in order to keep them out of territory. I don't know whether they exhibit their behavior towards small-claws.
All right, thank you, Doctor, for your speech and answer the question.
Thank you very much. Have a good workshop, everyone, and I'll see you on Thursday.
Mr. Siva, there's another question. Quick question.
Oh, good.
So it was a wonderful presentation, Dr. Sivasothi. My name is Sandeep Sharma, and I study large carnivores. I have two questions. So one question, very specific question, was about the size classes of fishes that you were talking about. And I was wondering if you have any information about availability, because you know that they are taking certain size class, but what was available in the entire ecosystem or environment? And my second question was more general about restoration of ecosystem services, because these otters recolonized Singapore and now they are increasing. So have you documented any restoration of ecosystem services in Singapore in their habitat? Thank you.
Okay, so the first question was about, gosh, what was the first question? What's the key word for the first question?
I'll repeat. So size classes of fishes, so availability versus.
Oh, okay. Availability. Now here's the cruel joke. In Singapore, all of these rivers, which are canalized, are used for drinking water, mostly. So mostly they are dammed. And the Public Utilities Board won't let me catch fish, right? So I can't determine prey availability. But to tell you the truth, that would be a tough project to do, because with foraging pressure, then the fish move. That's why the otters never stay put at a single site for many days unless they are raising pups. So then you have to monitor how fish are moving between the waterways. I think that's a very tough project. I tried to get around it by checking whether these non-dominant groups, which are forced out of waterways and they are running around in the urban matrix, whether they are consuming as much fish. So, I got a student to do it. He did a good job. And we found that the otters which don't have a territory in the waterway and they were running around in urban areas, they were eating less fish, significantly less fish in the course of the day. Yeah, so because they are so visual and the otters will go close to a riverbank to feed. They don't feed in the middle of a water body. So they hunt and feed along the river edge, and then they hold the fish to eat. That's when it's residential, that's when it's resident to an area, and they'll eat the fish from head to tail. So there's enough time for us to identify the fish and the size and how much they are eating and all that. So that gives us some chance to figure out prey availability. Yeah, it's frustrating, but you know, urban areas got all kind of rules. Okay, your second question.
Okay, so I'll repeat the second question, but from your answer, I just have one more question regarding your answer.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
how about using eDNA just to document what is there in terms of fish fauna? And has anybody done that? And my other question was regarding ecosystem services.
Okay, so in terms of fish diversity within the reservoir, the fish biologists were allowed to do surveys. So we do know what fish are present, and there's a ichthyologist in the Lee Kong Chian Natural History Museum. This is the former Raffles Museum. So it's a buddy of mine. When I was looking at otter diet in the past, he was helping me. So we know what fish is there. And secondly, because the otter holds it up, we realize if there's a new, a certain species becomes more common in a certain area, we can tell. So we've not had to go down that path yet. Yeah. So if I collaborate with a fish biologist, which I'm trying to initiate, then we'll see what they can think of and what permissions they will give us. I think the managing agency doesn't want people horrified by the scene of us pulling gill nets up with fish that are floundering. So they don't want any complaints, so they just tell us cannot. Yeah, water is so precious, they are very powerful. So we have to keep them happy, and so that we can do research in these areas. Okay, your second question was ecosystem services. So if you think of Singapore in the 70s, these rivers were black and anoxic. So there's little or no life, right? But after independence, the rivers were cleaned up. There was a long-term view for using the rivers for drinking water. So that was the direction of the environmental management. It's not for wildlife, right? But when the rivers were cleaned and these exotic fish like tilapia, oreocomis, and other cichlids flourished, we essentially set up a dinner plate, right? So are the otters going to have an impact on these fish populations that might favor native species? We don't know yet. So the trophic layers are so chock full of fish for the otters to trim that population down and might allow diversification of species diversity. I think it might happen, but it will take a long time, right? So ecosystem services per se, not in any way restored. These are mostly artificial environments which are simply clean, and the adjacent area has nice amount of greenery. So besides otters, there are some water birds that have profited. In one area, it's Bishan Amokyo park where the Bishan otters first had a litter. Now that's the only exception. So that's a canalized area that got naturalized. So, modern engineers understand that you don't have to canalize. If not, you just end up making the canal wider and wider, right? But if you naturalize the banks, they have the ability to soak up water volume. Yeah, so that is an exception. And there are many species of birds and raptors, monitor lizards, and that's a very dramatic space.
Again, thank you, Dr. Silva, for his speech and answer the questions. Now I would like to invite Mr. Soni from Malaysian Nature Society to present otters as a symbol of wetland habitat conservation. Please welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I'm Sunny Wong from Malaysian Nature Society, and Mr. Wu is my junior. So he's the... Yeah. Okay, sorry. Okay. Yeah, so yeah. Yeah, today Mr. Wu gave me this title called Otters as a Symbol in Wetlands Conservation. So symbols, what is a symbol? So I won't go into those definitions. I will just say a star is like a movie star. So otters can be a movie star and for wetlands conservation. So otters, as mentioned by Dr. Siva, is they go for the food. So they are just nomadic, searching for the food. And this area here this is Kuala Selangor Nature Park where you are. So it's a nice place for the otters to get their fish. Okay, now I'm going to present the more on the wetlands conservation because I'm not an otter guy. I'm a firefly guy. So here. Oh, okay. Maybe I just introduce you. We are on the hill. You can see the hill there. It's a historical hill. So we're standing up on the hill and looking down in the park, and you can see the tower there. So you can see this watch tower there. That's where you watch the birds. So introduce you to the wetlands in Malaysia. These are the categories under the draft national policy of wetlands. There are many categories here, and three main categories of wetlands in Malaysia are the marine and coastal zone, and then the inland and freshwater wetlands, and also the man-made wetlands. So these are the three categories of wetlands, and here we have a national policy for wetlands, but it's being revised and it's not out yet. So mainly we have an old policy, and then this policy will try to get more, harmonize the nurture and cooperation for all parties, and also to get the federal and state to work together and then to harmonize with the policy. I think the most important is the role of government and partnerships here with the stakeholders to make this happen. There are 7 Ramsar sites in Malaysia. These are the Ramsar sites in Pahang, Johor, Sarawak, Sabah, 4 states. But we have 102 potential Ramsar sites in Malaysia. So there are lots of sites which can become good global important wetlands area. And for the Malaysian society, we propose this park to be a Ramsar site. And so we hope that our effort of this our project over here with the otters and other wildlife can help push this forward. So what's the status of mangroves? Status of mangroves, I'm talking about mangroves because otters here are in the mangroves area, and of course there are the peatlands also. So 10% is not much. You can see from the map, the green areas are the mangroves. So 10% of the area is wetlands, but 2% are just mangroves. And more mangroves are in the Sabah state. So that's the mangrove area. And then what the challenges are. So there are a lot of challenges of the mangroves here, especially in this developed state that we are working on. So it's fragmented. And then there are also aquaculture ponds in the mangroves area. And also there are a lot of other activities. So, okay, now I'm talking about what MNS is doing. What are the role of MNS? We have a wetland program, and I'm from the conservation division. So we have this wetland program, and we set out this flyway campaign in 2013. And then this is because we are the BirdLife partner in Malaysia, and we have a strategy on this habitat and species conservation on the landscape area. So we are here looking at the landscape area of not Kuala Selangor Nature Park, but the North Central Selangor Coast, which I will show you where it is. And in this campaign, we focus more on this area here, the North Central Selangor Coast, which we propose it to be a flyway site, and the Telok Air Tawa Kuala Muda in Penang, and is one of the second better spot for waterbirds. So here I'm talking about more on waterbirds because it's in the flyway. And Sabah and Sarawak work, we are just starting to look for more IBS sites. Is the important bird in areas. And North Selangor Kids Farm is a very important area which is connected to this North Central Selangor Coast, which may be a sort of a pathway or highway for these otters to move around. And of course, Kuala Selangor Nature Park we propose it to be a Ramsar site. And when we look at the species, what species we are looking at to support the protection of this area. Waterbirds is the main one, the migratory waterbirds and the local residents waterbirds. And the otters itself and the fireflies. These are special mangrove fireflies. They are the congregating fireflies. They're congregating on the trees along the river. And also we look at the mangrove species for protection. And freshwater fishes, these are in the Peace Farm area, which will be our future work. More important is the people, the communities. So we need the people to understand and aware of this area so that they can sort of coexist and learn how to live with otters or birds, waterbirds, or the fireflies. And so we have a few communities set up accordingly to the categories, like the flyway community, the fireflies community, and then we have now the otters community. And so we guide ourselves through this IBA book. So we have 55 important birds and biodiversity areas, which later on will be called the KBAs, key biodiversity areas. So our work is based on the IBAs. And here you can see there are 55 IBS, and the arrow there shows that this place here, the North Central Selangor Coast that we are working on. And why is it important? Because it's in the flyway of the East Asian Australasian flyway, where we are somewhere in the middle, where the birds from the north fly over here, and then they will roost and rest here in this coastal area. And this is so this place is very important, together with the Penang, Teluk Air Tawar, and then the southern part is the Johor side. And of course, the flyway also goes through Philippines and reach Sabah and Sarawak. And so Sabah is one of the something that we are doing now to find more these flyway sites. And these are the key migratory birds area. So you can see along the western coast is very a lot of water birds roosting and resting in this area. And then that's why the coastal mangroves and the wetlands and the mudflats here are very important for otters, other wildlife that lives in the area. Here, so flyway campaign, just to show you what sites we are doing. So this is a map of the Penang. It's not on the island side, but it's on the Penang state has two. One is the island and one on the mainland. And then that's the mainland area, which is a very good site for water birds, one of the second best around in Peninsular Malaysia. And this is where we are, the North Central Selangor Coast, and we are in the middle. There's the park in the middle there. And this whole stretch is quite fragmented, but there are also secluded parts of mangroves around there. And then here you can find a lot of water birds around, and of course, otters, which Wu is trying to find their location occurrence along the whole stretch of the North Central Selangor Coast, and further inland are the peat swamp area. That's the peat swamp area here. So that whether there's any connection there, we can find the hairy nose otter moving around here, from here and back. Yeah. So yeah, this is what we are proposing for KSNP, Kuala Selangor Nature Park there. That's where the otters are, and down there are the mangroves, the water birds roosting in high tide wood site. The lakes itself used to be a high tide wood site, but there's some problem with the vegetation. So, and further up along this Sungai, the Selangor River, are the congregating mangrove fireflies. So this, the whole place is quite important to be conserved. So there are a lot of connection for the otters to move around along the canals into the rice fields. Yeah. So why NCSE is suitable for flyway network site is because it has 11 threatened species of water birds and also a resident threatened species, which is the lesser adjutant stock. So that's why this insights around this coast is very important, and also is very special place in Peninsular Malaysia. And for this is the lesser adjutant stock. This threatened species, 1%, 2% of the population can be found in Malaysia, but in this place is one of the, in Selangor Coast is one of the larger population that we have found in the recent project that is done by one of my colleagues, Ms. Jesslyn. I think she's around doing the survey now. And sorry, beauty stalk. Okay, this music stalk is where we bred and then we release it. So you can see the cages in Kuala Selangor Nature Park. They're a bit they look alike. Okay, this is the lesser adjutant. Okay. And the mangrove fireflies. So they display on the tree like Christmas tree, and they synchronize their flashes. So if you are free, it's just 20 minutes away. You can see along the river. You can take a boat right there. Yeah, of course, the otters. I choose this painting. It's quite nice, done by the artist in. So it's a nice drawing of the otter. So those animals there, those are the one we are working on to help understand more, and then to also back up why this North Central Selangor Coast is very important place. And we, of course, people. So we are working more with the people from the lower to the authorities. We form community groups. Accordingly, the flyway, the birds group, and then the wetlands group, and then the otters and the firefly groups. So they help us to outreach to other community groups, communities, and also we invite them during annual events here, and for them to outreach to the public. So they also help us do monitoring work, and so we also help them in their livelihood. So if they know something about birds, otters, fireflies, then they can improve their livelihood as part-time doing guiding. And then citizen science is more for members, public to join in. Recently, we have a biologist in the park itself. And we also restore mangroves, especially in this park. Annual public events, we have annual public events for the public and students, public events, corporates. So we will reach out to more people to make them understand why this place is important. And we have public talks, symposium like here now. We have the international symposium here, and we also produce education materials. So, and the other one is more on the multi-stakeholders. We are forming with the districts along the 3 districts in this North Central Selangor Coast, which is more. We will have a platform for us to discuss more on the flyway. And just to show you some pictures, previous training activities and with the local communities groups, and also the outreach to them. So most of these pictures are birds. So of course we did a lot more birds. I mean, now we started the otter. So this is citizen science work. They will do the kappa ash ponds monitoring. The kappa ash pond is one of the most important hike routes. So it's a security area, and have volunteers to go in to monitor every month, almost every month during the migration. And then we have the AWC, the Asian Water Bird Census. Members are trained to monitor the birds. And hopefully more monitoring of otters by public will be available soon. And these are the communities, youth engagement. So they attend our public events, and then they will explain to the public itself. These are the annual public events that we celebrate. We have the Pesta Sayap, which is a festival of wings, which is equivalent to the World Migratory Bird Day. And then we have celebrate in October. And then the World Wetlands Day, because this is a wetland, so we have to celebrate the Wetlands Day. And then we have the World Otter Day, and then the World Firefly Day. So these are some of the publications, mostly birds, sorry about that. So later we will fill in otters. And we have a website, the MMS Wetlands Program website. which will add in the otter column and to add in more information about otters. And so, yeah, I mean, the more important thing is we have the international network. Getting networking with specialists around the world is very important. And I myself is a firefly specialist in the firefly specialist. So we have this type of meetings, international meetings around the world. So thank you very much. This is a bit short introduction to what we are doing for wetlands conservation. So if you have any questions, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Soni, for your speech. Next, the presentation will be MNS Otter Project, Otter of North Central Selangor Coast and Malaysia Otter Network MON, by Mr. Wu Chiyong and lead Mr. Balu Perumal, presents by Mr. Wu Chiyong. Welcome. Please welcome.
Okay, so very good afternoon. So we might just take a bit of time off from your lunchtime because we're a bit over the time. So yeah, thank you, Mrs. Soni, one of my supervisor from the MNS Conservation Division. So I'm from the MNS Conservation Division as a wildlife conservation officer, currently managing the MNS Otter project, initially together with our late Mr. Balu Puruma, head of conservation division, who passed away in August last year. So yes, so today, not going to take a lot of time. This is a very brief introduction about our project, MNS Otter project, which is a very newly established. And so we are trying to focus as much site as we can. But today we're going to focus on the North Central Selangor Coast and also the formation of MON, Malaysia Otter Network. So in MNS, all our project is overall. We don't just focus on one component. We don't just focus on one specific activities. But we do overall. So in MNS Otter project, we focus on research, engagement with multi-stakeholders like the government agencies, and then capacity building. And then we also have local communities training. We are training a group of local people to monitor the otters. Education, engage with schools, public awareness. We celebrate World Otter Day every year since 2020. And then lastly, we collect all the data for habitat conservation. So we are gladly to have actually the supports from 2 international partners, which is very supportive, and also they are the Otter Specialists. IUCN, SSC Otter Specialist Group, which I'm one of the member, and also International Otter Survival Fund, one of the co-organizers of this workshop. So this has been briefly told by Mr. Soni already. So this is our project site, the North Central Selangor Coast, ranging from the Sabah Bernam, Kuala Selangor at the center, and also up to the Klang Island. Okay, so but there's some initiative are working on now in the process, which is conserving the urban otters of Kuala Lumpur. So we are based in here, as you can see, KSMP Kuala Selangor Nature Park, where you're at now, is at the center of this coastline. So this is just an aerial view of a drone view by one of our ex-research assistants. So later, when we have our practical section, we will actually walk along these bump rocks to collect otter sprain and also look at the footprints of the otters. So this at the center here is actually an artificial tidal lagoon. It's a man-made lake, but because there's a water gate that we actually occasionally open and close, so the water actually going in and out from this lake. That's why it's a lagoon instead of a stagnant lake. And this is the Selangor River. And this is so here is the mangrove belt, and here is the secondary forest. So KSMP has published a few books, as actually mentioned by Mr. Michael yesterday. And all of the books mention one of the fame of KSMP, which is the otters. And every book only mention about the smooth-coated otter because it's the more easily and commonly seen in this park. So actually my first study of otters, not really focused on otters, we are trying to see what kind of mammals, terrestrial mammals, that we can find in KSMP during the KSMP for Ramzan's biopics. So after that, I focus a bit more on otters in KSMP. We try to find out where are the otters in the park and what are the active time, because we know their route. So we set up, it's a very small study, so we set up 3 camera traps in these 3 areas. Okay, so this one. Okay, so yeah, we set up 3 camera traps. Actually, a monthly sampling, we put it for about 1 year, and then we see what are the active time based on the camera trap data. And also, one of the characteristics why we set up the camera traps here is because it's their permanent latrine site. So this is the existing information which you might have seen this board. So we already know the route of the otters in and out from the lake, which is these 3 stars here. And of course, in these 3 locations, there are this whole big chunk of latrine sites. So otters, they deposit scat, which we call sprains. And in this whole area where they actually deposit the sprain, is a toilet for them, which we call latrine site. So this is the best place for you to place camera trap to document the otters, because they always come back to this area for communication, for territorial behavior. Yeah. And also, throughout the study, in this park, we actually found 5 types of sprain. Usually we found fish gill and bones. Of course, we have crab shell, prawn, snake remains, and also anna jelly-like sprain. And also we can see footprint on the mud in the lake. So of course, we already know smooth-coated otters are in the park. And through camera trap, we actually able to document the otters repart. Means they are breeding, but we are not, up for now, we still don't know their host. We can't find their host yet. But most likely this lake is the place where they teach the young to hunt. And of course, there's another surprise, which yesterday Mr. Michael did show a video about the Asian small-clawed otters in the park. But of course, that's the only one. And after that, no one's seen the small-clawed otters. But due to technology, equipment that's not available, now we have camera traps. So we put up camera traps, and we're able to document small-clawed otters. And they don't just visit the park once. They actually visit quite frequent, like the smooth-coated otters, almost every day to the park. And as you can see just now, it's also Asian small-clawed otter. First time we got it with PUB in March 2021. So when are the otters active in the park? So this is just a very basic information that we try to analyze through our camera trap data. So the post actually is pasted over there as well. So as you can see, just now Silva is actually also show that smooth-coated otter has 2 peaks of activity pattern, which we also observe here. 2 peaks, but a bit of different timing. Because in KSMP, we open for public to visit. So there are tourists coming in since 9 o'clock up to 6 p.m. So this is where the otters actually reduce their activities during this time. Out of that time, the otters are almost active. So the orange color here is the smooth-coated otters, and the blue color here is the Asian small-clawed otter, which is more to nocturnal behavior. We only got about 1 to 2 records of them in the daylight, which just now I will show you one. So there's another surprise number 2. As you know today, one of our focus is on hairy-nosed otter. It's one of the rarest otter species in the world, as in the rare endangered state. So we got a video. I played it. It's just a 2 seconds video. So and then I tried to pause and play. Then I got this picture, and I showed it to IUCN Otter Specialist Group, and I presented in the International Otter Congress. So they actually use this picture and do some Photoshop, try to see the brightness, everything. You can see some bright color underneath the chin. Might not clear here, So actually then they see the video based on the movement, everything, they say that this is a hairy-nosed otter, which in fact is the first sightings of hairy-nosed otter in KSMP. So this is no stranger of hairy-nosed otter to our side. There are records of hairy-nosed otter along NCSC. So one of the published paper here is a roadkill of hairy-nosed otter in Sabak Bernam near the Peat Swamp Forest, which just now Sonia mentioned. There's a Peat Swamp Forest very new to the coast. And we also actually got a roadkill of hairy-nosed otter reported by the local people as well. This is in 2020, around the same area. So since 2020, we're able to expand our project with multiple fundings. So now currently we are trying to finish our spatial distribution survey, which one of the achievement in this project is we're able to develop a non-invasive method using PCR RLP to actually ID all 3 species of otters. And we developed the primers, which Dr. Sandeep is going to present more on that later. So I think one of the main point highlight here is you can see this pink point. This is the hairy-nosed otter, which actually we collect the spring, go back, ID, and it's confirmed it's a hairy-nosed otter. As for now, we have collected a lot. We have collected about over 100 spring samples. We got only 1 confirmed sightings of hairy-nosed otter. And the green color Asian small claw, blue color are smooth coated. Of course, we have not done all the result yet, so we still have all this part. We have done already, but we have been put into the map. And through that, we actually try to look at the sympatric pattern occurrence, most likely just the smooth coated otters and the Asian small claw otters. And in relation to the habitat land use type, because along this coastline, actually my study also covered the subcoastal area up to the boundary of Peat Swamp, not venturing to Peat Swamp yet. So along this coastline, there are a lot of land use types: mangrove, aquaculture farms, oil palm plantation, paddy field, and also housing areas. So we're trying to see is there any correlationship to the occurrence of these otters. And also we use camera trap for the survey and monitoring. So we are hopefully our camera trap able to capture the hairy-nosed. So as you so on the left side here is actually the smooth coated, and the right side here is the small claw otters. Local community training, so they are actually sitting behind there. I'm training a group of local people, mostly a youngster, to monitor the otters. So they have the traditional knowledge. You know, they know where the otters are, the active time. That's the traditional knowledge. But we also actually instill scientific knowledge into them. So they learn how to collect spring. Also, they actually learn a bit on actually the process of spring analysis. They use camera trap data. Set up camera trap is the first time they seen all this equipment and do boat survey. The Klang Island at the southern side of NCSC is an island which is not able to walk on the boardwalk, so we use boat to monitor the otters. And also we monitor the tracks. Along this coastline, one of the main tracks here is the human-otter conflict with the aquaculture farms, which has been not documented before comprehensively. So what we try to do now is to actually engage with the local aquaculture farmers to see what are the situation of the conflict along the coastline. So this is the very first workshop that we've done. In fact, unfortunately, it's a virtual one due to COVID, just last year, December. So there are a few aquaculture farmers join this workshop and give us quite important information, although it's just later data, not really good for statistical analysis, but those data actually is some baseline data that we can be useful. They kill otters, they trap otters, but one thing we realized, they are not aware of the protection status of the otters in Malaysia. That's why they thought these are not illegal things to do. Okay, and the otters really cause a huge damage to their farms. You know, they eat their products. It's a loss of revenue. So through this workshop, through this engagement, we will see how we can actually help them. Illegal pet trade. We have seen a lot of slides talking about illegal pet trade in Thailand, in Myanmar. In Malaysia, it's not a new thing to us too. Here is one of the Asian small claw otter reported by the public to us during the World Otter Day in 2020. This is in Batu Cave. And another otter here, actually someone dumped it into a drain in Subang, and then someone saw it and passed it to us. So we actually handed it over to Peritan afterwards. Another track here is roadkill. So just now you have seen 2 roadkills of hairy-nosed otter near the Piswam forest already. And we are not sure how many hairy-nosed otter remain in the Piswam habitat. So here is a 2 roadkill of smooth-coated otter as well. It's along this highway, which this is a coastline already. These are highways and full of, this is all oil palm plantation. So there are barriers in between the highway. So the otters try to cross, but unable to. So this, I think this is where actually they got hit by the otters when they actually go back to the plantation. So eventually all this data that we collect, we engage with the local council, we engage with the government agency, and we push for KSMP for the Ramsar recognition. Hopefully soon we were able to succeed it. But of course, we expand our project towards the urban otter project as well. Okay, so in 2019, there are people start to locate otters around KL cities and keep increasing more otter sightings around KL city and also the Selangor urban areas. So these are all the public sightings to us. So this shows how important citizen science is. You know, we are just a pair of hands. You know, our project, we don't have much stuff, but then with public information, public sightings, you know, we could get quite a lot of information from this. And another hairy-nosed otter, surprisingly, there aren't any publication about hairy-nosed otter in urban landscape before. For those who stay in Selangor, you might know Valencia, Sungai Buloh, just behind the Bukit Lagong forest, which is where frame is situated. One of the residents, he captured a photo of otters and he showed us. So this is clearly show the hairy-nosed otter because of the white color marking here on the lips and the chin. So this is the first hairy-nosed otter in the urban landscape. Of course, with all this data collected from research, from citizens, we turn it into education and public awareness. World Otter Day celebrate every year. So we are really glad, you know, International Otter Survival Fund actually create this event for us to celebrate, to promote otters as one of the wetland ambassadors. Since then, we continue to celebrate, but it was during the COVID time. We can't do any physical, but we go for virtual, do contests. And this year, we're going to celebrate again World Otter Day 2022, which is fall on 25th of May. So World Otter Day celebrate every year at on the last Wednesday of May. So a very big step forward, another achievement for our project is we established the Malaysia Otter Network, the very first network in Malaysia to focus on the conservation of otters. Because in Malaysia, most of the focus is on large mammals or charismatic animals. But for the otters, which is not getting very much attention, so this is a very big achievement in our country because we don't just involve the Semenanjung Malaysia or Peninsula Malaysia. We involve Sabah and Sarawak as well. So for now, we have 12 members in MON and it's distributed in all the regions. Sabah, Sarawak, the southern side, Afendi and his group of students. The East Coast, Terengganu, we have Dr. Nobu from UNT, and the south and the north, we have Dr. Lila from USM Penang. So we actually have a very good overall team to cover the research of otters in whole Malaysia if we're able to get the fund to do it, like a national tiger survey. So with this month, we're able to do the first otter webinar, which is focused on updating the status of otters in Malaysia in 2021. And of course, throughout this project, we have to thank all the funders, all the supports, and of course, something that's really nice today, because today, this workshop, we are not just having researchers, we are not just having professionals, but we are having local people, we're having government agencies, and also teachers from schools to join us this workshop. So today's workshop, we have a wide range, a diversity of people in this room. So of course, these are all the agencies that actually support all the way until now. But sadly, Mr. Balu Peroma is our former head of conservation division. He's one of a very supportive person in our project. In fact, he's a co-founder of this project because MNS has not focused on otter before. It was actually when I joined MNS, and then I got the data in KSMP. So I suggest, we can do a project on otters. And Mr. Balu, he didn't say no. He just said, yes, you do it. I will find the money for you. No need to get your headache, where to get your funding. So he make it happen. And of course, this workshop is able to happen because we have IOSF here. But it was actually Mr. Balu, one sentence in the email that enabled all this happen. So when IOSF approached us for collaboration, Mr. Balu said, yes, I think they are genuine fit. Let's send them a proposal. So they start our collaboration. Up until now, we were able to do the first Malaysia Otter workshop. So, so he's an overall botanist. He's not a wildlife person. So he always tells us, he's overall botanist. You are the expert. You are the otter expert. You know how many whiskers. You should know how many whiskers an otter has. So you tell me what to do. Yeah, you tell me what to do. You are the expert. He never failed to train a youngster. And at the very beginning, I able to join MNS is also because Dr. Aslan, one of his students as well. He say, oh, you are Dr. Aslan's student. Boleh lah. You will join my team because he know how good is Dr. Aslan and how well he trained. So I guess this will be the best time. I would actually like to pay a tribute to Mr. Balu. Hopefully, he like to be in the forest, and hopefully he find a forest in heaven. So this is my contact details. You can always reach out to me through email or through phone contact. I guess everyone here is already know me. So hopefully our project able to expand and cover more such workshop in other states of Malaysia, because what we have today is a more agency in Selangor state, but we have so many states. Otters are all around the whole Malaysia. Dr. Pazio has a paper, the distribution of otters along the whole Peninsula Malaysia, hairy-nosed otter in few locations. We need to engage with more state government agencies to train them in otter research. So like an Otterly workshop ahead. So this is actually in KSMP as well. I'm happy to answer any question. If there are, I guess we don't have. I guess we have to go to our last presentation, then we will have our lunch break. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Wu Chiong, for the presentation. Before we are leaving for lunch break, I would like to invite Min Su for the last presentation.
You can see my screen. Hello? Can you hear me?
The slides is okay. We can proceed.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Min Su. I'm from Myanmar. I was working 2 decades Nature and Wildlife Division and the Forest Department in Myanmar. Especially, I work with data collection and research on wildlife. Now I'm working in nesting behavior with Mongkut University from Thailand. Today I will present about Myanmar information about other institutions that I got from my research and from forester because I am really interested in otter. Today's topic will be about distribution of otter in protected area Myanmar. Possibly there were 4 species of otter in Myanmar, but I still can't find the perfect evidence for it. However, I have some evidence that this information can be possible. I will show some of it today. Also, there is nothing about their current population density, habitat pattern in Myanmar. For myself, I have some experience on otter survey with Professor Onishi from Kyoto University, Japan, and in this morning, presenter from Myanmar, Dr. So, and I got some experience on it. Here, I want to emphasize this. I am not an expert in this species, even though I'm really fascinated about otter. To start, I want to talk about protected areas and distribution of otter in Myanmar. Myanmar had 42 protected areas. Among these, I have some information on 10 protected areas and 2 forest reserves in the whole country. Maybe there will have more information on otter protected areas and forest reserves also. But today I will present otter distribution in protected areas and forest reserve area, assessed by 3 basic factors. The first one is the forester and local information, and then track and sign, and the third one is the sighting with some photo record. But according to the COVID-19 pandemic and our country political instruction, some foresters also cannot work, especially regular their field work. So I will share otter distribution information when I got until 2020. For the first, I found some information in Kakavarazi National Park, which is located in Kachin State, the northern part of Myanmar. It is the largest national park and the highest mountain in my country and highest snow cap in South Asia. Inside the national park, evergreen forest, hill pine forest, moist upper mist-distributed forest with waterfall, rapid streams, and ravines. In 2050-60, local treated otter and otter escaped inside these national parks. Even though there is no photo record for confirmed, I did personally interview 3 foresters and 1 INGO staff. Their answers say forester said it is otter with local name Chamwenu according to the local. Another one is the Onkanradi Wildlife Sanctuary from Kachin State. It's continuous Kakavarazi National Park and Ugam Valley Wildlife Sanctuary. It incorporates ravenous habitats, subtropical moist forest, temperate forest, deciduous forest, and alpine forest. Here also local said that there is otter in this area. And it is not the same species with the one from Kakavarazi National Park, but I am not sure. And then according to forester interview survey, otter have in this century, even though there is no strong evidence like photo record. The same with Onkanradi Wildlife Sanctuary, there is Imbalville National Park from Kachin State. This area has cloud forest, slope, and mostly valley of the Imbalville mountain ridge. The mostly stay in Kachin people in this area. In this national park also local said that there is otter in this area. in the interview with forester, even though there is no sound evidence. The same is Ketchen Strait. Ketchen Strait, there is Pukang Valley Wildlife Sanctuary with some evidence on otter. This sanctuary has evergreens and mixed deciduous forests can be found. In 2015, foresters caught dead otter and showed the specimen in their small museum until now. In 2020 also, foresters found otter in the sanctuary during their patrolling. Foresters guess this species may be small-cropped otter. This photo is record of the otter specimen that caught on 2055 forester, but we don't know the species exactly yet. There is one more infection state, which is Inoti Lake Wildlife Sanctuary. It is also the biggest inland lake in South Asia. On 19 September 2014, Hunter was arrested by the staff of the sanctuary together with the otter skin. Here are photos of the forester evident on Dick Sanctuary. I will go to another division. It is the Tamanti Wildlife Sanctuary from Sakay region. It is expected to have small otter and Helinos otter in this sanctuary. And outside of protected area also can survive the otter species. Inside the sanctuary have the semi-evergreen forest, swamp forest, and above mid-drying deciduous forest. Here, foresters also got photo record of it during patrolling. Here are photo caught by forester. We guess this sanctuary may be highest otter population and the best place for do otter research in my country. Because compared apart sanctuary in Ketchen State, Ketchen State has the Antanes Army Group. Some of the area, they are the dominant. In Hukong Valley Wildlife Sanctuary, no, even foresters also cannot walk in there. The whole sanctuary cannot do research, cannot do patrolling, everything. Limitation and foreigner, every foreigner are not allowed in this area, according to the government. And then, after compare the Tamanti Wildlife Sanctuary and Ketchen State, all of the sanctuary, Tamanti was dominant law enforcement, transportation also, court, and other research, every research can do in the whole sanctuary. Another place is Inland Lake Wetland Sanctuary from Shan State. It's a natural floating islet and shallow water. There is information about water in this sanctuary from park warden. I still can accept any evidence for this sanctuary. In Rakhine State, otter can be found in Rakhine elephant range with evergreens and mixed deciduous. Foresters said they saw it is Eurasian otter. In February 2019, there is some photo record by forester. And they repeated they see most of the time while the patrolling. Foresters suggest otter population may be stay good in this sanctuary. This area also transportation is good and suitable place to do otter research. Here is the evidence of the photo I got from the forester. He take in 2019 February. In ARE region, some evidence can be found in Mimalachong Wildlife Sanctuary, with mangrove forest. In 2018, I received some information during another fish survey in this area. In 2019, I got some photo from park warden. It can be smooth-coated otter, even though it is not sure. In this area, locals want to pet, especially for the baby otter, so they bring from their nature forest. Here is some photo record for it. Foresters suggest its indigenous forest reserve in Naing. Dongani Forest Reserve also the otter population will be good because of they are very close the Mimalachong Wildlife Sanctuary and Dongani Forest Reserve. International Division. International Nature Reserve has some evidence about otter. This area border Thailand, and we can see tropical rainforest evergreen in there. In 2019, small-coated otter was found present. There is specimen. In 2019, too, small crown otter was found and relegated into its nature habitat. Both of forester and located 2 species in this area. This is the photo for this evidence. This forester is through deep camera track survey 2050 to 2020 in this area, but their target species are large body mammal, such as tiger, leopard, elephant, or something like this. That's why they choose to prioritize the habitat of the large body mammal, but they got one photo with 10 otter from their camera survey. This time I cannot show this photo because of now my country political is the North Coast. That's why I cannot contact in time and I cannot get this photo. But later he might share to me because of he is my real brother. He suggested it's the case of otter in the forest for migrant, their habit. This area also suitable for to research. We can find easily to their tracking sign inside the sanctuary, most of the area. In Thonburi region, there is no more called Lubis Island Marine National Park. It's covered by tropical lowland west evergreen forest and sandy bush base. We can access information from internet about smooth otter in 2015 to 2017. Camera tracked by Nature and Wildlife Conservation Division and the Forest Department. After talking about the distribution of protected areas in Myanmar about otter, in Myanmar has a lot of biodiversity, but some species nothing information about their current condition, their impact, including our interested species otter also. So we combine experience when I was the protected area to take it experience and apart other forester experience, and we suggest the impact of the biodiversity in Myanmar. Sorry, I think all of the impact is similar to the other South Asia country. In my country also, illegal logging is maybe we can find everywhere. Sitting cultivation, some of the ethnic group, they never say the permanent place. They're moving in the whole country for the city cultivation, and also the doing the hunting also. And then some of the Muslim farmer, they has the permanent agriculture very close to the wildlife sanctuary. Some of the protected area inside the village, they are the expand agriculture in year by year, but in 1 year they expand the small acre and small area, but before long time, after 10 years, 20 years, a lot of explanation, and this also the habitat loss for the biodiversity in Myanmar. And then in my country, a lot of natural resource. That's why mining also some of the area is very famous and a lot of people doing. And then other lead mining also I found in Thonburi region. They are also habitat loss affected by the wildlife species. And then forest fire. Forest fire means most of the human made because of nature is very few. All of the farmer after harvesting their plants or their crops or something like it, after that they make their burning, and then at the time, especially of agricultural land, a lot of cutting tree and they make the burning, and they are very close to the protected area. That's why forest fire inside the protected area as they stay increasing. After that, consequently, the climate change. Hunting also in my country is the biggest problem because of some of the ethnic people, their business is just only the hunting. Hunting also they are not permanent stay in one protected areas or one forest. They are also shipping, moving in the country. For example, one of the ethnic group under the Kachin people, Lisu ethnic groups and Naga ethnic groups, their main job is the hunting. That's why they listening which species is the dominant. For example, our species otter, hunter, they are the native town in the Kachin state, in the upper Myanmar, but they can move to the southern part of Myanmar, Thonburi region also for hunting the otter. And then illegal wildlife trade. Now our country, they're growing their online selling wildlife trade is a loss of. Last week also I found in the social media, they're selling their whole otter skin, otter bones and male sex organ. They are on the social media, they are selling. And then in my country, the overfishing also in mostly wildlife sanctuary is this facing main impact. And then for the fishermen, sometimes they use their poison and mining dynamite for the catch the fish. These are now our country facing the main impact on the wildlife. I want to share some information of hunting equipment used by local for hunting. Some ethnic groups normally do their hunting by this equipment. It can be jaw trap, snail, and man-made gun as shown in the photo. I got this photo from Forester in Wildlife Sanctuary. They show their small museum, all of the equipment. Inside the photo, there is this icon from the social media. They like selling whole otter skin and male sex organ, including the bone also. Especially in my country, wildlife trade border cross to the China, Thailand. This two-way is the illegal wildlife trade, the biggest. Because of in Shan State, one of the wildlife market is the famous I found in 2014 publication. Everybody can find in internet. After all, I want to conclude it with possible impact on otter in its protected area. This impact also well guessed based on my experience and experience of foresters who share their about information. In Kakawarazi National Park, Konkan Yadu Wildlife Sanctuary, Kukang Valley Wildlife Sanctuaries, and Zimbabwe National Park, impact may be hunting and illegal wildlife trade. For Thonburi Wildlife Sanctuary, there is also gold mining besides hunting and illegal wildlife trade. In Ecology Lake Wildlife Sanctuary, overfishing may be another possible impact, hunting and illegal trade. For Yakanyo elephant race, is indirect toxic by fishermen. They use poison for fishing and habitat loss may be affect the otter in this area. For Inland Wildlife Sanctuary, water pollution is the possible impact, but it is not sure about this. For Malaysian Wildlife Sanctuary, we cannot guess any possible impact because of foresters said its population may be still good. For me, I am not sure. For Lubis Island Marine National Park, hunting is possible. Sorry. For Lubis Island Marine National Park, hunting is possible. That's bring effect to otter. Finally, Thonburi Nature Reserve is there one with more information on possible impact. They may be hunting, lead mining, climate change, illegal wildlife trade, and forest fire. Overall, otter apart still be found in four types of otter in Myanmar, but it is difficult to say what they will be like in the future due to impact. So timely research and concept are need to maintain otter in Myanmar. That's all my side. Thank you very much for your attention and participate on my presentation. Sorry for your last time.
Thank you very much, Min Su, for the presentation. All right, we are leaving for lunch break. I'm expecting everyone to be come back at 2:30 p.m. For those who join the workshop physically, we will have a group photo session at the outside. So before you are leaving for lunch break, let's take a photo first, right? Then you are taking the picture in front, not the outside. For those who join virtually, we will be back at 2:30 p.m. Right?
So everyone just move in front here. We will take in front here with the virtual one, together with the virtual one. Yeah, because we have to take it before our Prof Ahmad gonna leave soon. So just a quick one.
For For the virtual one, please open your camera. We will take photo together.
Notify her, sir. Are you taking the photo? Who is taking, you or whichever? Okay, one more with the mask on. Okay. Okay. One with the mask on. In case so that we don't move. That's a quick one. Yeah, the one without mask cannot go on the website. So our on. Thank you.
So my involvement in this otter is start from 2011. My PhD on the otters, and I continue Dr. Hiroshi Sasaki's survey on otters in Peninsular Malaysia. He did 3 states, Selangor, Perak, and Kelantan, and I continue to other state. And then I finished my study on 2015. So today I will talk about the otters and communities with emphasis on human otter conflicts. Okay, so the outline is, this is the outline for the species, challenges, human otter conflicts, wildlife conservation, and the issues. So there are 3 species, otter species in my study. Only I get 3. There is a small cloud otter, smooth, and hairy nose. So all 3 is are totally protected under the Wildlife Conservation Act under 2010, and the ICN hairy nose, only hairy nose endangered. Other species, small cloud and smooth coated, is vulnerable. This is the distribution of otters in Peninsular Malaysia. So I think all over. So actually all over the Peninsular Malaysia have otter, and only a few samples I got from the roadkill of hairy nose otter is yellow. One, two, Johor, Selangor, Perak, Pahang, 3 samples, and Tumpat, Kelantan. So, but the rest, smooth and small cloud, have in other state of Peninsular Malaysia. So this is the paper. It's about the distribution, and using the molecular technique to identify the species. So challenges in otter conservation is land use change, human otter conflict, and illegal wildlife trade right now. So this is the challenge is when the mangrove actually change to pond or to other activities or to other land use like the housing or other plantation. And also illegal wildlife trade. This is the cases Pelitan cut from the 2017. So this only a few cases actually, 2019, and 2 cases in 2020. But more they publish in the social media that we sometimes cannot get the full info and difficult to get the case. And also roadkill is another issue. So all my samples in my study for hairy nose otter came from roadkill. So in a few cases for small, and a few samples small cloud, and also I have got smooth spotted otter in a few cases in mostly in east coast, not west coast in Peninsular Malaysia, in Perak and also Selangor. And another issue is human otter conflict. This is 2020, the highest is 16. This means farmers for agriculture, farmers reported to Pahilitan. Actually in 2020, this time is lockdown. Maybe they are always in the area, and they complain to Pahilitan because of the otter coming to their farm. So this is the case. Report to Pahilitan. 10 cases in 2021, and before this is only a few cases. Under this the status of Wildlife Conservation Act. If you hunt or keep totally protected species like otter, you can find up to 100K and not exceeding 3 years imprisonment. And for cruelty is up to 50K and not exceeding then 1 year imprisonment. So this is two sections in the Wildlife Act that involves the otter. So the issue in aquaculture and mitigation action. So this is the issue. Number one is no fencing. So it's very open. The pond is not fenced at all. So the otter come from the river and go straight to the pond, and it's actually we cannot control. And so the issue all around the year, the otter come to the pond and they report to us, but we cannot do anything. So we suggest to how to aquaculture areas should be have a fence with concrete. So this is the good practices actually. So if they have the pond, and should we have this fence with concrete. And another one is electric fence. So this is one of the, but we have to, you must be have used this energizer, not the direct current from the TNB. So a few cases in Selangor and also in Perlis, they use this direct current from the TNB. So this is very dangerous, not only to otters, but also to humans. So we should have more engagement to tell them this is very dangerous. So they should use this polywire electric fence and use the energizer. So the other one is using dog. So this is the examples. One of the aquaculture area, we use the dog and we put the camera trap there, video. Then this is actually happen at night and can prevent from the otter go inside to the pond. Another issue is open cage, fish cage. So like this is very open. So this is like a playing ground for otter. Then I suggest to use this covered cage using the PVC protected chain link. Just use the chain link, but the whole cage must be covered by chain link. So this is the example, and they use this very small, I don't know what is this, but this is the way they prevent from the otter, and this is in the Pahang area, Sungai area Temelok, Sungai Pahang area. So they use this and very successful. They can harvest their fish, I think, yeah, mostly 100%. Then they can use this for, I think, 2-3 years. They very low maintenance. So I suggest to the farmers, if they have any complaints about the otters, must use this channeling coated PVC coated. So this is actually we call anti-otter aqua farm. Use this channeling and must be covered all the cage and is safe and low maintenance. So it's very successful if used for whole cage in this area. So that is my presentation. Thank you very much. Actually, this is for aquaculture farm workshop, but it's for share the information. Thank you very much.
Is it shrimps that you're farming in the aquaculture? What's being farmed?
Yep.
What's being farmed in the aquaculture? Is it shrimps?
Fish.
Fish.
Fish, mostly
Because it's
fish.
very similar to what we have at home. Exactly the same problem.
Yes. So fish and also shrimp. In the West Coast is mostly to shrimp and fish actually.
Interesting.
When people are using dogs to deter these otters,
yep.
I'm just wondering if these dogs are having vaccinated for rabies or meningitis virus.
Oh, I see. So maybe for the next engagement with the farmers, maybe we can suggest that all dogs must be vaccinated with rabies. Right. That's a good, very good idea. Okay, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fazil. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Sivasothi for Otters in a city environment, including possible aggregation zoonosis presentation. Please welcome.
Hi, everyone. Okay, so I kept saying I'll see you on Thursday, but apparently it was 2 p.m. today. So I spent an exacting hour putting this together. So when otters first appeared, it was, of course, a case of, everyone loved them. There was a lot of appreciation. And that was 2014 when they rose into prominence because they came into the city. So city problems are very different from problems you get in the rural areas or the hinterland. They are completely different set, right? But it's something to think about and to plan ahead for in the next decade, because otters already returned to Klang Valley, right? So it really depends on how successful the families will be. So here are some examples of our experience in Singapore, how we've had to evolve to consider human-wildlife conflict. Okay, so this you can see there's a whole bunch of names because I have many students doing very specific topics. And okay, so there's important vocabulary to realize that interactions between wildlife and man, we classify as human-wildlife interactions. The interactions which result in adverse impact are the ones we classify as human-wildlife conflict. We have to be careful about our language because it promotes certain perceptions. And we've seen that happen quite badly for long-tail macaques, right? Otters, not so much, but we are mindful. We have to be careful when we educate people about the language. But now for otters, yeah, okay, we are seeing some conflict issues because you must realize city folk, they're not used to wildlife. So what may not be a problem from your perspective may be a problem within a city, right? They are not used to nature so much. So the target here is human-wildlife coexistence. We can't eliminate all problems, but the population must be tolerant of some problems that may emerge from time to time. Okay, so let's see. You know, human-wildlife conflict thought to be like what Padil just described, right? Something happening in the outskirts, more with agriculture, plantation, aquaculture, but the phrase is being applied to urban landscapes as cities try to bring nature back, right? And Singapore wants to be a city in nature. It's a vision by 2030, but we realize we have to handle this human-wildlife conflict, which is emerging increasingly. Sorry, give me a sec to just relocate. Okay. So once outskirts problem, it's arriving into the city. So let's just take a look. Okay, when did this happen? So if a Singapore population is highly urbanized, not familiar with wildlife, right? And otters also were not around until they started returning in the 90s, right? Through a variety of pathways. Now, if you look at the Johor-Singapore interface, right? That's Johor Straits in the center. And you see Johor is quite urbanized, right? Unusually in this part of the Johor Straits, there is a small refugia on the Johor and on the Singapore side. So then the otters will, consider this a river with green areas on either side. And that's how they came back, right? Helpfully, that's our Sungai Buloh Wetlands Reserve, right? So then the question was, okay, they return to natural areas. Can they utilize the inland waterways? So this is the blue square, right? This is central catchment in Singapore. So that's our central forest. And the forest streams are still like they used to be. These are small streams, all full of native fish. But the moment you go out of the forest reserve, it's all urbanized, right? And then mostly the rivers have become reservoirs for drinking water. And the coastline would have had a history of reclamation for most of Singapore in the northeast and in the south, right? Not so much in the northwest, but the rest of the island, yes. So a lot of habitats were not available for otters. Now, happily, one vision that was put in place at independence for Singapore, right? So 63, pre-independence, was trying to green the city. And these visions have evolved. So originally, it's like any kind of greenery, you don't care whether it's native or exotic or whatever, for its appeal, its look, the color, the shade, these kind of factors were embedded into Garden City. Because actually, if you look at historical records, Penang, Malacca, Singapore, all the vegetation was wiped out by the colonial government and the settlers that came around that time. So whatever green cover you see is really that which recovered. And then for Singapore, there was a second spate of urbanization. So, but lucky, there's a vision of a garden city, and then this evolved. So now you see it's gone past biophilic city to city in nature. And now there's a high premium on can we mimic original forests that we had, right? So core area is good forest, old secondary. Singapore's old secondary, okay, is not Malaysia's. Well, Taman Negara, it got millions of year forest, right? But in a city, old secondary, which is more than a century old, is very impressive. So there are a few pinpricks of primary forest, mostly old secondary. And then outside of this, it's parks and park connectors. So you can see this is a nice row of a South American tree, right? It's a rain tree, right? But it will connect to native patches. But besides the greenery, the rivers were non-functional. These are drowned dead pigs after a flood. The river was black, right? But because drinking water was needed, the rivers got clean, reservoirs were set up. Okay, someone's audio, I think. All right. So, yeah, you need drinking water so that help clean the rivers. So there was a question in the previous session, right? Ecosystem services, how much of it was returned? Well, the water is clean, and you can see the adjacent is not really riparian, right? It's just grass. But there's a tree planting campaign that will improve this. Oh, I just wanted to show you, this is the canal I was talking about. So this is what it looked like. And then when, it's mainly to drain away flood water, then they naturalized it. And now there's a lot more vegetation which has grown along the side. So it's being utilized by birds and turtles and reptiles. There's even a couple of heronries in the area, right? So we know otters came back, and right now the population size is about 170 in an area which is 660 square kilometers. So if you look on social media, the otters are like everywhere, but these people know where to look for them. They have long lenses. So, social media presses it into your face. Actually, without help, it's not so easy to find them, right? But there's a perception that, wow, they're everywhere, okay? Definitely, compared to any other city, this is magnificent. So we're just lucky because we didn't set out to bring the otters back, but the things that were done for the nation supported this highly adaptable species. So I remind you again, small claw otter, very few numbers in our northeastern islands, and I think that will be something of concern in Asia, right? They can't adapt to these canals which have large fish. Now, the Singapore story for smooth-coated otters, once the numbers expanded, kind of reached like carrying capacity, then there is territorial disputes, and a non-dominant family has to go and look for a place to live, but there's no more place to live. So they end up appearing in all kinds of urban spaces. This bottom left video was quite funny because it's just outside my lab. So they say it came to visit me. It's pretty impressive because NUS is on a ridge, right? But these guys, even though their arms are short, they can climb. They can, in fact, the students I have studying these populations, they have to be athletes. If not, they can't keep up. So this is, let me explain to you. So there was a family raising pups in Singapore Botanic Gardens because no other otter family was there. So they went there lah. And then the idea of scale, this is 2.5 kilometers. Okay. But this is central Singapore watershed. There is 1, 2, 3 other families. So it's a crowded space. Because they can't just fish in one space, they need their home range quite large, right? So then Zook, this family, after it raised the pups, he tried to get out of Singapore Botanic Gardens. So Singapore Botanic Gardens, just a couple of small ponds. Ideal place to raise pups, but once they're past 8 weeks and they can swim, they want them to go and look for new foraging grounds with, you know, bigger fish. So they went out to this area, it wasn't suitable, so they returned. Then they went to Singapore River. This space suitable, but occupied, right? So Singapore River occupied, and they got beaten off, right? So they went back to the garden slowly. Still can't get out, still can't acquire a residential space. So what they do, they keep exploring the urban matrix. They have no idea, right? River, no space. Let me go to adjacent area, and this is an urban matrix. So then they appeared. Now remember, this is all happening during COVID. So people got less and less news to entertain themselves. This became a big issue, you know. Yeah, they go to various places and the responses are very benign at this point, right? So I had a student, this girl is very fit. Yeah, then she followed them and we are trying to plot how are they using this urban space. This is the world's most urban family of otters, right? I thought they'll all die of roadkill, but you know, I guess during what Singapore calls circuit breaker, there was less people on the street, less traffic on the roads. And you know, motorists were actually quite kind. A few have died since from roadkill, but still, you know, they are Zook 16 still. So they have survived, despite even getting less nutrition than the otters in the rivers, right? And you look at the number of spaces they use within the urban matrix, nothing is optimal, right? And look at the average time they spend. So they're always on the move, right? I mentioned earlier, you want to hit 10,000 steps, follow this family. So as they move around and they appear in various places, one thing they do is they may stumble upon koi ponds. So koi is a non-native, you know, East Asian fish, which people like to keep as a ornamental fish, right? So it caught on, so amongst landscape, architecture, and then various places will keep koi. So, and the koi got no chance, because the nature of the design is to heighten its visibility. So if you buy koi, you want to see them, then you go and feed them, then they'll come to you, right? So they're big and they are, you know, orange and white, and they got no place to hide. Now, when that happens, otters, which are on exploration, they don't consume the fish completely. Instead, what we see is surplus killing. So surplus killing is known amongst carnivorans, you know, hyenas, lions, etc., where they will take a bite and they leave it. So maybe they can't resist the hunt, right? Or they are just eating the choicest bit. So they will hit the koi. And here you see in the bottom left, this lady accepted that such things can happen, thankfully, right? So, but her spa had this water feature and she had koi inside. But it was next to a nature park, this Bishan Nature Park that I'm talking about, which is naturalized. So the otters came, then they whacked all the fish. And then for the owner, it's a bit tragic because they feed the fish, they got a relationship with the fish lah. And then suddenly they see all the carcasses, unconsumed carcasses. So it like adds insult to injury. Yeah. So this was quite, no news, slow news day. It became a big thing. I was marking exam papers. I had to take newspaper interviews, radio interviews, and then like patiently explain to people what's going on. You just have to keep explaining. Yeah. Now, at the back of my mind was what reports had come from around the world about injuries. There have been cases in the US. Anyway, in the Otter Specialist group newsletter, one of the first issues, a fisherman in India, he cast his net, right? Then entangled a juvenile. So he went to, so he was chest deep in water, went to release the juvenile and he was vocalizing. So he got attacked by the family, bit multiple times and died. So I read about this in the 90s lah. So the back of my mind is like, oh, okay, we don't want to go there. And then aquaculture predation was known from when Foster Turley was doing a PhD in Malaysia lah. And then also from stories that Perhilitan would share with me. Yeah. And in fact, giant otter, somebody just got bit, I think like last year, right? So, they are carnivorans, and with that carnasia, they give you, and big incisors, they give you warning bite. It looks very serious, especially for urban nature deficit people. If they not used to a rough and tough lifestyle, it's extremely alarming. So you have to understand from their perspective. But, there's been various kinds of approaches for mitigation, not just for otters, but also, things like wolves and wild pig, right? So no one's found perfect solution, normally customized to their specific area. And with rewilding Europe, for example, these issues had come to a fore already in the past decade, right? And it's very sudden when the animal is back to when there is conflict with people who may not be so tolerant initially. Yeah. So in Singapore, we formed the Otter Working Group. Initially, actually our motivation when we formed it was more rescue. Sometimes a pup is left behind, or you see animal in distress, and then the public will say, hey, we got to help. So we are happy to help, and we came together. So National Parks Board is a government agency, and then you have the zoo with their vets and their animal husbandry people. Then you have researchers like myself from NUS, and then a wildlife charity which rescues animals, right? Which is about 2 decades old. So everyone comes together, and then we got different speciality, and they're very professional about how we manage issues, and then the debriefing later. So this is an example where you can see zoo, some other vets and parks, otter watchers, right, on the ground, and the rescue charity. So this was to dart a pup and then remove a wire that was cutting into his back, and then reunited the family. So it took quite a bit of intense planning, but it worked lah. That's why everyone looks so happy. And we formulated decision trees and the intervention protocols. What to do lah? We still treat it case by case, but at least we have a SOP where we've thought out various actions. So in this project, my student was summarizing what kind of problems are there. Now it was prompted partly by increase in feedback, right? So suddenly there was like 789 feedback cases, right? Sudden search. But mostly people like, hey, I saw otter. Okay lah, so that's more than half of it can dismiss, right? Then conflict issues, about quarter, right? So and then and then this 9% is for rescue distress. Actually, it's quite high demand, rescue situations. And then just complete discontent is about 3%. So you see conflict and discontent, so it's about a quarter already, right? So the high number of sightings, people just, despite the wide publicity, the fact they've been featured by television crews from Japan, UK, US, and all that. The guy in the street might not know. I had students who ask me, "Hey, why you got what you call yourself Otterman?" Then I say, "Do you know the otters in Singapore?" Then they say, "Don't know." Okay lah. So urban population in a capitalist economy all got to work hard. They may not know what's going on, right? Then we did a previous study the previous year, right? We went down to the ground. People are not discontent, but on social media, they can get quite upset. So issues can be blown out of proportion. So when you're managing wildlife conflict in urban areas, it's complicated because you're dealing with a lot of people. Yeah, so you get all types. So the main conflict was simply just intrusion, entering property. They are concerned, is the water dirty? This chlorinated swimming pool water, and they are worried. So you just got to patiently do the explaining. And lucky there are several of us, right? The government agency, the wildlife rescue, otter watchers, volunteers, they try to explain this thing repeatedly. Now in social media, you see people we don't know offering explanations. So it's improving slightly. Then eating of ornamental fishes, I think it's just fun to report about. So, when it's an expensive condo or landed property and then they lose their $80,000 worth of fish. So everyone loves to talk about it, and it becomes actually quite, as if it's a big issue, but really it's something that's affecting maybe 10% of the population. But, if it's an issue, it's an issue, then you got to deal with it. And then swimming in ponds and pools, you must realize some people don't want to borrow library book. They think got germs. Okay, so when you are faced with such issues, the otter swam in the swimming pool, they want to drain the whole pool. The pool is chlorinated. It's got to prevent human to human disease transmission as well. So your otter is fine. There's one condo, once we talked to them about it, instead of draining the pool, they put out a sign say otters have been in the pool. We've sent the water for testing. So 2-3 days later, they get back the test results. They say, okay, everything is fine. Then they take down the notice. So they learn to be smart about it and then not incur so much expense and also nuisance. If you paid the money, you buy a condo, you want to go use the pool, and then you see a sign, oh, otters were here, so we're closing the pool 3 days to do maintenance. So we had to help people overcome these obstacles. Then there were several instances of physical injuries, right, where the otters nip or bite. Now, this one we've known since 2014 now. The big problem is everyone wants to get a photo or a video. And otters very cute, right? So all take out their handphone. Then they are looking at the handphone screen and not at the animal. So all the warning signs the animal is giving, all ignored. Sometimes they're even advised by otter watchers, but they say, no, I know what I'm doing. Now, when otters have pups, they won't tolerate such a close approach, and they will nip to warn, right? So depending on your outlook, a nip, there are people who just shook it off, and then we told them, hey, go and see a doctor, right? But there are other people to whom it's quite a traumatic experience. Yeah. So yeah, the intrusions, when they evolve, okay, my student use EOF, eating of fish. So when they combine with fish predation, then it becomes a big deal, right? Okay, I'm not going to go through these details. I just grab her PowerPoint, then I mix it with data points from other students. Okay, so there was an increase in complaints after we took the database from two service providers, the government agency and the charity, both run a hotline. So when you combine the data, I say, oh, okay, increase. But look at what's happening around that time. So Singapore's lockdown was called a circuit breaker, right? And then we had a second near lockdown. So 2020, 2021, around mid-year, right? So the otters that had, the Zook family that couldn't find a residential space now discovered, wow, urban Singapore, not a lot of traffic or people. So they must have been encouraged in their movement. So around this time, March 2020, right, total population was around 100, right? But by a year later, it was about 170. So the numbers increased because there are new family groups. It went from 10 families to 17 families. But a lot of those families were shy and far away, right? Then you have a few families that the number of individuals increased, right? But worse was Zoe, because cannot swim in the waterway, come up to the urban area. Okay, so we thought, okay, can we identify the hosts and then we measure? Is this just happening around the hole where there's some public disturbance? And after my student locked down every case, right, we realized two sites of major concern. This one, Anchorvale, is a condo and landed property, so a lot of koi. They are learning to protect their koi. Just put grills on the fence, right? Not so difficult. But condos, sometimes the fence very wayang, then the space very open. Then you tell them put vegetation or grill, they say it won't look nice. So okay lah, this keeps going on. So two major areas, but the news and social media amplified it like we are in the middle of a crisis. So all this data, we go back and we share with government. Because the other day, I was at an event and the Minister of National Development told me, hey, we're getting a lot of emails. So for him to tell me, that means pressure is building up. It's just from a minority, but that's the way things work now. So when you look at conflict, right, where is it happening? Anchor whale, they are mainly residential. So 200, 300 meters, okay lah, that's where the issues are. So within their home range, right? But look at Zook, is happening 2 kilometers away from their home. So this nomadic family is breaking all the rules and is traveling very far because they don't have, they're not dominant. So they got to look for fish wherever they can get it, and they travel very far. They're extremely fit now. Yeah, so what can we do lah? So we tried noise deterrent. It's okay, eventually they can habituate, right? And then on-site management, they can do cordoning off. We have people to watch otters, so if we put them in a WhatsApp group with the condo management, they can give them early warning. Then their security are trained to go and catch out the otters, but not in not to have physical contact. So this idea came from monkey guarding. There's a hotel in Langkawi, right? I saw the security would take shift to chase monkey. They use cattle park, but they don't aim for the monkey. Just as a deterrent, there's a assertive presence. Then they tend to keep their distance, most of them lah. But the hotel residents are also urged not to feed macaques, right? Here, the security going out and engaging the otters is actually worked quite well. But because condo don't want to put physical barrier, right? Reducing attractiveness means don't put the fish there. So it's quite funny because it turns out that wasn't ornamental fish, it was some water feature. Then some residents go and release fish. And so they got hundreds of tilapia-sized fish. So it become an attractant for the otters. So it told them very simple. You don't want to exclude from your property.
Apologize to interrupt. Maybe you can summarize your presentation.
Okay. Sorry, this been taking too much time. Okay lah. So this is the important thing. There are these measures. They're still ongoing, right? And I just show you one graph. This is condo engagement. Look at the number of elements, site meetings and all that. But we are kind of putting in the effort so that we have we understand communities, how they are organized, and how we can be effective. Okay, I want to jump to the later part. I just want to show you a couple of videos. So this, you can see the otters form up, right? Can you see 3 in a row? And you know, if there are 14 otters, it can be 14 in a row. They only exhibit this with dogs, not with people. This, you can see the otter retreats on the person just from very slight vocalization, right? And they can back away. And this, okay, watch this guy. He wasn't really doing anything. The otters were coming towards him, right? But they had pups. So they made a beeline for him. And he's quite athletic, so he escaped. Yeah, that was quite a good dance moves. But, you know, there was another case where they came and they nipped the ankle of one guy. Then he fell down. So he got many more bites, right? So mostly they're not aggressive from a recent study we did. And we're just trying to identify, okay, where are the spots? There's a lot of interaction. Can we reduce it? Yeah. And then thankfully, these otters, when they're moving about, they cross the road in front of the Istana. And the Istana police actually held up traffic for them. They don't always need to do it. They cross many times. But this occasion, the police held up traffic, a photographer videoed it, and the Prime Minister shared it on his Instagram. And he used the word coexistence. So there's still political will to have coexistence. And I think that's very important, because sometimes what we have to deal with is quite a handful. And it will come to cities around the world, right? As otters do well in clean environments. All right, everyone. Thank you. Any questions?
No questions from. All right, thank you, Dr. Siva, for your
Thank you very much. All the best for your workshop, everyone. Bye-bye.
Okay, Doctor. Now I'd like to welcome Ben Yoxon to present his speech.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I can't remember if I mentioned in my first talk, but I am the education officer for the International Otter Survival Fund. So I kind of work predominantly with children or young adults and raising awareness for otters, wetland and environmental education and conservation. So the main thing, and probably a word I'm going to use quite a lot during my short presentation, is something me and Sarah discussed earlier, was empowerment. What we're trying to do is empower young children and children around the world and around our areas, our respective regions or countries, to be a part of otter conservation and to be a part of a change. So the first question we want to ask is, why do we want to raise awareness for otters and their conservation? Why is otter awareness so important, not only in Asia, but around the world? Something many presenters so far have talked about is the importance of them to the natural environment, that they are often maybe not recognized or overlooked in conservation efforts for different species, larger, more famous fauna, such as tigers, elephants, and leopards. Of course, their need is great, but so are otters. We want to help increase wetland conservation and help increase otter conservation at the same time. The public are also generally not aware of the presence of otters and also how they indicate a healthy environment and how their presence actually benefits them too. Therefore, it is important for us to not only create otter awareness, but to really emphasize the role they play in all of it. So otter awareness programs can teach people about their importance, something I've already mentioned, the importance of otters, the importance of wetland habitats and their presence within that. They can teach about the basics that we all know about with otters, whether it be the ecology, distribution, home range, breeding or social interaction. And they can teach about the conservation issues that the otters are facing. This could be anything in relation to the number of aspects we've covered so far during the day, but it could also help them and seed new ecologists moving forward if they decide to go down a different stretch. We are obviously wanting to focus on otters and wetland conservation, but if a child decides that he wants to then focus on a different species, we're all working towards the same common goal, and this will help with that as well. It can also enable researchers and conservationists like ourselves the chance to interact with communities and gain information on otters in human perception, and also help increase community participation in our efforts. And finally, reduce any conflict, like Siva has mentioned earlier. So when we're looking at education programs, the first and most important thing we need to consider is our target audience. There's many different aspects and different individuals that we need to think about, but the most important one probably is whether you're going to focus on adults or whether you're going to focus on children. When it comes to adults, it could be people such as university students, other NGO groups, conservation groups working on different species, or it could be the general public. And therefore, the materials and resources you use have to be very different. When it comes to children, the most obvious one is the age of the child and kind of how developed they are. You might be focused on children from 5 to 7, and their needs are very different to children aged 12 to 14, for example. So just going to briefly discuss adult awareness and the benefits of this. There are many different sort of audiences that you can focus on when it comes to adult awareness, such as local communities, fishing communities, university students, other conservation groups, and government officials. So when you're focusing on local communities, you want to focus on different aspects again, which is things such as creating an understanding of the benefits of having local otter populations. Local communities might not fully understand the benefits of otters, how they maintain a balance, how they indicate a healthy environment. And they also might have conflict with them. So you can also, like Dr. Pazzo mentioned earlier, you can find ways to reduce any conflict or alternative income such as ecotourism. It also comes back to the word that I mentioned. If you can find a way to find a solution for local communities and any conflicts they may have, it will then empower them to protect their otters. It's important to emphasize that it's theirs and their local populations not belong to them, but are a big part of what they're doing and what their environment is doing too. And obviously this is a similar factor for things such as fisheries and fishing communities, increase the understanding of the balance that otters create, increase the practice of better fishing techniques and therefore increase fish stocks. As mentioned, a lot of fishing communities conflict comes from a lack of fish, obviously. So if we can find ways for better fishing practices and therefore increase fish stocks, we will therefore reduce the conflict that is faced by otters. And finally, reduce conflict, kind of emphasizing what going on with the human otter conflict management. This individual here in the blue on the left-hand side works in Tanzania, and he works with fishing communities quite a lot. They obviously have a large conflict. They're obviously poor, sometimes poor communities that rely so heavily on their fish. So instead of them killing their otters or conflicting with them, he actually got them to remove traps for otters and find mitigation circumstances that can cover nets, cover fish ponds, and therefore reduce fish impact. But working with local communities doesn't only have a benefit to the otters and a benefit to the communities themselves, it also has major benefits to us. A lot of the time, communities live alongside the otters. They might have information on species, distribution, populations, threats, illegal trade, and obviously human perceptions. All these are the building blocks that we're all looking for when it comes to otter conservation, and therefore it's important to tap into that information that they can give you. They could also save you a lot of time if you want to set up camera traps or things like that by just pointing you in the right direction and helping you start. University students and other NGOs or conservation groups, they'll obviously have an interest in wildlife or conservation or the environment initially, but we want to put otters in their minds as well. They may have an interest in focusing on other species, as I'm sure a lot of you do here, but by working with them, you can encourage cross-NGO cooperation, which therefore means if they were to find any otters or any otter information, they can relay that information back to you. And likewise, if you were to find any information on their species, then you can relay it back to them. And finally, in terms of adult education, you can raise awareness of issues that maybe are being faced by otters around Asia or around your region and help reduce trade and increase policing of laws. Cooperation if an otter is needed to be rescued as a pet, and also increase protection of things related to otters, such as habitat protection and restoration and pollution. Another and final thing, about in relation to adults or children education is World Otter Day. I know Mr. Wu kind of alluded to it, and the poster back here points out as well, but this was launched a few years ago to raise awareness of otters around the world and help kind of raise the profile of the species. This can be done in a variety of ways, and many different people have done education programs, small research programs, or focus on social media, which is such a powerful and excellent way to get a name out of otters. So far for 2022, we have events planned in over 25 countries, and we'd love it if you could join us too with an event of any size or whatever you can achieve. And then we're looking at children's education, which is kind of where I focus on, and different aspects which can really help children moving forward. There's obviously the health benefits to children. They get the chance to get outside, visit the field, learn more about different species and keep healthy. It helps them, doing that also helps them build appreciation for other life forms. By really focusing on otters or the wildlife that you live alongside and helping them kind of fall in love with it, it'll help them feel more appreciative towards other species too. Children are also more than, they love the wildlife, they love the outside anyway, so it's important to encourage that, so when they get older, they still maintain that passion. It also lays the foundations for conservation strategies and helps them and encourages them to take their information to other school peers or to their parents or other people that are in their lives. And also, if they are to kind of move into other fields, it helps build their confidence and helps them understand that they are empowered to make a difference in whatever way they go. So what can you do? There's so many different things you can do, particularly with children, and it's really a blank canvas to raise awareness and help them empowered. So you can write storybooks written on otters, colouring, artwork competitions, literature competitions, posters and information brochures focusing on campaigns, or field days, videos, games and quizzes. The main focus we want to focus on, of course, is the otters and the wetlands, but we can focus on any species as they are all linked together after all. A few examples of this. This is one conducted by Padma de Silva in Sri Lanka, where she created storybooks and distributed them among school children within the country. This kind of helped raise awareness of a species that was otherwise unknown, help children be empowered with artwork and help them. They were able to take these home and learn more about the wildlife. Again, it comes to outreach and material distribution. Nothing empowers children more than having visits from people like ourselves with enthusiasm, with passion, and helps them gain confidence to make sure they kind of increase their enthusiasm, their passion too. Another way, again, this was by Professor Padma, was creating storybooks for children that uses otters as the main character. You can see throughout reading the books how children's perceptions and how people's perceptions of otters change, and therefore they become and maybe fall more in love with the species moving forward. You can see these books have been distributed in a variety of countries, such as India, Sri Lanka, Indonesia, and in Bangladesh. And this is kind of my main focus and what I work on quite a lot, which is the Team Otter, IOSF Team Otter program, which uses otters as a mascot towards environmental education. So many of the speakers have already said that they use both water and land, they're at the top of the food chain, and therefore are the perfect ambassador to help children engage with wildlife and the environment. We are a collective group and we want to help children re-engage around the world with their natural environment and ignite a passion that will last a lifetime. It helps children understand how they can make a difference and feel part of a change for the better. Again, I keep going back to the word empowerment, but that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to make children feel confident to stand up for what they believe in and also have the correct information and education to make those decisions as well. I focus on Team Otter clubs. This is some of my Team Otter club that I have in the Isle of Skye. And what we're wanting to do again, going back to the same word I keep using, is empower children to feel part of something bigger. We have clubs in a variety of countries, which I'll get onto, but what we want children to understand is they're part of they're obviously part of their small club in their respective areas, but they're also part of a bigger club that get the opportunity to link with each other through pen paling and writing letters, learning from other cultures, other wildlife, other issues. So it's maybe, although we obviously focus on local and the global natural world, we want to empower children to feel part of different cultures and different aspects as well. So here we have just a few of the Team Otter clubs we have around the world. There's my one in Scotland in the top right corner. There's the Yupikari Wildlife Club, which is in Guyana in South America. We have a couple of clubs actually in Nepal and a few clubs in Laos in Southeast Asia. So it's good to see that the growing clubs and the growing children involved with this sort of thing. So why is it important? So I'm sure it's the same all over the world, but much has been documented of the impact that we as a whole are having on the natural world, and children are the future moving forward. So we want them, when they become decision makers, to have the environment, to have otters, and to have wildlife at the forefront of their decisions. And when they're making decisions, they always have that in the back of their mind and are thinking of it. They're also sponges for information. It's really important, us with all our knowledge and all our information, that we help children absorb the right information moving forward. We want to help them grow their confidence in whatever walk of life they decide to take next. In terms of Team Otter clubs and what you can do, this is entirely up to you and entirely up to what you can achieve or what your club can achieve. I actually run two clubs, one club for primary school kids, which you've seen in the pictures, and one club for high school kids, so teenagers. Most of the time, the teenagers actually decide what we do. I'm just basically the adult that's there to help them. So the primary school kind of is led by myself, and then as they grow up into older, they then decide what they can do and what differences they can do. But a few examples of what can be done is artwork, online materials. We have an IOSF education pack, which is kind of an introduction to the otters, and we also have this game which helps introduce to different threats and different aspects that otters have to live with. We have the litter campaign, which is my club down there. They go out all the time picking up litter, and probably over the last 3 or 4 months, we've helped pick up about 2 tons of litter from the coastline of the Isle of Skye, and field visits as well. Habitat work, this is us planting a tree plantation in Broadford where we live to help with birds. Nothing inspires children like watching otters, that was us as well. Wildlife survey, so although we focus on otters and we have a main sort of aspect on that, we also work with other organisations, and this is us surveying for newts in a local pond, so amphibian surveys and posters for campaigns helping their artwork and other similar factors. The choices really are endless of what you can do and what you can achieve. At the end of the day, alone we can do so little, but together we can do so much. Thank you for listening, and if you have any questions or my email address is up there, then I'd be happy to take them. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Ben, for your speech. Now I'd like to invite Ms. Nurshima Hanisa and Mr. Hakimi Bakri from Kelab Alami Nature and Heritage Center. I also would like to welcome Mr. Effendi Yang Amri from University Malaya to present otter documentation and habitat mapping in Mukim Tanjung Kupang by a group of local youth. Please welcome.
Hello everyone, I'm Hanis from Kelab Alami Mukim Tanjung Kupang, and today I would like to present the otter documentation and habitat mapping in Mukim Tanjung Kupang by a group of local youth. Okay, so why do we choose to conduct this research? Because there is no otter research that has been done in our area, including by the scientists. And this is the first otter research conducted by the local youth, and this is one of the citizen scientists in Malaysia. This is also a part of community research, and it involves the public and fishermen. Why do we choose to do this research in our area? Is because Mukim Tanjung Kupang has a high potential as a development area, and it will affect natural habitats, including otter habitats, in the future. And as you may know, many areas have already been damaged, and this study was conducted from 21st of January 2019 until 18 December of 2019. Okay, so this is the objective of our research. Why do we choose to do this research? Is because we want to know the otter behavior, the otter movement, whether they move in group or individuals. We also want to know the habitats, and want to know recognize the threat to the otter. We also want to know whether the otter live near the salt water area or in the freshwater area. We also want to know whether the otter are shy animal or not, and what are their favorite food, whether it's crab or any specific fish, and what species are commonly found in Mukim, and how many otter live, how many otter family live in Mukim Tanjung Kupang. So this is the research question. The first one is, do otter live in a nest like platypus or beaver and collect small sticks? Why do we choose to compare the platypus and beaver with the otter? Because the characteristic is similarly like to the otter. Okay, why does an otter like to float on its back? How can an otter catch fast swimming fishes? And are otter really afraid of human? This is because some of otter are afraid of human and some are not. Okay, why do otter move in a group? And does an otter's mother bring back food for her children like a bird? And how difficult is it to look for a group of the otter? So this is our methodology that we use to conduct this research. We divided the methodology into 12 months. Okay, the first month, a few random people and fishermen were interviewed about their experience seeing otters, including the place where they are commonly found. This is a basic technique to identify suitable places to do this research. The research location will determine based on the frequency of seeing otters. So after we collecting the otter finding from the fishermen and the public, we decided to divide the station into 4. So the first one in station 1 is in Jetty Sungai Cikmanan, station 2 in Second Link area, and station 3 in Pengkalan Jetty Port, and station 4 is at Saujana in Tanjung Adam. So this is the station. In station 1, we have fish market at Jetty Sungai Cikmanan. And in station 2 is at Second Link area. This area have less human activity, so we need to double up the times of the observation because we don't get much information from the public and the fishermen about the otter findings. And in station 3 is at Pengkalan Jetty Port. This is opposite at the Forest City. And in front of the station 3, there is a huge seagrass meadow which otter use to hunting for their food. In station 4, there are restaurants in station 4 which otter usually find their food from the food waste. So in second month, this is the type of questionnaire that was distributed to the local communities and the public. So and for the 3rd to 7th month, we hung a poster at the nearby restaurant and jetties so that the local communities and fishermen can contact us to give us information about their findings. So this is the poster that we hung at the nearby restaurants and the jetties, so that the public can fill up the survey if they want to contribute their findings. And the Kelab Alami crew will check the poster every 3 days. So in total, there was 144 surveys are answered and 240 interviews was conducted. So this is the example of our survey. This is the data that we collected. So the important thing is we need to know the dates, the location. At that time, we still doesn't know what the species until a certain amount of months. Then only we know the type of species and the main area where we see the otters. How many of the otters that we see? What type of the tail of the otter? The size, the color of underneath the neck, and what type of fish that they usually eat. So every month, from the 3rd to 5th month, this is how we did the observation. 3 crew members gathered at every station at certain time, usually from 4 to 6 p.m. Each person stood about 10 meter distance from each other, and one member need to jot down the findings in the notebook, while the 2 of them had to look for otter movement using binoculars and take photos using a camera. So sometimes the crew also kayak once a week to look for otters. And 4 observations were done every month at every station. So total is 12 times each until the 5th month. But as I've mentioned before, at the station 2, we need to double up the observation time because there is no or less human activities in there. So from the 6th to 12th month, observation were also done at every station and every week during the high and low tide, which total is 24 times each in 7th month. We also collect information from the local communities and the public through the poster and interview the public. So I will give the findings to me.
Hello, good afternoon. So I'm Kimi. So I'm continue about the presentation about the otter research in our place lah. Okay. Okay. So this one is a number of in Mukim Tanjung Kupang at every station. So every station we have only one family. So very more we have 13 members family. Okay, so this one is station 1. So this one is at the jetty, boat jetty for fishermen. So at this area, we find the otter hunting and finding at this area. Also in the mangrove. Okay, so this one is a photo for station 1. Okay, this station 2. So cycling area is a place for Singapore. So this area is don't have activity of people. So we need more to do the observation at this area. And at this area, the otter is live like naturally and very shy. So and very hard to see. So we see the otter at this area. Okay, so this is a photo for station 2. So our place is very near to Singapore. So this one is Singapore immigration. Okay, so this is station 3 at the Pengkalan Jetty Port. So this one also is a jetty boat for fishermen. So at this area, we want to know how otter survive at the development area. So this one is a forest city area, and this at this area have a port of Tanjung Pelepas. So we get some report from teacher from forestry school. She saw the baby otter die and stuck at the beach. And also have one tragedy, co-worker from the forest city chasing the otter to food. Food. But have villagers saw the activity and villagers angry to co-worker lah. So the mission failed. Okay, so this photo for station 3. So this one is a forest city. So very near at the otter habitat lah at the station 3. Okay, so this one is station 4. Okay, station 4 is Saujana is named for restaurant. So while we do at this area, before we do the otter research, we get some info from the worker from a restaurant. So he saw the otter playing under the restaurant, and the otter eat the food waste from the restaurant. Also at this area is very near with the port of Tanjung Pelepas. Yeah, so this one is a port of Tanjung Pelepas. Okay, so I do for the discussion. Okay, so family, every station we have one family. Station 1 have one family, 6 member of family. Station 2 one family, 9 members family. Station 3 one family and 12 families members. And station 4 have one family, 11 families members. Okay, so animal behavior. So station 1 and station 4 is not afraid of human because have a lot activity at pupil activity at station 1 and station 4. Usually 3 meter apart of human. So station 2 and station 3 afraid of human because their life is naturally and don't like meet with people. So how otter find the food? So session 1 and session 4, the otter, session 1 and session 4 have a fish market and restaurant. So the otter more go to fish market and restaurant to to stand by to get the food waste and fish waste. Yeah. Because at the fish market have clean up the fish and people throw it away the fish part and throw it away, so the otter take the fish part to eat. Okay, so the best time hunt for food. So at session 1 is morning because the fish market is open. So in evening, the otter need to sorry. Oh, okay. So, so in morning the fish market is open. So, otter don't need to hunt the fresh fish just for waiting from the fish waste lah from the fish market. Okay. So, in evening the fish market is closed. So the otter need to hunting the fresh fish. Okay. So, in cycling area is the high tide. We more see the otter in high tide in the cycling area because have the white mud flat here. So very hard to see when the low tide because at this area otter like more to hunting at the mangrove. So need to high tide because water come to mangrove. So the otter is very fast in the water. So session 3 is any tide because at the session 3 have the Kiss River. So have the if the high tide, the otter can go at the small river because the jetty at the small river, and when the low tide, the otter can go to the brackish water to eat the fresh fish, fresh water fish. So session 4 is high tide because same with the cycling area have the white mud flat, and when the high tide, the otter can go to the restaurant lah to wait the food waste and fish waste. Sometimes the order drink. So otter habitat session 1 is in the Pendas River. Session 2 in mangrove and riverbank. Session 3 river area near palm tree, and session 4 land near mangrove. Okay, so it's a conclusion. There are 4 family of otter that are commonly found in our study area. So the smooth quarter otter is the species that we see. Otter choose mullet fish compared to crab because the mullet fish is swim in the group. So the otter very easy to hunting the mullet fish. Okay, otter usually move in a group to protect each other. So we see the two tragedies. And the first one, the otter fight with the monkey, but the monkey scary with the otter, so the monkey just stay at the tree, just sound only. Yeah. So and we have another tragedy, the otter fight with dog, but the dog run, so scary with the otter. Yeah. Okay, otter not afraid of human if they can adapt each other. So at session 1 and session 4, normally when we see the otter, we can go near to the otter because the otter can adapt with the pupil. So very easy to do the research lah, what they eat, the fish. The development will cause otter to have a dominant life and eventually test pair with human. So in our research area, more development now at our research area lah. So the otter habitat now is disturbed now. So we get some info from villagers. We see the otter live at small mosque. So before this lah, so after this we go the small mosque renovate now, so don't have the house for otter lah. Otter choose to live in dry place and shady area. So we get info from the villagers. So we think the otter like to live in dry place and shady area. Okay, so treat the otter include monitor lizard, crocodile, and development. So otter live in lizard and crocodile. So lizard and crocodile is a predator to otter, and also development at our research area more. So all the place for otter is listed now. This citizen science research was conducted through interview, observation, and community information. So we do the otter research with a community. So without the community, we cannot do the research otter lah. So we together to do the research otter. Okay, we observe the otter behavior that we see that we did not plan to find out. Teaching children to hunt. So we see the juvenile teach the children adult teach children how to catch a mud skipper in the mud flat. So I think this training for children to catch the fish. Yeah. So just like sliding in the mud flat and sliding, catch the mud flat. So very cute lah. So sketching the bag on the net. So this one normally if at the session one, normally if otter go to the jetty, every time catching the bag on the net every time. So because at the jetty don't have the grass, don't have the sand, just mud, so don't have spot of otter to sketching the bag. So just have the fishing net from the lion. So the sketching happy everywhere. So fighting with within the family. So we see the juvenile fight each other. So we don't know how the fighting. We think for to be the alpha, I think. Okay, so this one is a photo of our research area. Okay, so this one is the otter eat the eel. So this one is under the fish market. So this fish we don't give to otter. So we just hanging the fish. So the otter stitch the fish. So the face very angry when we take the photo. So this, normally we see the otter like this lah in group. And this one is the otter get the fish waste from the fish market. So they eat. So this one I don't know what the otter doing. Yeah. Okay. So recommendation for future research. We want to add the new station at the Tiram Duku Jetty and Sungai Pendan. So at the Tiram Duku Jetty is the same jetty with the boat for fishermen. We want to do the research otter at the Tiram Duku Jetty because we don't know have an otter or not at the Tiram Duku Jetty lah. So and the Sungai Pendan we get some info from villagers. We see the big otter at the Sungai Pendas. So the future research we want to do at the Sungai Pendas, the research. To hang more otter reporting poster in different area and use technology. So we want to more community to do the otter research. So we want to put more poster everywhere and use the technology. So before this, we just use manual, just right. So we target, we can put the QR code at the poster, so can get scan with phone and share info with handphone only. Okay, more frequent observe 2 or 3 times per week and answer more research questions. Okay, so thank you. So this photo we do the otter research one, and this our community. So we more work with the fishermen about the otter research. So thank you for Mr. Appendi yang Amdi untuk for advisor, and don't forgetting our community in Mukim Tanya Kupang. Okay, so we have some video about the behavior in our research area. Okay, so this one is a very clear video we get otter from Sivasothi.
Rezeki kita balik dia turun kat sini, turun kat sini kat ni. Dia kejap. Tak tinggal. Dia tinggal tu. Sinilah. Ni agak bubui. Tu agak bawah bot, belakang bot.
So this video, normally the otter go up at the fishing net area and catching the body. They So this video also the otter cross the road, but
Jaga!
very near to accident.
Ini.
So this video the otter
Pergi lah. Jentik boleh. Sebab lalu highway lain.
is hill from the Palung.
Kawan kau ni Alip.
No, bawah, bawah.
We saw when the otter get
Orang tunjuk tengok
the otter don't care. The environment put the janji only.
Oi bagus.
and this video the otter get fish from the market.
Oh, orang ni orang kau ni tak malu betul lah.
Dia tunjuk show. Malu apa?
Kalau pergi pemancing, pengalaman saya, dia nampak ikan ni, minta boatman tu tukar ke tempat dia jauh sikit. Ikan yang kita nak mancing ni akan lari sini. Dalam jarak 100 meter tu mengalihkan.
Okay, thank you. Any question?
Antara buaya dengan biawak untuk makanan di section 1 dengan section 4.
Makanan untuk food waste.
Ya.
Setakat ni belum ada lagi konflik lah. So kebanyakannya pemerintah tak, dia food waste yang datang, the food waste come from the restaurant, just like rice, the otter no eat, just eat like the fish pie. So the restaurant near the sea, so have more like the seafood menu. So have the clean up fish. So just eat the fish waste lah from the restaurant also.
The crocodile come?
Crocodile, I think.
Crocodile lizard, they come?
Crocodile lizard, now don't have any issue because crocodile have, but we scary about the crocodile. So we don't know more story about crocodile lah. But the monitor lizard more. So monitor lizard more like to eat the food waste lah, like rice, anything lah.
Okay, just want to ask out of curiosity here. So you had otters in station 1, 2, 3, and 4, and some of these places have got opportunities for the otters to get food from human, while the others may not, right? So have you, based on your time over there in observation, right, have you come across otters trying to go from a space where they don't get food from human, the easy way of getting the food, and they try to migrate to the other part? Or has there been conflict? Has there been something that's trying and then they can't succeed, they will go back to their place? Or they just don't care, they just stay where they are?
Dia bergerak tempat lain. Kalau macam tak ada makanan, tempat lain, berpindah.
Oh, so normally at every station, the otter don't go very far, just around the station only. So yeah.
Jadi walaupun kawasan yang lain tu kalau ada makanan pun, yang dia tahu senang dia dapat makanan kat sana, tapi dia tak akan pergi juga, dia akan stay kat tempat dia juga.
Ya betul, macam juga. Okay. So dia dah tahulah macam hari-hari, macam biasa macam kebiasaannya pasal buka hari-hari waktu pagi. So waktu pagi tu dah akan keluar lah pergi kat kawasan tu untuk tunggu fish bite yang datang daripada fish market tu.
Jadi kalau gitu boleh kita kata dengan confident yang makanan kat tempat dia tu memang cukup lah. Kalau station 3, 2 atau mana-mana pun, artinya dia cukup.
Saya rasa setakat ni masih cukup lagi lah.
Alright, thank you.
Hi, thank you for this really great talk. My question is, between you and your colleague, what kind of impact has this research had on you personally? Has it changed your perception of the otter, your perception of wildlife conservation? Has it even had an impact on what you want to do later on in life? Your job, opportunities also, for example, would you like to take this further?
Apakah kesan daripada kajian ni kepada diri sendiri dan impact kepada diri sendiri, impact kepada kampung, apa kesan dia? Orang ramai
Bila buat kajian otter ni,
so
Inggeris.
Okay. So for me, we do the otter research. So for me, it's very grateful lah. Because I can know about the otter in our place. So we from the community community do the research at our place.
As for me, I think when we do the otter research, we give awareness to the community to love the otter more and appreciate the habitat of the otter more. That is what I think we've got from the otter research. As for me,
how does the villagers feel about this?
I think the villagers want to learn about the otter, and they are more responsible to work towards how do I say take care of the habitats more.
In your future, any direction?
For future, we will continue to do the research about the otter because we want to know how many of the families or how many group of the otter that still have in our Mukim Tanjung Kupang. Because our research area was not included the whole Mukim Tanjung Kupang. For example, like Tiram Duku Jeti and Sungai Pendas was part of the Mukim, but we still didn't do the research at the area.
So, do you think this new work, your research, has had an impact on your friends? Have they changed their perception or their idea of the otters, for example, living with otters? You were just talking about human wildlife coexistence. So are your friends more aware through you? Would you mind saying?
Bagaimana dengan kawan-kawan? Kawan-kawan sebab dia tanggungjawab buat kerja ni, ada impact kepada orang.
They cooperate with us to give more information about the otter, and I think they will love otter more. Before this, they didn't know the existence of the otter, but now they already know that there is otter families and group in our area.
Thank you, Ms. Shaima and Mr. Hakimi. Looks like everyone were happy with your presentation. Okay, we will have short break for Salat Asar for Muslim. And we will be back at 4:45 for session 4. Okay?
Hello, everyone. Please be seated. We will continue with session 4 shortly. I would like to welcome Dr. Chris Shepherd to present illegal trade in otters for furs and pets. Please welcome.
Hello, everyone. My name is Chris Shepherd. I hope you can hear me okay.
Hello, Dr. Chris.
Yes, can you hear me
We
okay?
can't hear you. Please unmute yourself.
Yeah, I have unmuted myself. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you, doctor.
You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. My name is Chris. I am going to present to you on the illegal trade in otters in Asia. First of all, greetings from Canada, and pardon me if I stumble a little bit. It's 2 in the morning here, and I'm just also in quarantine with COVID symptoms, so bear with me. First of all, a little bit about Monitor. I'm with an organization called Monitor. I'm the executive director. We're a very small organization that focuses on wildlife trade. There's only 4 of us that are full-time and a couple of part-time people. This is our crew here. We're very new. I was with traffic in Malaysia for many years prior to setting up Monitor in 2017. Monitor's focus is largely on lesser known species that others aren't looking at, or few people are looking at, or aren't getting enough attention. Our goals really are to highlight issues threatening species that are in trade, whether it's poor policy, lack of enforcement, lack of legislation, or often just a lack of awareness of what the situation is. The otter trade in Southeast Asia is one of the issues that we do focus on, actually in all of Asia, and increasingly in other parts of the world. We started working with the Otter Specialist group in 2015 on otter trade. We began investigating trade in Southeast Asia at that point. Originally, we then expanded our research to include South Asia and East Asia. We were focusing on legal loopholes and legislation issues. We looked at a lot of seizure data, carried out market surveys, and published a lot of the work. And here you can see some of the reports that were published by us and the traffic team in Southeast Asia at the time. The otter trade in Southeast Asia is largely the work we've been doing is largely focused on the pet trade, but otters, as you know, are traded for fur, skins as trophies, and also their parts are used in traditional medicine. In other parts of the world, such as here in Canada, otters are harvested as well for the and for the largely for furs, but also for the demand to meet demand in Asia. The fur trade really became an issue that in the spotlight in Asia, thanks to EIA, the Environmental Investigation Agency, in around 2006, and the Wildlife Protection Society of India. They were looking at the cat trade in India and found that a lot of otter skins were being shipped into China with otters or with big cats, sorry. And in fact, the otter trade dwarfed the cat trade. There was far more otters in some of these shipments. Let's go back a little bit. Historically, otter furs have been in huge demand. Canada still is a big player as well. We ship 10,000 otters a year to consumer markets, mostly China and the US. But the trade has wiped out otters in many parts of the world. In Southeast Asia, there's not a large trade in otter skins, but we have found some. Eurasian otters and smooth otters are the two main ones in trade, although we have found some small clawed otters. The main demand for the furs is China, but Vietnam, Japan, South Korea, and Russia also consume or are end markets or end destinations for otter skins from Asia. India is probably the largest source, and certainly the largest source known for skins coming out of Asia, but we have found skins, and others have also found skins coming out of Cambodia, Myanmar, Laos, Thailand, and possibly other places. This is a picture of a hairy-nosed otter that I photographed in a market in Myanmar. It was in with a bunch of other otter skins. It was the only hairy-nosed otter, but it was in a market that supplies demand in China, right on the Myanmar-China border. The biggest issue, though, in the trade in Asia is the growing demand for otters as pets. Since the early 2000s, the demand has been growing, the trade has been growing. We're seeing more and more otters in trade, and it probably is the greatest threat, trade-related threat, to otters in the Southeast Asian region, at least. And not only is it for personal pets, but also there's a growing demand for otters in exotic pet cafes or animal cafes. For those of you that aren't familiar with animal cafes, they're just that. They're a cafe with stuffed full of different kinds of wild animals, often a variety of animals, but there are some that focus purely on otters. For the pet trade, the main species is the target species really is a small clawed otter. They're small, they're manageable, they're cute. The main demand is Indonesia, where a lot of the otters are caught locally and traded locally. Japan, Thailand, and Vietnam, where otters are often caught elsewhere and shipped in, especially in Japan. And many of these otters come from Indonesia and Thailand. Those are the two main sources of small clawed otters entering the pet trade, but also to a lesser extent Malaysia and possibly elsewhere. Furthering the trade and better enabling the trade is the use of online platforms for selling otters. As you know, this is becoming a growing issue for wildlife trade in general. Traders are perhaps less frequently using physical markets and more frequently using online platforms to sell otters. It's extremely easy to find otters for sale online. Facebook is one of the main platforms, but there's a number of other platforms. In Indonesia, there's a lot of local platforms, and we've found all kinds of otters for sale, including hairy-nosed otters. So here's just some examples. In 2017, there was market surveyed in Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. This involved literally hundreds of live animals. For example, in Indonesia, there was 450 otters, or 450 ads advertising a total of 711 otters. All of these were small clawed except for one hairy nose otter. The same period, Thailand, there was 80 ads. And these included 205 otters, of which 203 were small clawed, and 202 and 203 of them were only 3 were smooth otters. Malaysia, fewer ads, 10 ads, 15 otters, 100% of those were small clawed. Vietnam, again, 21 ads, 12 otters. All of those were small clawed. 12 live otters were small clawed, and the rest, there was 15 ads that sold furs. One of the issues that of concern really is the cross-border trade. This is a violation of CITES, as well as national legislation in many places. Skins going into China and Vietnam from many parts of Asia, as I've mentioned already, especially India, through Nepal, and from other parts of the world as well. But the pet trade really is largely Indonesia and Thailand. In the past years, supplying markets in Japan. But some trade across, there's been some seizures in Thailand that indicate perhaps some of the otters are coming from Malaysia. Interestingly, Japan has been highlighted as being a major demand center for otters. Japan is taking action, and there's a paper coming out soon talking about the new legislation and the action that Japan is taking to allow authorities to prevent trade of illegally sourced otters. So that's exciting. That's something that's going to, I think, have a really big impact. Some of the work that we're doing, and we're looking for collaboration on, we're looking to improve policies and regulations at national and international levels, strengthening the implementation of CITES, strengthening national laws, and supporting the enforcement of these laws, including enforcement of CITES for the cross-border trade. We're currently working in Vietnam, looking at the otter trade there, looking at online otter trade as well as seizure data. And interestingly, we're finding a lot more fur trade than we've found in the past. And whether that's trend or whether it's more fur traders using online platforms now than in the past, we're not sure. And we're looking at developing strategies, national strategies where needed, but also a more broad Asia-wide approach to tackling the illegal otter trade. Well, there's far more that we don't know than there is that we do. There's still a lot of gaps in our knowledge. We don't know what the extent of the otter trade is in many countries still. We don't know what impact the trade is having on wild populations, and this is a very big gap in our knowledge, but also a big impediment in our attempts to, when I say our, I mean everybody's attempt to put otters better in the spotlight and ensure legislation is in place, adequate legislation is in place to counter the trade. So there's a lot of gaps. We really don't know what's going on in a lot of places, and staying on top of trends and shifting routes and that sort of thing is essential. It's also important that there's more research carried out looking at the extent that human-otter conflict leads to trade. Are otters being taken from the wild due to conflict and then sold into trade, or are they being targeted just for trade? It's hard to tell to what extent conflict otters are being moved into the trade. So there's a lot of research to be done, and there's also a lot of a lot of support needed for research. There's still not a lot of funding out there for otter research, and we really need to be bringing this to the attention of potential donors. All these gaps in our knowledge and all the really urgent needs for otters. As I mentioned just now, there's a number of research needs that we have identified, but I'm sure this workshop is going to come up with a whole pile more. But we certainly need to stay on top of things, because the trade isn't decreasing, the trade is increasing in many places, and definitely more research is needed to do something about that. Not only to support policy and enforcement interventions, as I mentioned, but also to catalyze more conservation action. A lot of conservation organizations could be working on otters, but aren't. A lot of researchers could be focusing on otters, but aren't. And I think this is largely because the issues facing otters, the threats facing otters, aren't really in the spotlight and aren't really well known. So with that, I will end here. I'm very sorry I'm not there in Malaysia. I wish I was for this conference. I'm sure it's a lot warmer there than it is here. But I wish you all the best, and I look forward to hearing the results and seeing the recommendations and the outputs from this workshop. Thank you very much.
Dr. Chris, we have one question from you.
Hi, Dr. Chris, how are you? Naing here from Sabawala Department.
Sorry, I didn't hear you what you said.
Hi, Dr.
Sorry,
Chris.
can you? Yeah.
Naing here from Sabawala Department. So you did mention that live otter was being transported to Thailand, Vietnam, and Japan. What is the MO for transporting live otter without having any detection?
Unfortunately, it's still fairly easy to move wild animals from one country to another. A lot of the seizures that have been detected, especially those in Thailand, the otters have been in cages inside of luggage. So a lot of them are moved by air. There's been many seizures at the airport in Bangkok. So moving them by air is probably the most common method for the international trade in live otters. And these are just hidden in luggage. Did that answer your question?
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
I want to ask one question. I'm from Myanmar. Yes, in my country, a lot of wildlife trade, you already showed the 2014, one of the paper, I think your paper. Yes, I saw 2 species, albinos and small crow otter. But now is the growing the wildlife trade on Kachin State, they're very close to the China boundaries, and Thonburi region is very close to the Thailand. That's why. But currently, do you have any plan for how to reduce the wildlife trade, this problem? How to do better? Do you have any ideas or something like that?
Oh, that's a very good question. I mean, it's extremely challenging tackling the wildlife trade in Myanmar, especially since a lot of the border markets, like you mentioned, the ones near the China border, especially are areas of political unrest. Some of the bigger markets like Mongla in Myanmar, but on the China border, there isn't really a government presence. There's not really any enforcement presence there. I think the key to tackling some of those markets is collaboration with the neighboring countries, developing strategies between Myanmar and China, for example, to prevent cross-border trade in places like Mongla, and working with the Thai authorities to prevent trade, especially in towns where there's demand on the Thai side, such as Tai Chilek, or further south at Three Pagoda Pass. I think really those markets, the best way to deal with them, aside from enhancing enforcement efforts in Myanmar, and continuing to monitor the markets and provide information to the enforcement authorities there. Really, the key is going to be working with the neighboring countries, developing strategies to increase capacity amongst the border guards, whether they're customs or whatever agency might be on the particular border, educating the staff there on wildlife trade and on otters in particular, and on the implementation and enforcement of CITES and national laws. I think that's absolutely key.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I would like to invite Dr. Pai for the presentation of tracing the origin of traded otters in Southeast Asia and Japan. Please welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay, let me try this one. Is this the full screen now?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. All right. So first of all, thank you very much again for inviting me to this workshop. And I would continue to the theme of wildlife trade that Dr. Chris Shepard has mentioned, and about our team efforts in Thailand and Japan to tackling this by developing the genetic profile at the national level from the Thailand side to map the wild otters population genetics and then compare to the traded otters in Japan. And because of in Thailand, our national legislation prevent to have otter as pet, but in Japan, as Dr. Chris has mentioned, there might be the revision of the legislation and a tighter control for the trade. And so today I would like to share with you some of our preliminary result, how we narrow down the trafficking center to the Gulf of Thailand site. And for our the goal from our team, we are conservation ecology team from Mongkut University. And our group is trying to identify how the genetic diversity has arisen and how can we maintain it so that we can maintain the adaptive potential and evolutionary process. And the practical side of this is that if we can identify the genetics from the Indo-Chinese versus Sundaic, that could be divided by the smooth Abgra or Ganha Patani line. Then we can use those area-specific alleles or haplotypes to narrow down if the traded otter have those certain alleles, then they might be pushed from the source populations. So we are narrowing down instead of country level. We're trying to narrow down to the wildlife protected area level so that the government agency could focus their intervention to the right trafficking source. And as we've been shown that habitat fragmentations not only prevent animals from crossing, but is also prevent the exchange of genetic diversity and connectivities. So if there's any blockage to the gene flows, then genetics can, a very highly polymorphic markers can detect this division or separation of population genetics. And then this will be area specific alleles that will help us identify the geographic origin of the traded animals. So our main question, besides tackling the trafficking issues, we try to integrate ecological and genetic monitoring to increase the effectiveness of captive breeding programs, not only otters, but other threatened species. And for the past 3 years, we've focused on small carnivores, especially otters, because the otters were rescued, about hundreds of them. When I use the term rescued, oftentimes it was abandoned in the basket in front of the captive breeding centers because the owner no longer want them as a pet, but at the same time, they don't want to get caught because it's still illegal to own otters. So we have these captive otters that we don't know where they come from. So we couldn't systematically design the translocation or reintroduction program and to eventually recover the population where it is needed. So we try to identify the source to the population level of these traded otters. And then for the wild population, we have a broader question to identify which populations are at risk of a genetic threat. What I mean is that, are they experiencing any drastic decline and have a very high level of relatedness or inbreedings when they breed among their kin? So our third question is to determine whether the current level of genetic connectivities or gene flow are enough to counteract the very bad impact of genetic drift and inbreedings. And our last question is that what kind of conservation policy or do we need conservation intervention to rescue the already small and potentially isolated populations? And for the case of traded otters, even though these are the photos from Japan, pet cafe, otter cafe, and in Thailand, the scale of the trade has become more and more common, especially since when our students start to monitor an online trade, we found that younger generations, for example, in high school, perceive otters as pet to be like very trendy things to have, like instead of growing the garden, and they perceive having otters could show the level of wealth besides having a companion animals. And they show this to their friends, and it's become more and more popularized through the social medias. And this go along the line with the increasingly capture history, the seizure history, I'm sorry, starting in 2013, even though in 18 it seems to be dropping, but within the nation, the government start to arrest more and more seller, especially from the online post. And based on this study by Sivasothi and Nitman 2018, they found out that the 3 major provinces in Thailand, including Yala, Songkhla, and Bangkok, are the one that have a highest frequency of Facebook posts to sell otters. And recently, on the 19th this month, the police, through the string operation, they've arrested a poacher trying to sell an otter pups, the small claw otters. So we've seen this almost every month, and we still don't know where it's come from, even though the police, through an interview with the poachers or ex-poachers, they claim that most of the source are in southern Thailand, potentially along the coastal or the Gulf of Thailand. So we are trying to prove whether this hypothesis is true. And when we look at the previous other studies, most of the studies have focused at the phylogeographic level. So we are trying to fill in the map using the same and overlapped genetic markers, but then extend to the mitochondrial genome level or a more number of polymorphic microsatellite loci, so that eventually we could map out population genetics of otters in the wild and then compare to the confiscated or rescued or traded otters. So this technique is nothing new. The Ivory team, pangolin trafficking mitigation teams already apply these methods to trace the source population and then focused the law enforcement to the right trafficking hotspot. So we apply the same similar methods by first, so these methods can help confirm the present or absence of otters, 4 species of them in Thailand, using the DNA barcoding technique, mitochondrial DNA from cytochrome B until control region, which is about 1800 base pair. And secondly, because our groups are interested in evolutionary questions, so we are trying to see which historical factors might be since the glacial maxima that influenced the diversification pattern of otters across Thailand. And this one is based on mitochondrial genome from the maternal diversity. And then for the third objective is to develop an area-specific genetic data, including the mitochondrial genome and microsatellite allele frequencies of the wild, and then compare the traded otter to the wild database, so that we could lastly infer the geographic origin of the traded otters and help the law enforcement improve effectiveness to the otter trade mitigations. And here's a brief diagram for the methods, but I think due to some time constraint, you can talk to me or email me afterward. So we collect fecal sample mainly from the wild and buccal swab or blood or fecals from the traded otters. And here's the map I shown this morning that we conduct nationwide surveys starting in late 2016. And for anyone who would like to see our collection protocol, our students have made this amazing video. in general, our group never made a video before. We are more like pure evolutionist ecologists, but we are very fortunate to have this amazing student to start making videos so that we can collaborate more and more with our NGO friends and colleagues, so that the scale of sampling could be done across Thailand. And for a brief sampling design, because we would like to confirm the presence of all other species. For example, in Hoi Kha Kang Wildlife Sanctuary, located in the Western Forest Complex. Since the study by Crook et al. 1990s, 3 species of otters were detected previously based on the scat morphology, sprain, the shape of the sprain, and the paws, the script. Is that what you call? Yes. So everything is done based on morphological characters. And yes, by the expert in the field, that when they look at the shape of the tail, the skull characteristic, the body size, 3 species of otters were confirmed. So again, last year we visited Hoi Kha Kang Wildlife Sanctuary, and we divided the level of canal or stream otter into 2. The first one, as shown in the blue color here, is the permanent stream. It's quite deep, and maybe the small claw might not use it as frequently because this depth of the water sometimes might prevent small claw from using. So the second level or the shallower stream may be only at the ankle level. Sometime in the dry season, this number 2 stream become like more drier. So it's a lot of dynamics in terms of the water depth, and the prey diversity seems to be different between the permanent water source and the one with the smaller one. So maybe more study is needed for the niche overlapping or niche partitioning among these 3 species. And yes, by the fecal DNA, we confirm the presence of all 3 species. Lutra seems to be widely distributed in the north and the south. And somehow in the central one, Lutrogale become the more common species. And sometimes based on scat morphology alone, because Lutrogale often deposit their feces in the latrine. So if you see a huge pile of sprain like this, oftentimes it's the Lutrogale, smooth-coated otters. But if it's a Lutra, we generally find them deposit like we call sprinkle of sprain. So it's bits by bits of fecal samples along a large boulder or a large rock. And during each collection protocol, we bring GPS and collecting device, and everything could be stored at the room temperature level. We no longer bring ice to the field because the lysis buffer that we developed in the lab could prevent any pathogen growth in the field, and somehow could potentially stop most of the DNA degradation. But every 2 months, we transfer the samples back to the lab. And for captive otters, we message them through TikTok or YouTube and ask for their permission to get the barcode swab. And we also ask them some questionnaire, even though now it's not like structure yet, but we would like to understand their perception of what drives them to have otters as pet, and whether this attitude could be change in the future. And for the touch a little bit upon the genetics, this is mitochondrial DNA. It's the maternal diversity passed on from the mothers to her offspring. And we recognize that it's only 50% of the genetics because we only look at the maternal size. But the sweet thing about mitochondria is that it's very easy to amplify, even though the feces are more than 2 weeks old, we can still amplify 1,800 base pair, no problem. And we then map, I'm sorry, this map is still the ongoing work, but for the small claw that's been traded a lot, we found that even though the sample size are not much compared to smooth-coated otters, so this one based on roughly 50 samples, and it's shown that it has a very high level of diversity, especially in southern Thailand. And it seems to be a little bit split between north and south. We are not sure yet if the split are because the isthmus of Gra, or there could be other barriers, because the limited sample size, especially in the Sundaik region in the 3 southernmost province. So we are working on that to get the confirmation from the genetics of the southernmost populations. But on the Western Forest Complex itself, we've shown that there's a high level of population connectivities and the shared mitochondrial haplotype, which indicate the high level of historical connectivities. We emphasize the time scale because mitochondrial often reflect the demographic process or connectivity in the past. But our ultimate goal is to look at the human impact, the one that's more quite recent in 5 generations. For example, what's happening if we look at 25 or 30 years, has the habitat fragmentation by settlement or monoculture already split the otters in Western Forest Complex into the upper and the lower Western Forest Complex or not? That's the question we are still working on. And for the traded otter, we can identify all of their source back to the southern Thailand. So it's proved the hypothesis that the Gulf of Thailand served as a major source into the trade and trafficking hotspot. But to narrow down which populations along the Gulf of Thailand, then we are working on the microsatellite diversity. And we also share this map with our collaborators so that it's updated every week. Once we have a sequence result, we update back to the superintendents or to the chief at each protected area and to the DNP, the Department of National Parks and Wildlife and Plants Conservation. And here's some preliminary result. So Lutra is often found in the northern and western Thailand. We haven't detected in the eastern and southern Thailand yet. And this is the contrast to the more widely distributed smooth-coated otters and small claw otters. And when we look at the diversity level, even though we collect roughly 2 times the sample size of the number of the samples that we collected from small claw otters is 2 times less than the smooth-coated. But it's turned out that small claw we found 17 haplotypes, where smooth-coated otters we found 9 haplotypes. And Lutra is the Now it's 14 haplotype that we can detect. So most often time people in Thailand, people think Lutra might face a higher level of genetic erosion or the loss of genetic diversity. But our study shown that this might not be the case, that there might be rare and elusive, but in terms of meta population and how they maintain the diversity, they might be doing okay. But again, we emphasize that this is the 50% of the genetic diversity pictures. We still need both the paternal and maternal genetic diversity. So from microsatellite data, we could infer which population have undergone the genetic bottleneck and which population might needed a more urgent conservation interventions. And from the expected, this is the primary glimpse of the data. We haven't detected any potential barriers to differentiate Indo-Chinese versus Sundaic smooth-coated otters yet. But as we increase the number of markers and the number of sample size, the fine scale genetic differentiation might be able to infer. So we are still working on this. And we hope that by the end of the project, the government, not only the Thai size, but at the regional level, we would be happy to share this genetic profile. And if we could use an overlap genetic markers or the same microsatellite panel, then we could expand this effort to Southeast Asian level, and then infer the trafficking hotspot, and then provide some guidelines to the reintroduction if it's needed to recover the populations. And besides the otter trafficking project, the next project that might kick off next year is to identify otters' diet based on the metabar coding and high throughput sequencing approach, so that we can identify the prey species and the compositions of the prey. And the same technique we also apply to use with other threatened species. For example, to trace the geographic origin of the great and oriental pie hornbill or the green turtle. And again, this is not a single person effort, it's all the team members. We barely take group photos yet. So we have bits and bits of photos and other members, but if you have any question, if you would like to contact our team, I will be happy to answer any of your questions. So please feel free to email my Gmail, or if you would like to visit Conservation Ecology website, please go to ConEco, KMUTT, weebly.com. Thank you very much.
Hi, Dr. Pai. A very interesting presentation. I would like to ask how many microsatellite loci did you use?
Currently, we tested 21 loci, because another project that my friend is the PI, Dr. Wan Lop, we would like to get the population estimates and estimate the genetic relatedness or paternity test. So he would like more number of loci. So now we aim for 21.
Hello, Dr. Pai. Thank you so much for this really, really interesting talk. I've got a question regarding some research I've heard about by a Swedish research team that is using or trying to extract DNA from otter footprints, from the mud, basically, from the substrate. And you may have heard of that as well. So from what they've told me, the first results are really, really encouraging. Is this something you would add to your monitoring set as well, basically, as a further tool?
Yes, I've heard about this. So we're trying to test out in the captive otters, potentially in May or in June. But yes, from the spring, I believe not spring, sorry, the footprint itself. I think in Philip species, they also successfully amplify, or from the eDNA too, using the water source, the canal with the 10 liters of water filter out to the like a coffee drippers, and then use the barcoding technique to first confirm whether it's the otters and to get a more in-depth which species of otter it is. I believe biotechnology advanced this day will allow you to do that. Yeah, I really believe it could happen. But in terms of the cost and effectiveness, yes, it's still very, very high. We use about 7 funding source as a matching fund. Our lab said this is the most expensive project that we carry out so far. Yes, it's highly, it's quite challenging and need a lot of funding support. Yes, but I think the high throughput sequencing technique by the barcoding will give you a very good success if it's the sprint DNA, just like the eDNA technique. Yeah, thank you. And from the floor, we've sequenced 267 something, yeah, almost close to 300 samples so far. It's the combination of 3 years sample collections. It's still ongoing, and we believe the last site, Halabala, which is the next to Belum National Park, we hoped to confirm the presence of hairy-nosed and also Lutrogale, the smooth-coated and also small color at that site. Yes, so before the rainy season start, yeah, we hopefully could wrap up the survey effort. And yeah, COVID, unfortunately, our field team, 3 of them infected by the SARS-CoV-2. So yeah, but this project is still ongoing. Yeah.
And Dr. Pai?
Yes.
No, please finish your answer first. I'll ask my question later. Hello. Hi, Dr. Pai. Very interesting presentation. My name is Sandeep Sharma, and I have 2 questions. So my first question was regarding the mitochondrial region that you have applied, and you have said that you could identify all. Sorry, there was some technical glitch. So you said you could identify up to 1,000 bases with fecal DNA. I was wondering if you're using sequencing or something else. And my second question was about expanding this to entire Southeast Asian regions. If you're using microsatellite, probably calibration between different labs would be required. So either you'll have, I want to know more about that, or maybe use of SNPs. Are there any possibilities of using SNPs for the entire region?
Thank you very much, Dr. Sandeep Sharma. Yes, the amplification of 1.8 kbp or very close to 2,000 base pair could be done by regular PCR and Sanger sequencing. Yes, and we found that if we only identify the haplotypes using either control region or either cytochrome B, we would underestimate the level of diversity because sometimes the SNP size appear on both ends or at the lutra level. We found that some of the SNPs are only appear in ND6, which is the upstreams of the cytochrome B. So this day, the protocol to screen genetic diversity or to identify haplotype before extended to the mitochondrial genome level. We screen from middle of ND6 until 5' control region level. So now it's 2.6 kbp. Yes, but we split into through 2 primers pair, and it's worked very well. We exclude the amplification of human and the prey, and the success rate will become very high if the fecal age about a week. But I wouldn't say we can narrow down to a week, but every one of us, once we spot the strain, we first smell it. If we can still smell the seafood or otters fecal samples smell, then oftentimes, yes, the PCR success. So we use that a general protocol like that. We can smell it, it still look moist, then 2.6 kbp could be amplified very easily. Yes, not even using the Kaizen reagent, just a regular tap polymerase. And for your second question or suggestion, yes, I strongly agree. If we go for microsatellite panel, we would need the same markers to be able to extend to the regional level. And yes, for the genome-wide SNP data, we could bypass this limitation of microsatellite, maybe nose allele amplification, or how we score homozygote or heterozygote. So I believe 5 or 10 years from now, it will be an era of big data. So SNPs may play an important role. We try to test out whether very fresh sample could get a good SNP data or not, but we haven't got a confirmation from the funding source yet, so we haven't dived into SNPs for others. But yes, I do believe that the power of a genome-wide level will help us to narrow down the trafficking hotspot and the fine-scale population genetics of otters. And the challenge will lies in how fresh of the samples we can get if we move on to the SNPs level. I think the technology is already there. It's been successful in primates and elephants. I believe there's more species, but yes, if anyone are interested in this technique, I'll be so happy to learn more and to work together with all of you. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Pai, for your presentation and well explanation. Last but not least, I would like to thank Prof for his presentation, caring for confiscated animals. Please welcome.
Okay, can everybody hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes. I'm sorry, you are not full screen.
I can see myself. Can you see me and hear me?
Yes.
Yes, you can see.
And you can see the presentation.
Yes, but
Make it full screen. Your presentation, make it to be full screen.
I think it's in full screen, is it?
No, no.
I need some help on this one. Full screen. Okay. Let's take that.
you can unshare your slides and share again.
That's what I'm sort of getting.
Okay, good.
Okay, okay, good.
Can you see it?
Yeah, yeah, we can see it full. Thank you.
Full screen, is it? Okay, cool.
Yeah, good.
Okay, my name is Nick Marx. I work on the three aspects of wildlife rescue, care and release, working for Wildlife Alliance in Cambodia. I've been here 20 years with this specific work. Of course, it's not only otters that we deal with, it's everything, all species from elephants downwards. Now, what we do is we give direct protection to forests and wildlife through forest rangers and habitat protection. We've created sustainable livelihood programs involving agriculture and ecotourism, environmental education and community outreach, community conservation support, a new program that we've just implemented, reforestation, but the aspect that I deal with mostly is the animal aspects, which is wildlife rescue, care, rehabilitation and release. And this is a map of Cambodia. The area that we are mostly involved with is the zoned in red. The Cardamom Mountains, we're extending up a little bit towards Persat now. And of course, at Phnom Tamau Wildlife Rescue Center, if you can see that, where rescued wildlife is taken, live rescued wildlife is always taken, which includes, of course, otters. I don't know why I did that. Okay, the Wildlife Rapid Rescue Team. This is a bit of a pose, but these are the guys. It's consists of military police and forest administration officials that tour the entire country, acting on information with concerning the illegal wildlife trade, and based on that, we'll implement confiscations. There will also be inspections of markets, traders' premises, restaurants, anywhere known to sell wildlife. In 2001, when we first started here, the illegal wildlife trade was rampant throughout Cambodia. And we partnered with the Cambodian government to create the team, the Wildlife Rapid Rescue Team. This is comprised, as I've said, of forest administration officials and Royal Gendarmerie. There's now one fisheries official because certain species like turtles, officially we weren't allowed to confiscate unless we had fisheries official with us, although we did anyway. We provide, basically we say that this is the official government team implemented to address the illegal wildlife trade, supported technically and financially by Wildlife Alliance. They operate from our office, but obviously they are under the direct control of the Cambodian Forestry Administration. The guys are trained in the different aspects that they have to address. They manage informants, intercept shipments, and rescue wildlife victimized by the illegal wildlife trade. Known trade routes, we patrol known trade routes, intercept vehicles. A lot of what we do is based on information. The Wildlife Rapid Rescue Team is supported by a network of informants. And based on this information, we might hear about a bus or a car trafficking wildlife, or a restaurant or a market or a known trader's premises that is selling wildlife. Seizures and inspections. This is a gibbon actually being confiscated from a known trader. And the photograph on the right, the guy there is a known television presenter, American television presenter, Jeff Corwin. We found out about a restaurant that was selling wildlife, notably cobras. And we knew he was coming in a couple of days, so we saved the information and we busted the restaurant for his television program. As you can see, successful bust. No otters, but pangolins and other turtles, cobras as well. So the wildlife classification here, wildlife is divided in trade is divided into three categories: endangered species, rare species, and common species. And the penalties imposed are based on these, with 5 to 10 years and a fine for endangered species. Rare species will have a penalty of 1 to 5 years and a fine. And common species will be a shorter term in prison or a fine. Amounts of wildlife, fines are usually based are usually 3 times the weight of the whatever is being sold. Okay, so the Wildlife Rapid Rescue Team rescues, confiscates, takes donation of all species, really, but specifically with otters, the live otters we've rescued, Eurasian otters, 2. I would dispute that. I think identification is not always particularly correct. Smooth-coated otters, 24, but actually I think that's considerably higher. Often figures are not always that correct. Hairy-nosed otters, well, 3 from the Wildlife Rapid Rescue Team, but actually I know that we've had to care for at least 7 at Nom Tomao Wildlife Rescue Centre in the 20 years that I've been there. So these figures these are what we have on our database, but actually they're not completely correct. And small clawed otters, again, we don't see very many of them. We've seen more actually hairy-nosed otters than small clawed otters, interestingly. 4 small clawed otters. Smooth dead otters we've rescued. We have confiscated 4 whole bodies of dead otters. So that's 33 live otter rescues, dead otter rescues 4, and body parts, of course. Body parts, we've confiscated different parts, but skins are obviously 54 skins. That's the most widely traded body part that we've intercepted. So the rescues of live otters, it's not actually always a confiscation. The photograph on the left is obviously a badly cared for animal, and we've intercepted that and confiscated it. But often people's pets are handed over when they realize that the otters don't make the greatest pets, or they've grown tired of the responsibility. And then, of course, the team is contacted and the otters taken to Phnom Tomao Wildlife Rescue Centre for care. So what happens at Phnom Tomao? The one thing I'd like to add concerning the confiscations, one needs to be very careful with handling rescued animals. And one thing that we know with otters is they are hyperactive, and they should not be contained in very small boxes, cages for any length of time. This could kill them. They need to be quickly transported to where they are going if they're to survive. This is something that we've experienced. One time, the manager of the team was not allowing they were busy and is not allowing the otter to be taken quickly to Phnom Tamao, and the otter actually died. I was not happy about this, and it hasn't happened again. But care needs to be taken on the transport and care of otters during confiscation. So Phnom Tamao Wildlife Rescue Centre, it's actually a great little facility, not actually all that small. The beauty of Phnom Tamao is it's surrounded by 2,300 hectares of forest. Obviously, there's a mobile population of we rescue. There's ins and outs. Many animals we release again, and many animals are arriving on almost a daily basis. At any one time, there might be around 1,500 animals. No wild animal is ever turned away. We have a veterinary team, experienced, trained keepers, and animals arriving at Phnom Tamao will receive lifetime care if necessary, or release if appropriate. And we do try and release animals again under IUCN protocols if we possibly can. Obviously, animals start off in quarantine, partly to ensure their health is good, and partly so that we can ensure that there's a proper enclosure to keep that particular species. We hope not to keep otters in quarantine for very long, but they are provided for. You can see that little chap on the left has a pool, and they have the option of swimming and obviously dry land. So in the short time that they're in quarantine, we feel they're properly cared for. There's a veterinary team to take care of all species, as well as otters, qualified veterinary team, good surgeons, but also with the routine vaccinations that might be needed for otters. We seem to feel that distemper is a problem for otters, and there's routine vaccinations for otters as well as veterinary care should it be needed. So enclosures for otters, like I said, they don't need small enclosures. They need a certain amount of space. They are hyperactive, and if kept in a large enough enclosure, they tend to be quite happy. Otters can climb and they can dig, and you can see in the enclosures that we built there, there will be wire sunk into the ground to prevent the animals digging out, and like a tin screen, a metal screen along the top to stop them climbing out. Trees will be trimmed back from around the side of the enclosure. And obviously most important is a pool. It would be cruelty. Otters, smooth-coated otters especially, and all otters travel great distances across land, but it's obvious cruelty not to keep them without a pool, without a deep enough pool to swim. I'll mention, you'll notice this is a tank. This is actually, that particular enclosure is for a hairy-nosed otter, which I'll be speaking about in a minute. But we find that hairy-nosed otters are very susceptible to pollution, and we don't have a clean mains water at Phnom Tamao. So we actually transport water from Phnom Penh, mains water from Phnom Penh for our hairy-nosed otter to avoid problems. The smooth-coated otters and the small-clawed otters are more resilient to pollution. Not that the water is polluted, but we do want it very clean for the hairy-nosed otter. So otter species at Phnom Tamao, and we currently have 29 smooth-coated otters at Phnom Tamao in, I forget how many enclosures we've got them in. They have been breeding quite regularly. We don't particularly want this, although we have released captive-born otters. which we've kept removed a little bit from people so they aren't humanized. We don't have a choice. They come in, we have to look after them and try and ensure that their enclosures are good enough. And we build new enclosures if we have to. Small clawed otters, they don't appear very regularly at Nom Tamau. There's one little chap there now. I think 4, I said that we'd had, I think it's 5 or 6 in all that we've had at Nom Tamau. We have one male at Nom Tamau right now, a small clawed otter. We don't see them very much in Cambodia. I feel that I don't feel that we've actually ever seen a Eurasian otter at Phnom Tamau. One that was identified as Eurasian, I think, turned out to be smooth-coated. And of course, the hairy-nosed otter, which we've had, as I said, around 7 in total. I believe that our current female, hairy-nosed otter is the only one in captivity, as far as I know. They are not easy to keep in captivity. They're very sensitive to pollution and to stress. We feed only live fish to our hairy-nosed otter. The other otters will get live fish or dead fish. But we really want to keep all danger of any pathogens away from our hairy-nosed otter, because they are very, very susceptible. So like I said, the water that we put into the enclosure is mains water from Phnom Penh, which seems to do very well. It's changed twice a week in the pool. The pool is changed, water's changed twice a week, and every day she's fed live fish, and maybe the occasional crabs and other things. But really, they play with the crabs, don't really eat them. So otter care. The different species, obviously hairy-nosed otters are solitary otters, smooth-coated otters and small-clawed are communal otters, and we try and pay attention to that. Diet, well, they're carnivorous, but largely fish eaters. Like I said, otters are hyperactive, and it's nice, we try and implement behavioral enrichment into their enclosure with different aspects, hide food for them. Live fish is obviously good. Maybe floating rafts, little things we try and implement to make their lives a little bit more interesting. Veterinary care, there's not really any difficulties keeping otters. They're not difficult animals to keep, as long as you, like all species, obey the rules, don't try and rewrite the books. The one problem that we have had really with otters, I feel that they are susceptible to distemper, and we keep ours vaccinated. There is a specific mustelid vaccination which we haven't been able to get hold of, and what we use now is the dog distemper vaccine. So what have we done concerning the third aspect of care, rescue, care and release? We are protecting in Cambodia. Everywhere is so heavily hunted, and a lot of the land is not safe for deforestation. The areas that we are protecting, we're protecting a huge area of forest in the Cardamom Mountains, almost 1.5 million hectares. And because of this protection, the areas in this area which would be ideal for releasing otters is already well populated with otters. I've looked and I haven't been able to find a good site suitable for otters that doesn't already hold otters. However, we wanted to, if we could, release otters, and we're releasing wildlife back into the forests of Angkor, which is probably the safest area for obvious reasons, World Heritage Site, the safest area of forest in the country, and it's well watered. There's a lot of lakes and streams there. The director of Apsara, the governing body in Angkor, said that he would like us to try releasing otters. We released gibbons, silvered langurs, muntjac deer, leopard cats, civets in here also. And we had suitable youngsters that were not humanized. We were keeping one enclosure remote from people. So we felt it was a good option to try releasing these otters in Angkor. Candidate selection, sure, these otters were not particularly humanized. And in my experience, that even if the animals are not necessarily otters, they will quickly revert if they're not too humanized. Once they get the opportunity of going wild, they will revert if the situation is appropriate. So health checks were conducted. Obviously, rehabilitation for our otters is automatic. They automatically get a fairly large enclosure with a pool. They'll be fed live food, fish. Site selection for release is obviously important. In Angkor, we'd already done our surveys. I surveyed elsewhere. It wasn't appropriate elsewhere. Maybe somewhere we'll find somewhere for releasing otters in the future. And what we always do is we build an enclosure within the release site. The enclosure for the otters actually was an enclosure that we'd already released muntjac from. It was large, it's around 60 meters by 60 meters. We just customized that for otters, enlarged the pool. There was already a pool, we enlarged that. We placed sunk wire down below, and we placed tin around the top to hold the otters. And of course, following release, essential to implement post-release monitoring and supplementary feeding. So acclimatization within the enclosure. You can see the enclosure there. The duration, actually what happened with the otters, I think they were acclimatized for 3 months and they escaped. We got them back because we were continuing to feed. They dug a hole out. They came in and out, in and out. We closed them in again, and clearly it wasn't necessary. So we just let them go. They still actually are coming back into this enclosure. We continue to feed them to keep track of what's going on, to maintain some kind of management, because Angkor, obviously, though during the times that the otters have been out, has not been heavily populated. In the future, it could be. Although we found that the otters are seen now and again, but they do tend to avoid people. Release, there's always the formalities of release when we're doing this kind of thing here. I don't know if you can see on the second picture where we actually, these are the different releases that we've conducted within Angkor. Gibbons at 4 different sites, green peafowl and 3 actually different species of hornbills we've released. Otter and muntjac at the 3rd site from the right in Angkor Thom, which is probably the most remote and the widest, least frequented area within Angkor. So these are photographs of the release of the otters having been released. And as you can see, this is Tanay Temple. It must be around 3 kilometers that they traveled to this area. They were seen there and photographed there. They haven't caused any problems with visitors or with interactions with people. On that score, it's been a successful release. They do come back for food, but they're clearly, and sometimes we won't see them for maybe 3 or 4 days. So they're clearly hunting for themselves quite successfully. So have we encountered any problems? And we are currently encountering problems. Dogs, we were given a video, we were sent a video of dogs, 2 or 3 dogs attacking the group of otters. The the otters saw the dogs off quite nicely, so that wasn't a huge problem. What we are encountering is fishing nets and fishing traps. Actually, just only a couple of weeks ago, one of our otters was captured within a net, and he actually broke his way out of the net. The gentleman, the back of the head of the gentleman, he had set a trap, fishing trap. He captured one of the otters in one of his fishing traps, and he went to, I guess, either to kill the otter or to release the otter, but the others were around, and they made sure that their otter got away scot-free, and I had a medical bill to pay. So the current situation, the otters are coping well on their own. They're surviving. We have not really had to intervene other than with the traps. We have lost 2 otters, and we have released another 2 young males. We need to address the fishing if we are to continue to hold otters within the continued successful release of otters within Angkor. The fishing needs to be addressed. I think this is really the only problem. And I am in discussions with Apsara concerning whether they can stop all fishing within Angkor. They've been fantastic. Apsara has been a great administration to work with. There were nets stretched right across waterways. These were removed and burned by Apsara. Not only was it a danger to the otters, it was also clogging up with weeds and restricting water flow. It wasn't only the otters, but the otters were a consideration in the decision to remove the nets. So I guess you could say it's a work in progress. Other species we have released within Angkor, the langurs, the gibbons, and the muntjac, others have done extremely well. Gibbons have had 7 babies born within Angkor. The otters actually had pups born wild in Angkor. But if we are to be successful with the otters, we must address the fishing. Well, the people catching fish within Angkor. The beauty of releasing in Angkor was there were no other otters in there, so we knew there wouldn't be conflict. We weren't compromising anybody else's territory. How we introduce new genetics, there were 2 choices. One was to create a completely separate breeding pair, I guess you'd say, in a different area within Angkor. I felt this would not work. I felt that the otters would come across each other and might result in fights. What I actually did was introduce young otters to the ones we already had there, younger otters, and this has worked extremely well. And it's what we will continue to do. What I would expect is for the group, if when it grows to a certain size, to split, provided we can keep them going within there, and our other interactions with local people and with fishermen are successful. And thank you all so much, and thank you, Grace, for inviting me to speak about otters on your workshop. Thank you. Any questions? Happy to answer them. Go.
Hi Nick, it's Larissa Slaney here. We've been in touch regarding otter footprints a while ago. I would like to thank you for a really, really interesting talk. It's really nice also to, for once, actually see and hear you. And I've got 2 questions that are not relating to footprints, you'll be pleased to hear. The first one is when you get when you rescue single otters, do you have to keep them solitarily basically in the enclosures, or can you introduce them to each other, because obviously the smooth coats and the ASCs would normally live in groups, but normally in family groups. So I just wonder, are you able to introduce them to each other and keep them in family groups, or do you have to keep them separately? Second question would be your female hairy-nosed otter. If you got a male otter, a male hairy-nosed otter, and would you consider breeding from them? Thank you.
Sure, thanks for the questions. Yes, good question regarding introducing single otters. We always would prefer not to keep a group animal like an otter singly, like a smooth-coated otter, and we do get them into other groups. Unfortunately, we are rescuing rather a lot of otters right now, and on the whole, we haven't really had any problems with introducing otters to other otters. Maybe we've been lucky with similar aged otters, or perhaps even single sex otters, but we haven't really had any problem. We don't, other than the hairy nosed and the single smooth small clawed otter, none of our otters are kept singly at Phnom Penh. They're all in groups. So yes, we've been successful in doing that. And the second question concerning the hairy-nosed otter, oh God, it'd be wonderful to breed hairy-nosed otters, wouldn't it? Yes, of course we would want to breed them. Thanks.
Right. Thank you, Nick, for your presentation. We are already at the end of our workshop for today.
Thanks very much.
All right, before we are leaving, I would like to make several announcements. Dinner time will be ready at 7:20 p.m. Same like sahur.